Okay. We're having all kinds of fun with the YouTube stream. It's crashed twice. We're on attempt number 3 now. We'll see if it stays alive. Hopefully. I don't know.
I need to go back and clip the very beginning yesterday when I asked that woman if she could mind over matter uh, if I threw her in a wood chipper. And I told both sides I think I would for him.
Yeah, that was a little wild.
Okay, but the way that and like and the point of the question was for it to be outlandish, right? Um, to kind of like to inspire her to think about her mind over matter like um theory, right? But then it was just like it just got like she just took the outlandish and ran with it, and I was like, oh, this is kind of not like what I was intending for that to be.
Yeah. I mean, when you offer to throw somebody in a wood chipper, it is going to divert the conversation probably a little more than you intend.
Okay, but it wasn't even that it diverted the conversation. It was the way she answered it, and she was like, "Yeah, no, I would have to take accountability for that." And I was like, "What? If I threw you would have to take accountability for me throwing you in a wood chipper? What?"
I don't discriminate. People on recovery, you're no support for people out there, you just bash. Edna's been watching all of, 5 minutes and seen one guest come up drunk. Good job, Edna. Way to judge not lest ye be judged. You should probably pay attention to what's actually happening around you before you say random things. See, yeah, now when people say they don't drink and they're drunk, well, they're liars. But I don't know, Edna, maybe you just have some typing issues. But if anybody actually does have a belief and the courage or the curiosity to question that belief, well, then request on a. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. I hope Edna has somebody to look out for. I hope they remind her to drink some water and get plenty of sleep. But we're going to move on. Hello, Steve. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Steve?
Yeah, sorry, I had a tech difficulty. I'm 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, you and I spoke a couple weeks ago, and it actually kind of helped guide my thoughts on my faith a lot. And I'm glad I found you to be able to have another conversation. My belief is more of a pantheistic universe is God, and God is in everybody because we're all part of the universe. And I'm interested to see other flaws like I had thought before.
Remind me, or at least help me see from your perspective what flaw it is that we found.
It was, I think the flaw that you had found was that I just wasn't as sure about what it actually was. Like I had, heard I had this idea, because God is in my belief, God is in everybody, because we're all part of the universe, that, oh, that just makes everybody else's gods equally true. And it's, you helped me realize it's more of what I was trying to say, is that I don't have a way of disproving them, and it helps shift my view from, I think they're all, factually there, versus just it doesn't matter, like God's in everybody. So if you have a belief, then that is your God, because you are also God.
And you feel now that you've moved past that flaw?
Yeah, I think that it's more accepting of just, hey, it doesn't matter. Everything is what it is. And, I take, comfort in just, like the other day, I was hungry, craving a snack. I'd had a long day, and the presence of God to me in that moment was the fact that through 3 or 4 different shopping trips, all planned for different things, I had the perfect combination for the snack, that I was just like, man, that's so perfect. And even though I don't think that necessarily there was somebody who was intelligent behind it, but that's still it's like a
Oh, I
feeling of
do.
being held.
There was somebody, definitely an intelligence behind it.
Oh, sure,
You
mine.
you went shopping multiple times, got things you liked, and eventually had the leavings to make a cobbled snack that you wanted.
Yeah, and that, that just reaffirmed to me the presence of, the feeling of just everything coming together, I guess, is my feeling of God. Like when everything
Mhm.
works out, even when things don't work out, even if you're having a bad time,
Can,
there's the little things.
can you tell me, Steve, the difference between your God and a coincidence?
Good coincidences, the fact that there are so many animals that literally have biological nerves that release serotonin when they're rubbed in a soft, soothing pattern from a human, and thus we have animals that love to be pet when we as
Mhm.
humans love to pet other things. It's coincidence. It's all the evolution that got here, but it's still such a lovely coincidence. That's what I identify as God.
So the lovely coincidences. What
Yeah.
about the inconvenient coincidences? The things that coincide that are detrimental, harmful, or just plain gross?
I think that just as much God. I think that the difference to me compared to like a Christian is I don't attribute a sense of morality to God. My sense of morality is based off of my human upbringing and human understanding. My sense of God does not dictate morality. It is what it is. Yet God is everything. If I want to accept any part of the God I believe in, I have to accept every part. And there's a lot of terrible things. I was born with a birth defect that has caused me pain every day of my life. Yet this, I still find ways to have little joys. And that to me speaks again to the fact of these coincidences that despite all of the negative in my life, there's still these things that bring me joy.
When you say God, um, do you why do you classify this as God?
Uh, I guess for me, it's more of a shared nomenclature. There's a poem that I found here on TikTok that really spoke to me. It's a woman speaking about some people. They might not call their God God. They might call it luck. They might call it faith. They might call it, that feeling of being hugged by your mother. And she goes in this long, beautiful thing, and then she says at the end of the day, your God is the sun rising in the east, regardless of what else is going on. The sun continues to rise. And so we're all here to experience this life, and we have to take the good with the bad and hopefully try and work in a way that it's the same kind of philosophy for the others as
Who's
well.
deciding the good from the bad?
Again, my life experience, I don't imagine there's anybody who would say being in pain every day of your life is good for any situation. So like there's, it's just experiential in my understanding of how, my perspective, which, as far as things go, like that's what matters for what my faith is, because I'm not trying to put my beliefs on other people.
Really quick, I'm going to speak past you and thank Morgan
Sure.
and Bats, Law of Attraction, Birdies, and Everlasting Godstopper. Thank you all so much for helping with our first goal. Really do appreciate that. I hear you, Steve, saying that you don't think there's an inherent good, an inherent bad, an inherent morals. These are things you choose from the God of everything, the buffet of what is. I'm curious what the use of God is here. What is it serving you to call everything God when everything just is?
I guess it's a matter of just the way I grew up very Christian, so it's just a comfortable nomenclature to use that to express and encompass my feelings of hope and my feelings of despair. And I've moved past that, but it's such a part of my upbringing that it's not easy to just completely let go. And if I have this idea of a spirituality, a belief in a higher power in general, regardless of if it's intelligent design being created by somebody, or just the fact that there is things, the fact that we're here is the universe experiencing itself. Like without us, there is no meaning. So, we bring meaning to what is important to us. And growing up in a Christian household, that idea for my brain is latched on to the name God.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
So this is it's intensely interesting to me because have been hung up on this on trying to figure out what God is, right? Um, and I have had this idea or thought recently that that's kind of exactly what you're saying, right? Like, I don't know if God is a thing necessarily or a specific thing necessarily, but it's like a label that we use for a concept that I can't describe.
Yeah.
Um, but as it's a colloquial thing, right? Like you say this is God because this is what um, makes you feel in this whatever this certain way is. Again, it's a feeling I can't describe, and that is what we understand, like what you understand to be what other people feel about like a God, a deity.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I would categorize it. And I grew up again in the church, and so I always enjoyed the teachings of Jesus, and be kind to your neighbor, love your neighbor, help other people. Like that was his core message, and that's what I took away. And that isn't lost in my current belief, because if my current belief is that we're all here experiencing the world, and we are part of the world, and we're what gives the world meaning, then
Do you
I should be nice to people, because that would be what would bring me joy.
so do you think that like so I understand why you call this God, and I like think that's valid in the way that you're using it and the way that you understand it. But do you think that that can become like confusing trying to explain this to other people who think who then deify what you're saying, like think that because you're saying this is God, that means there is some intelligence or consciousness behind it.
Well, uh, yeah, I mean, there's always people who will not be on the same page and kind of get different understandings. I would, the first thing I would do if I was to like sit down in a room, important that they understood, is I would probably start with that poem that I have saved on my phone that really speaks to the fact that it doesn't have to be just a deity. It can be just a sunrise or the quiet of the morning right before the birds wake up. And,
Did you did, did you deify it when you started like with this concept or belief, like concept of
I
belief?
think I did. I think I did until the last time or the first time that I spoke to you guys. It, and at that point, it was, my brain was still in the journey from leaving the Christian roots and then being just kind of a disenfranchised believer to then actually seeking out my own beliefs. And then I had the conversations with you, which is why I'm back, because it helped me understand that it didn't have to be a being. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the idea of a being or a intelligence. There's no proof one way or the other for me, but there's
It doesn't.
something
It no
worth.
longer has to be.
Yeah.
Are you saying we undeified this for you?
Yes.
The shed gained an occupant.
There's always room for one more. Steve, do you think it's your Christianity that still holds you to personifying things in this way? Or is it becoming less personified now that you've recognized that?
It's definitely becoming less personified, and that has allowed me to regain a lot of the hope that I've lost through years of, pain and disability and all of this. There was always this sense of things that didn't make sense because my Christian upbringing told me that God did everything for a purpose and a plan, and I just couldn't wrap my head around why would God's plan include me being in so much pain every day of my life. And I mean, my earliest memory of childhood when I'm 3 or 4 has pain in it. And it's just, the depersonification and the fact that I can say, hey, I still believe in these good parts of the Bible has allowed me to accept it and move past that, no, following them. It's done a lot to help me move forward, and I've actually started some projects to learn, and I have a goal for the first time in 20 years, and yeah.
That's awesome to hear, Steve. That's really good to hear. Do you still need to have answers like a Christian would?
No.
Or do you feel okay with not knowing?
I feel okay with not knowing. And like one of the big things, other things that it's really done for me is growing up in a Christian household with all of my pain. Sorry, my cat came to say hi. Was always the idea of, oh, well, I've accepted Jesus, I'm going to end up in heaven. So it was very tempting through my pain for suicide. And there was a couple of attempts at various points because I could justify in my head doing that.
I appreciate you, Steve. Unfortunately, that word's
my bad.
not cool on TikTok, and it's probably not going to be very long before they try to do something. So I appreciate you being here and catching us up. I'm going to go ahead and set you down.
No worries. Have a good night.
You too. I appreciate you, Steve. I'm really glad that you came back, and you can come back again and catch us up more. I would like to know uh, what it is now that you're holding on to as well. I mean, it's not a deity anymore, is it? So, in the place of you're becoming more and more okay with the I don't knows. So,
Undeification. I don't think
absolutely.
that's a word.
But there's a something there, and that's great. Maybe there as to what the thing or the mysteries are. But I really appreciate you, Steve. Thank you. We don't say burgled necessarily, raccoon. I looked back to see where the burgling came from, and as far as I could find, Seven Lemons did give credit to Susie Blue for saying burgled first, so maybe it was Susie Blue who mentioned it, who brought up the burgling. But whoever brought up the burgling, I think that's awesome. Um, I've I've had some ideas uh, about some videos to make, but we'll leave it at that. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your gods or debate you. I just want to know if you can question, well, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? And, well, if you are questioning, how do you question? What are the questions that you ask? What does that even mean? Is that doubting? Or is it reinforcing?
If we get time to.
Well, we will see. Weirdly, we're only at 40 viewers. It's kind of slow since we've been here for more than 30 minutes. Maybe if we tap the screen a little more and repost, share, whatever it is that you've got to do to get it out to somebody else, then maybe we can get out to the FYP and bring in some more viewers, because we are down, and it's strange. I guess we could do this now, since there's nobody there to question but me.
Okay. Um. So I have been on this "What is God" kick recently, as we know. Like I have been trying to understand what God is, right? And I think Steve just helped me better understand like something I've been trying to like form and articulate for several weeks now. And I think that I wanted to ask you about what God is.
I mean, you know what I'm gonna say.
You don't know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's the bad one.
Right. So I don't know either, but What I do feel pretty sure about is that God isn't like, I mean, obviously there are deities that we call God, or that are referred to as God or gods or whatever, but I don't think it's a deity. I think so commonly like thought about or referred to as a deity, that's like what we automatically assume that it is. But I don't think that's what it is. God is a feeling, God is a concept. God is a word that we use to describe an awe, that a type of awe that we cannot find any other words to describe. And this is different for everybody. And I think that um I think that we collectively um get stuck in this loop of assuming when somebody's talking about God, they are personifying or deifying, or they must there must be um, a failure on all of our parts in our questioning, and not. I think that we could find more understanding or be more productive if we like worked on not making an assumption about the intelligence or the deification or the personification of these things, like in a more conscious way than we do.
If we don't make an assumption, then we will come closer to understanding what they're saying.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear you say that. What assumptions do you think I make?
I didn't say you.
What assumptions do you make?
I think that all of us make this assumption when we hear someone say God, that they are talking about a thing with intelligence, a deity, a being, um, that they are personifying whatever it is they're describing as God. And I don't think that this is always the case. And I think that um, we make this assumption because we have this understanding about God that is colored by the Christianity, like the rampant Christianity that we're all surrounded with, right? Um, and, and I don't think we're like necessarily wrong to do it, but I think that we could improve the conversations we have by like intentionally trying to like get out of that habit.
Absolutely. I agree.
Okay.
Hi. I actually love this
Hello.
conversation because, hello, this is something that I've been working on since I've met Thrayle, actually. Like, trying to articulate something like this. And so I love that you've opened this up because I've been trying for over a year now. And I think, and this is a lot of what guides my questions of others as well, to see where there's common ground and to see where there's differences. And I still don't know how to articulate it, but I feel like I might be getting close. I feel like I might be being very honest with myself in what that might look like. And spirit, that can, that can encompass deity, God, whatever it may be. As it's animist, like spirit, that's everything, all of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I've been considering, and I think that what I've come to so far is that when I am saying spirit, I think that it is the part of something, and it may just be my own thoughts or feelings or instincts about a thing, but me being a creature of relationships, of relation, I create an interaction and it feels very real, right? So it's not just something that I respond to. It feels like it meets me back. And it feels that way strongly enough for me to create this relation to it.
Did you hear me talk about God as a feeling a couple weeks back?
Mm-mm.
So I came up here, I came up here one day and I said, Thrayle, God is a feeling. We talked about it, and I said, um, God is for me. I said for me, God would be the feeling of like really meaningful interactions with other people, right? Like, you know, when you interact with somebody and you can feel it all through your body, and it's like they're often like small interactions,
Yeah.
either with somebody like just humanness that happen. And that's God to me. I was like, I don't think that God is this feeling specifically, but I think that God is the way that thing makes me feel. And like when
Right.
people say something is God, they are feeling this thing that I feel that I can't describe, and I wish that I could. Um, but it's that feeling that that interaction gives me
I
is what
think that's
people.
I, I love that. And I think that's why I feel like that's why we get so many ambiguous answers and like vague language around what is spirit, what is energy, what is God, because how do you articulate a feeling? You know what I mean? And so I feel like that really is it. And I don't even limit it to people or interactions, like honestly, places. And I know that you felt the same way. Spirit of a thing may be the way that a place or a thing affects me. That may be what I'm calling spirit. Because, like, you can walk into a room and it feels odd or it feels welcoming. And there could be, like, little micro things that are giving us this message. And I'm attributing it to spirit or I'm attributing it to vibe or whatever the fucking word is, right? But I really think that it just is the way it affects me. And I don't usually claim that spirit is a separate being. It's just how I experience a thing, but I do call it spirit. A mountain can feel uh, stern or intimidating, or a mountain can feel like home. A storm can feel angry, or a storm can feel like you're being empowered to indicate that it is of its own, that it is putting that energy out there. It simply is my response to it, is kind of what I'm coming down to. And I don't feel like that takes away from it being something that I feel and I want to connect with, right? I want to have a relation to. Um, but the interaction does still feel real. And that's enough for me. Honestly, I feel like for me, like I love the relationship to a thing, whether or not it's real, whether or not it's its own being with intention or will. Like, kind of the point of my belief system is simply to connect me to the world around me. It's about relationships, and so if I can utilize this perceived spirit to connect deeper, I'm cool. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I've been not for as long as you care, but I've been kind of like grappling with this a very similar thing to what you just like described. It's like trying to understand what this thing is and what I mean when I say this, right? Um and And I think a lot of people have a lot of really strong opinions or a lot of really strong feelings about what God is or what they think God is.
Yeah.
And I think that we, as people, have our own biases, right? Like, and like that's fine, that's okay, that's just part of being a person. But I think that we kind of collectively, most of us, have this bias or these preconceived notions about like what everybody means when they say God. Um, and I think that it clouds the way we approach the conversation sometimes. And
It
I've
can.
noticed this in myself, and I noticed this like, you know, it's just like it's just a thing that is because we're people and we're humans and we grew up in a place that like we have these um experiences that lend to this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I actually catch myself. Like, I try to monitor myself to improve. Like, there are times in these conversations where my fascination with human belief and their relationship to the world around them, I find that it does have limits. Like, if it is so out of alignment with my own experience, I find myself getting short and I find myself getting a little bit dismissive. And usually that's when I'll dismiss myself, right? When I'm taken over by frustration, especially when they're not open to conversation. Not that I'm trying to like convert anybody, obviously, because I whatever. I do feel like it's completely individual. But like if they're not willing to even explore a little bit, I get frustrated. But I think there's definitely a shortcoming in myself where it's like I'm gonna dismiss that because I feel like you just were spoon fed that and you don't actually believe that. And that's shitty. That's not
Mm-hmm.
fair. That's not fair because they do believe it. But like I want to know why. And do you know why? You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
I have to catch myself. I came to on my with my own exploration and I love my beliefs and I love exploring my beliefs and I love exploring others' beliefs, but like if I feel I don't know, if I feel like they're not willing to question or explore too, I don't know, I do get frustrated. I go in with heavy bias, and it's not fair.
No, we all do, and that's like it just is, right? Like it just is a thing. Like nobody can completely eliminate their biases, but this is when I've recently like I noticed it in myself first. Um, and now I only notice it in anybody else because I like notice it so much myself, you know? Like
Mm.
it's something I am so intentionally and like thinking about all the time, like consciously like thinking about and working on like how I approach it all the time that now I notice like but in noticing this in myself and then just like in conversations here anywhere, right? Anywhere we're talking about God. Um I think that we hit this sometimes we hit a wall
Mm.
of or like we don't necessarily allow um ourselves the space to explore something in the to ask the right questions because of this
That part.
bias that we have.
That part. That's where I recognize my shortcomings and I got frustrated and I have to disconnect. 'Cause I'm like, I'm not helping the conversation. I'm not able to form good questions at this moment. I'm not able to go deeper at this moment. And that's okay. There's usually a bunch of other questioners on board, right? I'm like, I
Mm-hmm.
have nothing to give here. And it's not a matter of like, it's the wall. I get frustrated with the wall, but it does exist.
Hmm.
Try to
Yeah,
break
do you
it
have
down.
anything?
Do I have anything? I don't have a concept of a spirit or a god. I'm just listening to you two. Well, I wonder
I
if
know you don't have a
anybody.
concept of a spirit or a god, but do you have an opinion on the topic of like do you have
Assumptions, having your
the
assumptions
bias
and
and the
carrying them
assumption?
in. Yeah, I've
Hmm.
caught myself doing it before. I've definitely heard somebody describing an everything God and told them that it was what?
This just reminds me of the line, like, so God is shit. Like, I feel
Yes.
like that's where that goes. And you know what's crazy is how many people are just like, yeah. Like, oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Well, here's the thing. I usually roll my eyes at everything God's too, but the way, like, the way Steve, it was Steve, not Steven, right? I think it was Steve. The
Yes.
way he was talking about it with us, I, like, this is why, like, this was fresh in my mind, is because he was helping me articulate this thing that I had been trying to think about the words to articulate for weeks now, which is that it's not that this everything God is a conscious everything God. It's that this is the what makes me feel like this feeling of God, and so I describe it as such, you know? And then I thought about, when people say they have when people have an everything God, I always like think intelligence or like, like this like one being intelligence thing, and it's not necessarily that. And I need to stop thinking about it in that way. And then I was like, this whole time we were having this conversation with him, this is what I was doing in my head. And then I was like, we all do this. Like I know that I've witnessed all of us do this before, and this means that if we have this conception or this like bias, then we're not asking the right questions.
How do you feel like we overcome that?
I think it's just like something you have to like really be aware. Like for myself recently, like though I've just been trying to be really aware. So like instead of gendering God, I have it God, right? Like God is an it, not a he or she or a they or anything. Um, that has been really helpful for me in that.
So you've stopped gendering God.
I've tried to stop gendering God.
I question why they use God at all if they don't intend something with an intelligence or a will or a creator or a answerer of prayers. Why do they use God? What is it that is godly?
So for you, it has to have an intelligence. Like
No,
intelligence is a qualifier of the concept of God.
no, it's not for me. But it is when people use the word God, generally what they mean. So I ask why they use the word God if they don't mean that.
Right.
But is it generally what see, that's like when Christians use the word God, when Muslims use the word God, like, right, yeah, absolutely. But if some like the like arbitrary energy God, is it really what they mean? Do they mean it has an intelligence, or is it just this feeling?
No, and I'll ask that. I'll ask if it has an intelligence.
Yeah.
I guess maybe that is me doing that. Is that what you're saying? When I ask why they use the word God if it doesn't have intelligence, you're saying that's me asserting my assumption that it's something my assumption, or is that the common usage of the word?
I don't know. I think that
Is that me
I
asking
probably
them why they are sandwiching
I
when their
think that
sandwich doesn't have meat or cheese and isn't edible?
Still a sandwich.
still a sandwich. Everything's a sandwich. That doesn't work. That was just defeated.
My own argument. Hoisted by
I
my own
think
petard.
I think that 3 months ago, 2 months ago, maybe even 1 month ago, I would have agreed with you that like yes, this is like what like I would have agreed with you in that way, that like when people say God, this is what they mean. But I don't think that anymore, and that is from being here. The reason I don't think that anymore is because I've spent so much time here listening to people talk about what they think is God. And I don't think that it's fair to like assume that they mean something with an intelligence unless they're talking about an actual like a Abrahamic God, or a, you know, God of a pantheon or something. Um, because I think that more often than not, that's not what it is with people who aren't like talking about named gods.
You
What
think
difference
that
does,
it's
oh,
not.
sorry.
Well, I'm hearing you say you think that it's not. But
I
when
don't
we
know.
listen to them, are we not, in many cases, hearing a transference of the Christian God onto New Age concepts?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes they do mean it has an intelligence. But
What
Sorry,
difference?
I
Kira.
think
Oh, sorry.
No, I was
no, go ahead.
trying to make sure you got your question, Kira.
Oh, I wonder what difference it'll make if you go in without the assumption. What difference will it make towards your questions? Like how do you feel like it'll affect the framing of the questions or the line of questioning that you usually like apply to the conversation? Do you think it will?
Is that for me or Thrayle, or
For
both of
you.
them?
For you, Kat.
So
Like
this
what
is like
difference
something
will
I have been over the last couple weeks like trying to be conscious of, in like with myself and with the questions that I'm asking, and I find myself um more open. So since I am not trying to um I'm trying to not put the assumption of intelligence on whatever this person is describing of God as God, I am more open to understanding it better, from what I have, like this is what I've noticed for me, right? Like I um think about thinking about it in a different context has helped me ask better. And I cannot give you a specific example right now, but
okay.
it's helped me like form better questions to gain better understanding. And also um some like a hmm, if I can understand what they're trying to tell me better, then I can like understand what questions to ask them to help them think critically about it. And you know,
Do you feel like if they are talking about a God with questions at all, or do you feel like those questions don't need any like adjusting or any questioning of your own
I just
bias?
I think I would ask them. I think that um if it is unclear to me if they think it has intelligence or a will or you know whatever, I find myself asking about it. Like, is this a being with intelligence, or is this a being? Is this a, you know, what is this? And if it does have intelligence, I don't know. It doesn't change. Like it changes my questions if it doesn't. Basically, if I don't make the assumption that it does, and then I ask and it doesn't, I will ask different questions than if it has intelligence. Like, there's so much to question there. If you think that there's, you know, some overarching, almighty, powerful being with intelligence, like there's a million questions. Like that's the easy thing to question, you know?
So it's just the acknowledgement of the potential that they don't see God in the way that you're assuming they see God. You feel like just the acknowledgement of that and having worked through that, like, do you feel like your questions are going to change now?
Mm, I don't know. Maybe, but I think that what is going to change more is like the way I approach the conversation from the get-go. Because like I have I hate assumptions. I
Mhm.
hate assumptions so much. And so trying to like minimize the assumptions that I'm making um makes helps me be able to form more questions and better questions and listen better too.
Yeah.
Like if I'm not assuming things, then I'm listening more because I need information because I didn't come in with anything, right?
Hmm. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I'm
So,
hearing you. I also do believe though, like when I've watched you talk with people and Thrill talk with people, like you typically work off of the information you're given. Most of everything is clarifying or follow-up questions. I don't see a whole lot of assumptions, honestly.
I bring quite a few to
Really?
direct certain
Oh,
lines
to
of
see what's going
questioning.
on. Yeah,
Mhm. I bring
mm-hmm.
I bring assumptions to compare certain things to.
that makes sense.
They're not assumptions about what the person believes. They're
Right.
assumptions about commonalities of other beliefs
Well, you've
to
seen
help.
me do that with New Agers, where it's like, where did you get this information? Where did you learn? What's going on? When people come up here with Norse pagan shit, I'm like, okay, well, what do you believe about this? Because there are assumptions around specific belief sets that I want to get clarification on just to see where we're at. But let's just cut through a couple of things to get to the core of the thing. I don't know. I feel
No,
like
and
that's
and
more than assumptive.
I understand. Yeah, like, and there's right, there's like, there's no way to eliminate assumptions, and sometimes assumptions can be helpful. But I think that I don't know. I think that I've noticed several times, especially after we've been like I've been sitting up here and for 6 hours. Thrill's been sitting up here for 8 hours, and it's been a really, really hard one. We go into these conversations with, and sometimes we are less patient, or we're shorter, or we bring all our assumptions in with us, and maybe don't um, have enough space for what it could be versus what we think it is. And this is not me criticizing you, Thrayle. Um, this is something that I am very much guilty of, probably more so than you. Um, and it is that last guest, just like the way I could understand and articulate this concept that I had been trying to come up with and frame, and then the way I realized, like, I kind of all the biases and the assumptions just hit me in the face as I'm having that conversation with him, and the fact that like this is these are reasonable biases and assumptions. Like that's the other thing. They're not unreasonable things to think, you know. They're not unreasonable things to bring to the table with us, but that doesn't mean they aren't to our detriment sometimes.
We have a guest, if they load in. But before we do get to our guest with the very squeaky background noise, I'm going to mute that for just a moment. I got to make sure that I thank both sides in Heather's Descent, 3 Pips, and Keybubs, and Everlasting Godstopper for that last goal. Thank you guys so much for that. Also, keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. And if you haven't already reposted, make sure you do. You can also, as far as I know, remove and repost again. So I wouldn't abuse that too much. But David, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? David, you'll have to unmute.
50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Power of 3. Father Time, the Mother, and Muna.
I was asking if you had a belief in a god or gods. You said the
Muna and the Earth Mother.
Father Time, Muna, and Mother.
Okay, the way I see it is,
Can you tell me what Muna is?
I'm a druidic warrior.
You're a druidic warrior.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Reincarnate. It's kind of weird. Okay. God would be like positive energy, and there's negative energy, and the mother manipulates it into a physical manifestation. That's how we get created, and all the God stuff, all the stuff that comes from is us moving energy in ourselves to manifest it.
Okay, so you said the father makes energy.
Well, its energy also chooses when like say people die, because the mother loves everything it creates.
Okay, let's back up. The father makes energy, you said.
Oh, Father, apply that like as if it's like God or any of the other deities that have like something that is ultimately a choice, makes a choice, either life, death, all the important decisions.
When you say, okay, so you've said a few things, and I want to make sure I'm getting a clear understanding. So when you say the Father, which you said treat like God, creates energy, I want to know what God is. What does that mean?
It's hard to explain. Like, the way I see it is like all the different religions, because like supposedly the Bible was written well after Jesus did all his sermons, right?
Oh, we're talking about the Bible now.
Yeah, it's hard to. It's a stem off a Wicca. Mine's a stem off a Wiccan. I'm technically a pagan.
A stem.
I believe in
Wicca.
I believe in multiple gods. Like there's different things that do different things.
You said there were 3 gods. Are there more
Yeah,
gods?
3 main deities, which is basically good, evil, and balance between the 2.
Which one was evil?
It'd probably be Muna. I just put that name on it. Much like I put the name of God. But most of the things, it's all semantics. If, we have a basic principle. I think if everybody adopted, it would change a little back here threefold.
Mm-hmm.
People have a lot more power than they know. If we could all get ourselves focusing in one direction,
so to understand,
what we could do.
you're still holding a lot of Wiccan beliefs. You have the Wiccan read is something you follow.
Yes. It's along that lines, yeah. I just tend to specialize in more of the darker side.
What is it?
Well, sorry, Raccoon. Really quick, let me just go ahead and thank Hazel. Oh, nope, sorry, that's Bree. 3 Pips, Raccoon, Michael V, and Ears. I thank y'all for that gift goal. But go ahead, Raccoon, and get your question out.
What do you mean by the darker side?
Well, I specialize in removal of negative entities.
What is negative?
Like what Christians we call demons, or
It's interesting that you hold a belief outside of Christianity that you claim, but you also keep referring back to it. Do you have your own understanding of them that's not associated with Christianity?
Well, Jesus itself, he was in mind was a great healer and leader of men, but he was still a man. Know what I mean?
So, when you're talking about darker, Let's remove ourselves from Christianity a little bit. Are you meaning harmful?
Yeah, like malicious.
Okay.
So, like
Um,
people who put out malicious.
but you're saying you practice darker side.
Yeah,
So are
yeah.
you
Well,
malicious?
malicious meaning I no vengeful, petty. Yes, but not malicious. I
Wouldn't
won't
that
deliberately. I wouldn't deliberately go after somebody just because for no reason.
So how does your interpret malicious entities? How does the Wiccan read fit into that? Are you then receiving 3 times the petty shit you put out?
Oh yeah, but I accept it.
How's that?
That's part of it. In other words, we only have consequences. There's no real. You're either going to have a positive consequence or a negative consequence. It all evens out somewhere along the way,
Hmm.
and it spreads over lifetimes.
When you say druid, what aspects of that word are you referring to?
Oh, the actual Celtic, where I'm waiting for the Great War to actually happen.
Uh,
Um, Deep down within myself, I know.
do you know what a
Like,
druid is?
oh yeah, it was a pagan belief way back before
Yeah,
even
but what was
Christianity.
it,
It stems from in Scotland,
yeah,
Ireland.
it does. It was a very specific role that had very specific tenets of that role. Historical and mythical. Are you familiar with any of those?
Not totally like as it's written down or anything like that.
So do you
Just
say
what
that
I
you're
feel.
a druidic warrior because your beliefs are aligned with what you see as old Celtic beliefs?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably. And it's more just I feel it's right for me. I feel that's the correct path for me.
I get that. I get that. I do wonder about the use of the word druid because typically, I guess I would say, um, look more into what a druid is. Because the aspects that you're saying that you hold, or the values that you're saying you hold, and the things that you do, right, in your spiritual path, aren't actually druidic in nature at all.
Well, it's for the gathering of power so that you can have the glory at the end.
Well, again, like these were lore keepers. They were scholars. A druid is a,
That's why I'm a warrior, not just a
but
druid.
that's not a warrior, right?
No, a druidic warrior goes out, kicks
How do you
ass, and takes
reconcile
numbers.
how do you reconcile a lore keeper or a scholar with a warrior identity?
It's good. Druidic warrior is okay with sitting in peace in the world of Valhalla.
That's not Celtic.
Whatever. That's just what you say.
Sorry?
That's in your books.
It is in my books. It's not in your books.
No, it's not. And my book's locked in my head. And been locked in my head for lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes.
David, does it matter if the things that you are claiming in your faith or beliefs are parts of other practices that are not, in some
No,
cases, open?
no, I have no problem with it because
Oh,
just like anything, if people see that it works and it works for them, it's good for them. And if it's meant to help them, it's meant to help them.
if it's
And
meant to help them.
yeah, like everyone's got their own path. Some people are to tell the other people that they're wrong, or to tell that. But I hold it the way I see it in just in the off case that I'm right and everyone else is wrong. I'm perfectly okay with being wrong. Is there anyone else?
I wonder how. I wonder why. I wonder why you use the word druid when speaking of this warrior nature that you have. I'm not saying that being a warrior is wrong. I know that a lot of people glom onto that identity for whatever reason. But the druidic part is confusing me. I also like
Because it fits with what it just fits a lot. Okay, I know it sounds stupid.
it doesn't sound stupid, it is confusing. What is a druid?
It's a path that you follow.
And what do they do
It,
on that path? What is
my
unique?
ultimate goal is to gather as many as I can, waiting for the great battle.
What great battle?
Oh, when fucking everything that has been foretold or said throughout all the different
Foretold where?
actually, it's, you know, people have more abilities than they know.
Where was the great battle foretold?
Oh, you've heard about fucking. Well, it's in the Bible. Fucking.
Are you
Even in Celtic belief, there's a time when Odin comes back to lead his armies to burn
is Odin a
Which
everything.
Celtic
Celtic?
god?
Which Celtic belief has
Odin,
Odin?
Odin. There's no other Celtic. Odin is a
Are you
Celtic
sure it's
belief.
Celtic?
Well, okay. Yes.
Hmm.
Well, it's like in the area. Hell,
In
they
the
were
area.
they were in North America too.
Hmm. In what? Okay, all right. When you're practicing this path and you call yourself a warrior, what what aligns you with this warrior identity? What are you doing? Why is this important to you?
It keeps I don't because it just feels it is important to me. I know
But why?
it is something that is greater than even myself, and I need to do this for that purpose.
Physically?
Yeah,
Spiritually?
physically and spiritually. You can't have one without the other. Like
I mean,
and it says you can't cast without a pure heart. Like
hmm.
if you want to do something maliciously, you gotta have it. You gotta have that pure malicious heart behind it.
Pure malicious heart.
I know that sounds so weird. That sounds like a weird term.
David, are you drunk?
No, I'm probably a little high, but yeah, here you go.
David, no, it's okay. I wonder. There's a lot of disconnect happening, and it does make me wonder where you got your information. I'm actually kind of concerned as to where you got your information. If you are buying into something, I would hope that you take the questioning nature of this of this conversation, and carry it forward into whoever's been teaching you or mentoring you, because the information you've received is just disjointed at best. Like there's a big mix of different belief systems here. There's a mix of even identities here with the druid and the warrior trying to combine the two. There's a
Did
disconnect
you
between
live then?
technologies. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I heard you, but did you
What did I
live
say?
then? Did you live then?
What did I say?
Did you live then?
No, David,
No,
what did she
I
say?
say?
Oh, you're saying there was no druidic warriors back then.
That wasn't what
Well,
she said.
that's not what I said, but that is true. But yeah, what did I say though?
Well, no, I can take assumptions, but where you're steering the conversation,
My
because
concern was,
you're
are
going
you
on,
hearing?
you're going on written testimonies.
What are you going on, David?
What my inner self tells me. You know what
Is
most people
So
don't listen to.
can you tell me the
Most people
difference,
shut
David?
that inner self off
Can you tell me the
by their
difference?
logical brain.
Yeah, can you tell me the difference making it up?
Maybe not.
Is that something maybe you should question?
Oh, I have questioned that, and it still feels right. Everything else I've looked into, conversated with, with I've talked to a lot of people in different faiths.
Uh-huh. And do they
You know,
often tell you that you sound like you're making things up?
probably, yeah. But you know what? I don't care.
So it
David, I
doesn't
do,
matter.
right, I do have a question for you. You came up on this panel, and there's a really big question in bold lettering right off to the side of you. Can you read that?
Can you question core belief?
Can you?
Poor.
I mean, well, close
You
enough.
said poor.
Can you?
It's POUR.
It's
Why,
Y-O-U-R, my
why would it
friend.
say you in
Oh,
the first
oh,
line and then
sorry. I'm in
poor
the
in the
dark.
second?
I'm in a.
I
Same
feel
letter.
like we're pouring a lot of beliefs into cups tonight. I feel like that's I feel like that's kind of the vibe,
Well,
honestly.
truth and all. You know, there's always two sides to a story. There's this side, then that side, and then the truth
Mm-hmm.
is usually somewhere in the middle.
Interesting. Sometimes that middle is really big, and the
Yeah,
truth is closer to one
somewhere
side
in
than the
there.
other.
It's
But David,
somewhere in that
what
slop.
makes you think that you have anything close to truth if you can't tell the difference between what you um, access, as you said, through your mind, or make up? You trust these things if you can't tell the difference.
Because they've never steered me wrong. They've always looked at it for me. Following my beliefs have never harmed me in any real capacity. Anytime I've really needed anything,
David,
it's been there for me.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
so
I'm curious. What does questioning your beliefs look like, or can you question your beliefs? Let's start there. Did you respond to that
no, just
after you
like
heard
any
that?
other belief, it's all based on faith. You know, I believe in my belief
So you don't
so
question them.
hard. No, there is no question to
Cool.
it.
We're gonna move on, David. Appreciate you being here.
Oh no, I'm still willing to listen to you guys.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm curious about what.
You can listen from the comments because we have clamshells. Hello, clamshells. Can I get your age for TikTok
Oh,
too?
yes. Yeah. It's chem shells. I am 40.
Oh, chemshell. Sorry,
Yeah, no, you're good.
I was
You're
looking at
okay.
a screen pretty far away.
No, you're good. You're good.
So, I'm sorry. How old did you say?
40.
Do you have a belief in a god or?
Interestingly enough, I was raised on that. And so that's why I think that the prompt is a beautiful question. So I was indoctrinated as a child, like many children are in this world, on some form or whatnot of belief structure, dogma, what have you. And I always felt like I didn't belong because I I dared to question. And questions are not typically welcome in any kind of belief structures, especially like when you're talking about like in America going to Sunday school. If you start asking questions, um, it's not really questions are not cultivated.
Okay.
It's actually shunned.
Can you? Is there any chance you can turn the TV off in the background?
Oh,
We're
I'm
hearing
so
it.
sorry. Hold on. I can go to a different place. I'm
Awesome.
sorry. I gotta leave. I do have to leave the TV on because I do care for my mom. So she's watching
Understandable.
the TV. So I'm just gonna go to a different area in the house. My bad.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely welcome the feedback on that. But not welcoming of my feedback from the TV. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right.
For the audio there. But yeah, so I actually so and also I had asked, you know, like if there were ever like any if there were already like any Stoics on the panel. I don't know if I can ask that question. But I
Are
think
you a
that like
stoic?
so I embrace some Stoicism. Like
Before I question
sorry, like I feel
that,
like that's a
I'm
whole
curious.
other
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
was
that's a whole
asking
other
about
topic.
God.
Yeah, so
But can I
I
ask? I'm
identify
sorry.
as
I'd like to build.
oh sorry.
Well, I think you were just about to answer. You identify as what?
As an agnostic atheist.
There we go.
Does
And
that make
why?
sense?
Yes, I
Thank
understand.
goodness. You are
So
like one of the very few people that makes sense to, unfortunately, on TikTok. Like,
I am going to ask you about it though. So when
of
you
course.
say agnostic atheist, are you
Mhm.
saying that you don't know if there's any God there, but you don't believe currently?
Correct. Yes. So like yeah. So if you ever see like the quadrants, right, of Gnosticism and
Hmm.
theism, I fall into the quadrant of agnostic atheist.
So, as an agnostic atheist, um, what is it that most, well, actually, yeah, what is it that would convince you that a God exists?
What is it that would convince me that, that a certain God exists? So
Sure, let's go with the God that you
yeah,
were
because like
raised on.
what drove me to agnostic atheism is that I identified that there were so many religions and that I was, you know, being indoctrinated as to say that there's only one true religion. And then to realize that, well, that kind of goes counter to how the world works, right?
Hmm.
Because there's so many different beliefs. There's
What would convince
monotheism,
you?
there's
Sorry,
polytheism.
Kim.
Yeah, so for
What would convince you that the religion you were raised on it does exist? That God exists?
it would have to be some kind of like actual tangible proof. And I have yet to see that or observe it.
Can you imagine?
Sure, yeah. Like that God coming to me.
So a
I
God
never
appearing
realized that.
before you.
I never like, you know, you hear about all these, you know, grand like or these feelings, these or these episodes that people have with these divine interactions and I'm like, well, I've never realized that before. So
So if you see a God, then you would believe in the God. Um, would you worship the God just by nature of its existing?
I mean, well, I typically say seeing is believing.
Would you worship the God
Would I
if it
worship the God? Okay,
existed?
so it depends, right? Like so, like let's say like a like let's say a God entity were to appear to everyone. Like I'm not saying like it would just appear to me, you know. Like I would think that if a God entity were to appear, it would appear to everyone, and it would probably be it could, in fact, be like an end of world Armageddon kind of event. Who knows, right? Would I start worshiping the destroyer of my world? No, I would not. I would, of course, bend to its power if it's a world-ending entity. Like you can't really change that physics if that were to exist, right? But would
Seems
I
quite a
bow
leap.
down to it?
So
No, I would not. I would
I
not.
see.
I would be like, damn you,
So
damn
if you
Benedict.
were sure, if you were forced to worship a god, let's not say forced, but if
Yeah, I was
just
about to say I've
saying a
already been forced.
sure,
Many
say
people
okay,
in
say in
our
a world
society
where
have been
you
forced
okay, I'm
to
just not even going to have a conversation. So let's just move on to somebody who can let me speak. That was wild. What?
feel
Verbally
I feel
assaulted.
yeah, no, I feel like that was entirely justified. There was no listening happening. Totally nice person. Very positive, very like I loved the personality. Great. You can't have a conversation though if you don't listen to the other side. If you're not hearing, you can't respond.
I think she was looking for a pulpit.
I did. That was actually my only question that I had so far was what made you want to come up here? And I think that that would have led to the pulpit moment, so I didn't ask it.
Well, maybe our next guest can answer some questions. True, Michael. Maybe she was just nervous, but I would have loved to get to a question or two. P is not loading in. So we'll just drop P, and if they want to come back, P can request. We'll talk to D instead. Hello, D. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Oops. The math was right.
Yeah.
Hello, Giovanni. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, what's up, my friend? I'm back. 31.
What year were you born?
I was born in 1994. 31 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Right now, I do. Yes.
Right now. As in, like, just today?
No. This came within the past 8 years
In the
of my
last
life.
8 years.
Yes, sir.
And what god is that?
So when it comes to my belief, what God is it?
Mm-hmm.
The Creator, God, and His Son Jesus. That's what I came to a conclusion that works for me. Because I used to be an atheist.
You say you used to be an atheist.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I was. And may I ask you a question, if that's okay
No,
with you?
no, I was trying to think of which question to ask,
Okay,
and
go
I
ahead.
caught myself making an
Okay.
assumption. So
Assumptions are good.
So why don't you let me get to the question?
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
You're
So
welcome.
Giovanni, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you until I get my question out, because I don't like being preempted each time I begin to speak. So I'd like to know what it is that's caused you to believe in a God. You said 8 years ago. Before that, you were an atheist. What is it that's convinced you that a God?
Amazing. If I can just ask, how old are you guys? Since I was asked my age, just so I can get comfortable with the conversation.
My age doesn't matter.
Oh,
Do you understand why you were asked your age?
no, I understand. I'll come back in a few minutes. Yep, thank you.
What the hell?
We'll see. We'll see if he comes back. Plenty of other people who might be capable of conversation. Was strange.
That was wild behavior. I don't. I do not understand.
D is requesting backup. We had P. P didn't load. D. Did D load in? Did I drop D?
Hello?
Oh, that's right. D was 18.
Yeah.
Do you have a belief in a God or a God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what God is that?
I go Christianity.
Christianity. And have you read your Bible from
Yes, sir.
beginning to end?
Yes, sir.
True and literal.
Some things are literal, some things are not. Some things are like have different meanings to them.
Some things are literal, some things are not, some have a different meaning. Is any of it incorrect or in error?
No.
There's no mistakes at all in the text.
No.
What denomination of Christianity do you follow?
I don't go by a certain denomination since my dad was from the Pentecostal side and my mom was from a Baptist side. So I always, even though I was raised Christian, I always made my own beliefs and my own research on what I believe. And so I don't really like going by a denomination, more like a follower of Christ instead of like abiding by certain like groups.
Do you believe the earth was created in 6 days?
I feel like you could say 6 days if you believe it literal, or you could say there's different ways you could think of the 6 days. Like for sure, in Daniel it says 1 day is like 1,000 for him, something like that, or 1,000,000. So you could take it literal if you have that faith, or you could take it as it was through thousands or millions of years. But I feel like that's kind of irrelevant too.
You say it's irrelevant.
Like you could believe if you have the faith to believe it, you can believe it. If not, then it's kind of like.
Do you have the faith to believe the earth was created in 6 days? Or do you just believe it took millions or billions of years?
I'm kind of stuck between it because I have done a lot of research from there, and I see like trees and the layers of the earth and stuff like that. But I also can see that it is possible, since we're talking about like Adam. He was made an adult on the spot. He wasn't like, there wasn't like a
Does it
beginning where
say he was made an adult on the spot?
Well, he spoke. He gave up his life, like his breath of life, so he just became a human. So I would believe that he wasn't started as a baby, but like when he created the animals and the human, I would believe that they were made adult already, same as the earth would be made already with time.
Interesting. So you believe all of this happened either in 6 days or over millions of years, but it happened in the order given.
Yeah.
You mentioned Adam being given the breath of life. Was that before or after the animals existed?
That's After? Yeah.
Adam was given the breath of life
After.
after the
Yeah.
animals.
Yes, sir.
In which chapter?
In Genesis, I think from the very chapter 1.
It says that Adam was given the breath of life
Yes, sir.
in chapter 1.
Or 2. Let me check.
Which version of the Bible do you have?
The Reina Valera 1960, which is kind of like the King James
I see.
in Spanish.
Oh, so you're going to be reading in Spanish. Does it say breath of life there, or does it say it in chapter 2?
Let me check real quick.
Somewhere around 2:6.
But I'm not sure.
So they made man after the animals in chapter 1. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the animals is in 25 and humanity is in 26.
Interesting. So in chapter 2, when it says there's no plants on the ground, around 2:5, right? It says there's no plants on the ground, for the Lord God hasn't made it to rain. I don't know what it would say in Spanish. But then it would go on to say he makes a man from the dust to the ground and breathes the breath of life, right?
Well, in 22 it says give fruit, and then 23 it says it was day 5. 24 is the beasts, the serpents, the animals. 24 that, and 25 is gender of animal. Then 26 is humans, like man.
Does it say breath of life there?
No, actually, I'm trying to find it. I don't see it there.
Yeah, it's not there.
It might be somewhere else. Yeah.
It might be in chapter 2, when it starts to tell a whole new story and gives a different order of creation. So which order of creation is true? Is it the one in chapter 1 or the one in chapter 2? When it
Doesn't it
says,
connect?
when it says in chapter 1 that the plants come before the animals, and the animals come before the man and woman, and the man and woman are at the same time. Chapter 2, it says that before the plants there was a man, and then he makes the plants, he makes the animals, and then he makes a woman in that order. So if those are different orders, then which one is correct? I guess I'm assuming that you would see those as different orders. D, while you're off app, we can't hear you, so if you're talking, we haven't heard a word.
I was just trying to read through it because I don't find the order. Okay, but in the first one, basically the order that I understand here is A is light, so day and night. Then the second one would be like atmosphere and sky. Then I see land and plants.
It says firmament, and then yeah, it says plants, and then it says
Sun, moon.
sun and moon, and then it's animals, and then it's humans.
Yeah, fish and birds, then animals, and then rest. Humans and rest. And then the second one, I see man, Garden of Eden, animals, then woman.
Woman, exactly.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't make the animals until after the man in chapter 2, but he makes the animals before the man in chapter 1, which one is correct?
Okay, yeah, 2 has the breath of life.
You're right. That's, I think, what I said, around 2:6. So if you go to 2:18, where it says that it's not good for man to be alone, so the Lord will make him a helper. And then out of the ground the Lord God did make all the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air. And he brought them to be named, and then Adam named him and could not find a helper. And when he couldn't find a helper from the animals that God made Adam.
Yeah.
So did the animals come before Adam or after Adam?
I would say before, according, or yeah, because I feel like one is kind of like a narrative, and one is more like speaking about men.
Then why does it say it is not good for him to be alone?
Well, I feel like probably because every other animal had a mutual partner, and he didn't.
And so God makes animals that he didn't make before.
Well, God had animals. Maybe. Yeah, because what I see in 1 is the narrative of the creation, and then 2, it says once the earth and sky were finished, then he starts talking about man. Yeah, so
it says everything's finished, and then it says there are no vegetation, no plants on the ground. There's nothing on the earth. So it says it's finished, and then it said these are the stories of creation, and then it gives another story of creation.
Well, 1 is in order.
Give the reason that because he's alone, the Lord God will make a helper, and then he makes the animals.
Well, the helper was the woman, no?
It says there that he will make him a helper, and then he makes the animals. Is that a woman, or is that animals?
Well, that's animals, but yeah.
So if he says he's going to make a helper, and the very next thing he makes is animals, and then Adam can't find a helper, why would it include that? Why would it say that he couldn't find a helper from the animals unless the animals made after him were intended to be his helper?
When what verse was that in number 2?
I believe it's around 20 where it says he cannot find a helper. Could be 21.
Okay, so it says, it is not good for a man to be alone, so I'll make a help for him. So God formed the animals of the earth and the beasts and the birds, and Adam saw how they were going to be named, and they called them names, and then Adam, so Adam put names, but for him, there wasn't a help for him. Okay, yeah.
So they couldn't find a helper.
Yeah.
So God makes the animals after he says he's going to make Adam a helper. And then Adam can't find. So why does it say that the animals come after Adam?
Well, it says all. It doesn't say all animals. It just says the beasts the beasts and the birds.
The beasts and the birds. The birds were made on day 5. The beasts are made on day 6, but before Adam.
Well, in the order of the first one, yeah, but in this one, it's more like a narrative. So it could be like
so why
God
would it
had
say,
made them. So it could not. It doesn't mean like it's the order that God made it after. It could just be like God had made them, so He put them names. He didn't find a help. It's not. It doesn't mean it's like in the same order as the first. Like it's not the same. First one is like more of
Right,
a
it's not the
organizing.
same. D, is there any chance that these are actually two different stories that were not originally intended to be the same and that they've been put together?
Yeah, there could be a chance. The Bible isn't like 100%. Like it wasn't made at the moment. It was like a combination of different like scriptures.
To be clear, these are the first and second chapters of the first book. But there's a possibility you see that they could be different stories from two different cultures trying to explain something they didn't understand.
Well, I see one as more organizational, and I see the other one as more like a narrative kind of thing. It doesn't look like they're both explaining the same like thing.
It doesn't look like they're explaining the same thing, you said.
Like it doesn't look like they're both going 1, 2, 3. Like the first one looks like it's going 1, 2, 3, day 1, day 2, and this one is more like the story of man kind of thing. And then
The story
it
of
does say,
man being alone before the plants, before the animals.
well, it says God formed the beasts in the earth. It doesn't say like 1, 2, 3. It could be like God had formed them, so He put them names, and there wasn't a helper there. I don't feel like it's like 1, 2, 3 like in the
Then
first
why
chapter.
does it say he couldn't find a helper?
Well, probably because there wasn't like his basically like sexual partner, I would say.
Is that what it says he needs?
Most likely it's what he needs to not be alone, like someone like him that like mutually like kind of matches him in a way, complements him.
So when it says, I will make him a helper, and then out of the ground the Lord, then Adam names them and can't find a helper, you don't see that as implying that they were meant to be his helper when God made them after him.
Probably God. I don't think God made like said, "Here, these are your helpers." He probably just made them and then gave him a helper. I feel like he would probably know like what he's doing in the sense that he didn't make the animals for his help. Probably just made them so he could like name them and then bring a helper. I don't know. I just don't see like it's a.
D, I'm very curious. You've said earlier that you see no contradictions, no flaws within the story. You don't see a contradiction or a flaw here. You are reading from a translation of a Bible I can't personally understand when I read. I don't speak fluent enough Spanish. But do you think if you were to read this in the original Hebrew, pardon me, I had a little echo. Do you think if you were to read this in the original Hebrew and it still showed, as I was saying, that there was some contradiction, would that be something that would shake your faith, or would you find some way to believe in the book despite the contradictions?
Well, when I read the books, and I was going through, I did find some stuff that are off, like, I know further in when they're teaching, talking about the life of Jesus in the Matthew, Mark, Luke, one of them talk about the guy that's demonic, and he says, like, there was several of them, and the other one says that there was one. And I hear a lot of contradictions talked about the Bible, when I do my research, there's just always a way to logically put it together. And so I feel like, obviously, one of these guys said, well, there was several possessed guys, and one of these guys said there was just one. And so, what do I believe in? I don't feel like that's in like, oh, I should drop out of the faith because this is wrong. It's more like the background of the story is that there was a dude or people, but Jesus took the demons out, threw them into the pigs, or it could be a different story because there was several stories going on at Jesus throwing out demons. So, just because there's like one contradiction, I don't feel like that's enough to like drop you out of the faith, because you could always like research and look into it.
My question was, if you were to research it and to look into it and to find in the original language that this contradiction and many others were in there, would that shake your faith, or would you find a way to believe anyways?
Well, no, that definitely is something like if I find something that's off, I will definitely like research it. Which I'll write it down and I'll research it. Try to find a logical sense to it, obviously, but I feel like there's always going to
When
be
you find
this.
an answer that agrees with you, will you stop there, or will you question that?
No, I'll question it for sure because obviously, like the Bible is put together by different scriptures, that people put together. It's not people put the Bible together. It's not like God brought down a book and this is a perfect book. It's like people kind of try to put it together.
Mm-hmm.
So I
What
wouldn't
if
say
you
it's like
were
full on.
to what if you were to research and find that Jesus never fulfilled any messianic prophecies?
Well, I definitely believe that he fulfilled pretty
Right.
much everything.
If I were to suggest and understand what the source of what you might consider prophecies are, and the way those stories are written, and then to see and compare those to what Jesus did and didn't do, if you were to do that and find he didn't, would you still try to hold to your belief that Jesus was the Son of God who resurrected?
Well, from the prophecies, pretty much everything that I've read of prophecies already connects to him.
Which
Like when
prophecies?
Isaiah 53 and just pretty much everything in those minor
Have
and
you
major
read Isaiah 53 and studied it in the original Hebrew?
No.
Can you tell me what Isaiah is about?
There's a prophet and he's talking about the destruction of Israel kind of and the future of it and kind of like the future Messiah, I guess.
He talks about the Messiah where?
Well, let me see. From what I've been reading usually in the prophets, everything kind of connects to him. So it'd be very hard for me to like say, well, all of these books just have nothing to do with him. But yeah, so it says, who has believed in our like, oh, it says Spanish. I don't know if I have English one. I think I do. Well, yeah, when you read Isaiah 53, which I know like my dad had debated a Jewish guy and they were trying to say how Isaiah 53 doesn't correlate with him, because that is like one of the main prophecies that we would say like this completely connects with Jesus. Apart from there's many prophecies, this one
Okay,
like they try
so
to disprove that it does, but
I'm not asking what other people say about it. I was asking what you believed and knew about it.
well, I believe
So
that 53 just has no correlation with anything else, possibly except for Jesus, because it connects
it
just
doesn't have any
100%.
correlation. You're saying it doesn't have any correlation to anything that was happening to the people of Israel at the time.
Yeah, well, you read it and this all talks about one man, and I don't think Isaiah would be praising such a man in that time that like this is like literally like something you would only like basically like prophesize.
Wait, you keep saying prophesize, and that it's about a man. But how do you know that? What specifically in there is about a man?
Well,
Is the
53,
entire chapter of 53 about
the chapter 53 describes a person, which it says like this despised he was in between men, man of pain, experimented in brokenness, and then it just talks about a person
a
the entire
suffering
chapter.
servant? It talks about a suffering servant, right?
Yeah.
Okay, where else in Isaiah does it talk about a servant?
I'm not sure.
Have you read Isaiah or just 53?
Yeah, I did several
Have you read
glimpses to it.
Isaiah?
Yes, sir.
You read it all the way through.
Yeah.
And where else does it talk about a servant?
I don't remember.
Does it talk about a servant anywhere else?
Yeah, Jesus himself.
When in Isaiah does it also talk about a servant?
Not sure.
Does every mention of a servant in Isaiah refer to Jesus?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I can't like.
You never actually read Isaiah, and that you're just making this up based on your father's argument with the Jewish man, as you said.
No, I've read the Bible a lot of times. When we were little, my mom would make us read like devotionally through the chapters. And so I've gave the Bible like 5 times over, like just
5
back to front.
times.
But just like
Why back to
memorizing
front,
the Bible.
not front to back?
I've read it 5 times back to back, and then just other like books separately when I study. But just like recalling a verse about a servant off the top of my head is kind of difficult, I would guess.
Hammy, do
Especially
you
in
know?
time.
Hammy, do you know if it mentions a servant anywhere else in Isaiah?
Oh yeah,
I don't recall.
it
I
definitely
was talking to
it definitely yeah it definitely mentions a servant in Isaiah 51.
Does it? And does that servant apply to Jesus?
Oh no, as a matter of fact, Isaiah 51 tells you exactly who the servant is.
Oh, really? What does it say?
It says that the servant is Israel.
Oh, I see. So if in 51 it says the servant is Israel, and it's still talking about the servant 2 chapters later, did it suddenly change who the servant was?
No, no. Because the thing is like whenever you are talking in this type of faction, it's going to be a linear fashion. So like we have Isaiah 51, and we have several other books within Isaiah that talks about the servant and how Israel is a servant, and we as it goes on, it's continuously talking about the servant that is the suffering servant, and it talks about it in a manner that shows you that there's no possible way that they would go from talking about one and then jumping to somebody completely different just to then go back to that person.
Do you know?
Probably I've read over it, but if it does connect, when it just doesn't connect when I'm reading 53. It has nothing to do with Israel.
So
When
you're
it's saying
saying when you read 53 after reading 51 and 52, that it doesn't seem to fit with the other chapters?
well, it says that we all like apart like sheep. We all went apart like sheep. But then he was hurt for our rebellions, which our rebellions would be Israel. So it wouldn't make sense that Israel was hurt for our rebellions. That makes it doesn't connect with a servant being Israel at all. Everything is talking an individual person. Just like if you say 53 and you try to put it into the servant.
Are you familiar with the Old Testament at all?
Yes, sir.
So, do you know that in other different books of the Old Testament, it talks about how Israel is God's servant? Like, the whole entire idea behind a lot of the different books is the fact that Israel now has the name Jacob, and that Jacob is God's servant.
So,
Yeah.
well,
So why does it not make sense whenever in other areas of Isaiah where it specifically tells Jacob and Israel that that this is their servant, that in out of the left field it goes from the very bottom ending of Isaiah 52 and then into Isaiah 53 talking about Jesus instead, just to go back to talking about talk about Israel in 54.
because, well, if I get verse by verse and try to put it into the context of a servant, like you say, this is servant. So the context is that is a servant. You put verse by verse into trying to make it a servant, and none of it fits into the boxes, especially when it says our rebellions. He was hurt for our rebellions. How was Israel hurt? And
Are
then
you? Wait, you said rebellions. Are you talking about the line that says he was crushed for our iniquities?
he said he was hurt for our rebellions. Yeah. So hurt for our rebellions. How would our rebellions, which is the people, make sense? Like
This is the King James, you said?
King James in Spanish, kind of.
Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible translation. I would recommend getting a better translation.
Like an older one.
Do what?
Like an older one.
I would recommend, if you're asking me for recommendation on which Bible, it's going to be the NRSV, because this is the same Bible that scholars and theologians use when learning the ancient, because this is the closest to the original text, right? So I would definitely recommend picking up an NRSV Bible. But the thing is that whenever we look at Isaiah, the bottom ending of Isaiah 52, and then going into Isaiah 53, we see a lot of past tense talking, right? We see it talking about he was crushed for our, he did do this, right? What prophecy? What language do we use past language to tell about future events?
Past language. So basically, you were saying like there's two.
So, like for instance, let's say I'm going to tell you about a story about something I'm going to do tomorrow, right? And I said I did go to the store tomorrow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How does that make sense? Because did involves the idea that I've already done it.
Oh, okay.
That so like if I told you like I was going to the store, like does that make sense to tell you about something I'm going to do in the future by doing it in a past language, a past tense language?
So you're saying like this is in another type of tense, basically? Like this is not.
Yes, because like here, let's see here. You know what? Let's go.
Yeah, because it does say like he was.
I'm gonna
hurt,
pull
he
up.
Was.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna pull it
I see
up
what you mean.
myself. Isaiah
I
53.
was
So
grateful for everybody who tapped the screen and shared the live.
exactly. It says right here. For he, and like a root out of dry ground, he had no form or majesty that we should look at him. Nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. Oh well, should that even that can be regular and future tense. But anyway, so he was despised. You know, it keeps going on in this sense that's talking about like these are events and things that have already taken place. And so when in any language tense do we ever use language that already takes place to discuss things that are going to take place? Because the writing of Isaiah 53 and the actual life of Jesus was like 500 years difference. So like this is there's no way that this like Isaiah 53 is talking about like as far as Jesus's time frame goes to be.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're connecting. Like you're saying this is written in a past tense and not in the future. So I see what
Future
like
tense.
yeah, I see what you mean. Well, what I want to understand here was like maybe if it was written for us and this is for the past, which is now the past, that would connect. Because just the thing you're offering me to say is like this is connecting to something that happened, which nothing here. Verse. If you take one verse and you try to say, well, this is a servant, this is Israel, and you try to connect it, it doesn't fit. But if you try to connect it with Jesus,
everything fits. Like the entire chapter fits what yet with the one you're offering me, which is like this is past or this is Israel. This doesn't match it.
What do you mean it doesn't match?
Like, well, you read verse by verse, and it says like he was hurt for our rebellions, and you try to connect it. Well, you say it's a servant or something past, or it's Israel. Like everything that you could try to connect.
Hang on, D. He's saying he was hurt for our rebellions, our nation, our identity, our the what was the word Raph used for the
For which part?
for the
iniquities?
No, there's a word. Okay, a certain group of Israelites that were during this time frame.
The Pharisees?
Nope,
No,
not the word. But anyways, if it's saying that the ideal Israel, the ideal of our nation, we have heard it. That's what it's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense there to apply Israel again?
Connect it, but I guess like if you kind of open up different ways of thinking, you could try to connect it outside of the box.
What was the next one that you said didn't connect to Israel?
Just everything like verse by verse. If you go verse by verse and you try to put it into you would have to put the entire chapter into that context. But
same. So what you're saying is, if I was to put the entire chapter 53, then it would make sense.
You can make it make sense.
I see. So if I actually read it as it was written, 51, 52, 53, and put it in that context, I could then come to see it as Israel instead of Jesus.
Yeah, you could do that, and I'm writing it down so I could like check it too myself, and I could read like through both of them and try to connect them. But yeah, that you could try to connect them. Yeah,
you could try to connect them because in 51 it mentions that Israel is the servant, and then in 53 it talks about the servant more.
Who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, and that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength, he says. And then says, it is too light a thing that you should be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, and to restore the survivors of Israel.
Okay.
This is clearly making the connection that the servant is Jacob, and Jacob is Israel. Because God, earlier in I forget which book it's in, had sat there and took Israel and said, I will give you the name Jacob. So Jacob is
other
the
way
servant,
around.
which means, okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Israel means he who wrestles with God.
Yeah, and so it's clearly talking about Israel being the servant here.
Okay, so the what I see that it says about the suffering of us, the suffering servant, it describes it as despised and rejected by people, which you could try to connect that with others, which I don't see how that connects with Israel. And then it says it is silent before its accusers, yet doesn't connect with Israel.
You don't see how Israel bears pain and suffering for others.
In no way does Israel.
Which verse is that?
For sicknesses, which Israel did not take any sicknesses.
I'm sorry. So it's saying again, the ideal Israel, the nation we were building, took on our sicknesses, took on our problems. Our problems were put on him, on it, on this ideal.
So,
Is it not
so saying that our problems are on an ideal Israel.
that he took on our problems? Yeah.
I don't
Our
see how.
illnesses.
I don't see how they would.
You don't see how it,
And it also says
where does it say bear suffering? Sorry, where does it actually say bear suffering for others? It says he took on our illnesses. What else does it say?
he said our punishment of our peace was over him, and for his hurt we were cured.
Which verse is that?
This is 5.
It's my translation says, "But he was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our." This here is talking literally about the fact that God had forsaken Israel, like in the Old Testament, like earlier on in the Old Testament. There's a moment where Israel did not live up to what God had told them to. Israel had it's talking about how Israel, because even right before that it talks in 4, it says surely he was born of stricken, struck down by God and afflicted. This is God turning his back and striking down Israel for the crimes against God that God saw Israel commit.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I see how you're trying to give is that he was despised and rejected by people, bears pain and suffering for others, silent before his accusers, dies for the sin of others, and is vindicated by God. So that's throughout the chapter. And so basically what I would have to do is just put that into the context of a servant for it to be not about Jesus and about Israel, which I feel like y'all are trying to do in a kind of...
I just
D, it's
wasn't
not that we're
Jesus.
trying to do that. It's asking you to read it in context with the rest of the book. This is chapter 53.
Mm-hmm.
This is one chapter out of 66 chapters of this book. I'm finding a hard time understanding how, if out of left field for this one, it goes, hey, we're going to stop talking about Israel and talk about something that's going to happen in the future, but we're going to talk about it in the past, like as if it's already happened.
Okay.
And we're going to be talking about a different person altogether. Okay. But then we're going to go right back to talking about Israel.
Okay. Yeah, I see the point, and I kind of see what you're arguing about, and it's very interesting. Like I'll look into it for sure. But yeah, I mean,
if you look into this and you find that it is about Israel and not about Jesus, what would that do?
Well, I mean, that would just be me making a mistake and taking it out of context, or just believing it wrong. But it doesn't validate like the whole thing is wrong if it was my wrong context of it. Like that would be like...
I'm sorry, let me just understand your response. If you were to look into this further and discover that it's not Israel, then you would say it's just you getting it wrong. You mean that would be what you think you've gotten wrong?
Well, yeah, if I look into it and I see, I'll be like, well, this, if it isn't about Jesus and it is about Israel, then I was wrong about my interpretation of it.
I
It's not
see.
like, oh, like my whole belief, God doesn't exist and just shaped
Would that
everything.
would that cause you to question in any of the rest of the narrative?
It would make me question my way of uh reading context and understanding it, but it wouldn't make me question like everything is wrong that I ever believed. So it would just be my error, kind of.
Would you? So,
I think
go
Raccoon
ahead,
would like
Rick.
to ask a question. Go ahead, Raccoon.
What method, when you're saying you're going to look into something, what method are you using? How do you personally determine what is true?
Well, definitely, I would like dive into this context part because that's where like y'all are getting me telling me like, well, this is in 51, 52, and like just about the book. So definitely, like I would want to reread the entire chapter overall, so I can like get a better grasp and read it slower. And that's
Is
definitely
it
something.
so when you're saying you look into it, you simply mean rereading it, or are there other methods that you use to
No,
determine?
there's other methods. Like I'll watch
What does
different
that look
perspectives.
like?
I want to watch both the different perspectives. That's what I like to do a lot. Like when I was first debating like God, I would watch like Christopher Hitchens and I would read the Richard and Ken Ham. So I like to see both parts. So like I would look into a YouTube video explaining how, and then I would look into a YouTube video about like a Jewish rabbi trying to explain this side. So I could get like both kind of arguments and not just like based on one thing. Like if you tell me one thing right now and I see, oh yeah, well this is right, I'm gonna look into the other side. I'm not gonna stay like on one thing. So basically, when I say I'm gonna look into it, I want to take both perspectives and get like a more broad like understanding, just grasp a more like circle.
I I like that. Do you ever apply that same method to other religions or books that other people hold sacred, or is it like, do you ever look outside your own religion?
Yeah, for sure, definitely because I feel like nobody's in 100% correct, and like I was saying in the beginning, like my mom and dad, like since I was raised Christian, but they had contradictions. Like I've always liked to look into my own understanding of stuff and not just like based on this guy told me this or this pastor told me this and this is what I believe. I want to get
What
like
have you what have you looked into? What other religion have you looked into that makes similar claims to your own?
um well, I've debated atheists and that's like I kind of enjoy that one. I debated their leaders and stuff like that on their beliefs, but that's more like a cult. They believe in like a mother god and the Passover is necessary to be saved and stuff like that. Everything else, I want to dive deeper into like Catholicism and Muslims because that's something you find a lot, and I definitely don't have that much understanding of it. Like I don't feel like I have complete understanding, but I definitely done like my research on certain topics because some people say that there's verses from.
I hear you talking a mile a minute about debate and the things you want to debate. Do you actually question?
Yeah, I don't pick a side and say this is right. I like to hear people and then like
But you
make my
just talked
own.
about Catholicism, Islam, and how they contrast with your own.
Yeah.
You do have a side, right?
Well, for Christianity, like what I'm saying, like I'm a believer in Christ, so like this is what my thing is. So I would be
But
like,
why?
well, just because like everything else that I've seen kind of points to it, and it's just where I'm at, I guess.
Everything else you have seen points to it.
Like when I read the scriptures, it's just something that like deepened in my faith and just like my connection with God. And I
What
feel
about
like
when you read sacred texts outside of the scripture that aren't in alignment with your own religion? Have you done that?
I've read a little bit of the Jehovah's Witnesses one.
That's.
Uh,
Have you ever read any creation story or any sacred text outside of a?
uh, I've heard a couple, but not read it. No.
Have you? So you haven't read, like, say, the Enuma Elish?
No, I haven't read like I want to. Actually want to like read other texts, but I want to have a deep understanding in my own before I dive into like
the Quran and stuff like that, which other people have done.
What would happen if you read a sacred text from another religion that did not have the same inconsistencies that the Bible does? Because we've acknowledged that there are inconsistencies in your own sacred text, right? If you
Yeah,
read
well,
a text, hold on. If you read a text that was not in alignment with your Abrahamic belief system, would you hold the same standards? Would you take it just as seriously? Would you, like, how would you evaluate those things? What would be your method then?
well, I don't like to be closed-minded. I would definitely like if it doesn't make like complete correlation, I'll still read it. Like I want to read the Quran, I want to read other scriptures,
So how do
but
you, again, that goes back to my original question. How do you determine what's true?
well, I have this as my basis, as like my basis is Christianity. But
Thrayle asks the question, why is it your basis? There are other sacred books, there are other religions that you have not even begun to explore yet. Would you be open to them? Would you use the same method of determination with these other texts?
yeah, if they bring up good points and arguments that are not easily debunkable, yeah. But
Is
everything I've
anything debunkable when it comes to a story of faith? When there's no
well,
evidence anywhere, ever, of any creation story ever, what would be debunkable?
there's
What
no
would
evidence either
what would
for
determine what is true?
everything else in context. I feel like the creation is just something that there's no 100% evidence for any beliefs
So
anywhere.
why is yours true?
Because faith is down to faith.
Yeah, but what is it that determines, what is it that makes you believe in this rather than another creation story? What is it? How do you personally determine what is true?
Well, just digging through the creation of that Christianity offers.
Your research, you have admitted, is limited. You've only looked at Abrahamic books. You've
Well,
only looked at Christian flavored Abrahamic books.
I've read like actual atheist books like The Blind Watchmaker from Christopher Hitchens. I mean, from Richard Dawkins and other like
That's not.
atheist books.
That's
But it's not in
not.
a.
Yeah, that's not answering though to Raccoon's question.
Okay, can you like restate the question?
So when you have not been exposed to a bunch of other belief systems, because there are other creation stories, there are other sacred texts, everything that I'm hearing is based on an Abrahamic framework, and not just an Abrahamic framework, but a Christian framework. So I'm wondering how you personally determine what is true. You don't have the knowledge, you haven't looked at other creation stories, you haven't looked at other belief systems yet, but you believe this so fully, and so it's just like, how do you determine that? How do you determine that? How can you possibly, when you're lacking knowledge in any other belief system, and you have been faced with inconsistencies in your own creation story, some that you're apologizing for, what if you're given a creation story that doesn't have inconsistencies? How do you, again, what is the method? How do you determine it?
Well, the same process. Like if I give something that's better, then I would definitely like look into
But
it
you're
for sure.
not seeking things that are,
Well,
you're not seeking other things. You're seeking confirmation. As far as what I'm gathering from what you're saying, you're not seeking other belief systems. You're not looking into their creation stories. There are thousands of creation stories, and you're focused on the one that has inconsistencies. You're finding ways to make that make sense, right? You're like, oh, context. Oh, well, time is timey-wimey, and who knows what the order means in this story. What if you haven't even looked though? Like, there are stories that don't have those inconsistencies, but you wouldn't know because you haven't looked outside of your own belief system yet.
Well, the ones that I would imagine that are the biggest ones would be like Islam and other stuff. So I would look into those. I would definitely like.
Islam would be, yeah, that's still Abrahamic.
Okay, so like Hinduism, which makes absolutely no sense at all. Like
You
I
don't know
would you
wouldn't
anything
look.
know?
about it, right?
How do you
How
know?
would you know it makes no sense if
Right.
Well, just from the
you haven't
beginning, like
studied it?
when I was talking to a Hindu, they were saying like, well, if a rapist rapes someone and the rapist like lives on,
Three
the
Why are
times
victim
you
is
goes.
the
using the
charm.
language right now, brother?
3 times is the charm.
Yeah, you cannot use that language on TikTok. You know that. Wild.
I was
He
just
was
in
just waiting
Mezzo's
for the
live, and
moment to do it.
Oh, sorry.
I was just in Mezzo's live before I came here. Mezzo gave zero fucks about it.
0 fucks about what?
Using that particular word.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not mezzo.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe I should. I
I
should play a song.
no, I'm. The thing is, I think that when I don't know, I think it's really selective whenever it comes to which like when it wants to enforce that particular ruling. It's really weird.
I've seen people get flagged for less, but I do want to make sure that I get to thank Morgan, Heather's Descent, 3 Pips, Susie Blue, Artificial Red, Jace, and Danny. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. I wonder if there is anybody watching who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. They're capable of questioning their beliefs. We had one in queue, but I don't think they're really there.
And I want to thank you, Thrayle, for the gifts.
Absolutely. Knowing a little bit more about Isaiah than I did off the top of my head, long enough for me to look something up.
Yeah, I knew a little bit about it because I that was the biggest one. Like anytime like I'd ever talk to a Christian, whenever I asked them what prophecies did Jesus fulfill, and they don't ever. The first one is never ever about the fact that he came from the house of David. None of it's ever about any of the other actual messianic prophecies that are told within the Old Testament. It's always Isaiah 53. And so I had to do a lot of digging into Isaiah 53. And I was like, what? Why do they keep bringing this up?
I have read it. It's been years. And as I remember, it didn't stand out as, oh, here's the prophecy of the Messiah to come. It was sort of lamenting on this state of things.
Oh, Raccoon, you gotta drop.
Thank you, Raccoon, for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I hope you have a great holiday with family.
It's nice hanging out with you, Raccoon.
Interesting stuff in the comments. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having that belief questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you, if you don't have a belief, you can always tap the screen wildly, share the live out, repost it, maybe even add it to your story if it lets you do that, so that your followers will see it on their FYP. Now we have to wait for another believer, or else change the question. Hammy, what the fuck is
Yes.
God?
God, I think God is the friends we made along the way. But in all seriousness, I don't, I don't even, I think God is one of those words that we use that doesn't really have a set definition. Because, like, I don't think that it needs to have omni properties to be a god. I don't think it needs to be, I don't think it needs to have immortality to be a god. Because there's in several different belief systems, you know, the gods die, or unalive, I should say. That what defines a god depends on, I guess, the importance that people put on the entity.
Do you feel like when you are speaking to someone about their God, asking them about their God, that you have a projection in your mind of what that is?
Can you repeat that one more time? Because someone was talking to me.
When you are talking to someone about their God or questioning them about their God, do you have a projection in your mind of what that God is?
Try not to.
You try not to. What do you think is the most common projection that you carry or catch yourself carrying?
I think because of my past, I tend to catch myself because of the fact that I, was raised Baptist, and that idea of a God tends to stick in my mind a lot more than others. And then there are some times whenever I be questioning a or a Greek polytheist, I tend to have to remind myself this isn't a omni god. That there are these aren't omni gods that they're referring to. These are, a whole different category of god.
If you accept someone else's view of God, does that make you a theist if you believe the thing exists?
I mean, if I believe the thing exists, then that would mean that I am a believer in the God. But I think that if I take on it in the way of, say, like an internal critique, I don't think that it.
Are you saying, Hammy, that you do not accept the sandwich as your Lord and Savior?
I do not accept the sandwich as my Lord and Savior. No.
But the sandwich is everything.
The sandwich is everything.
And if a sandwich is a Lord and a Savior, right, then it is everything, and it is also your Lord and Savior.
But the thing is that if the sandwich is a Lord and the sandwich is a Savior, that means Lord and Savior no longer exists. It's just sandwich. In which case, the sandwich is a sandwich. Is a sandwich.
Yes. You accept the sandwich as your sandwich.
I accept that the sandwich is sandwiching, but I do not accept that it's my sandwich.
I think the sandwich might be my assumption for most gods.
And honestly, it's a valid one because of how many times it turns out to be true on this panel. Like there are times where I start realizing that you're picking up on it being a sandwich, and I have to, and my brain is trying to hurry up and catch it too, and that's when usually I say, "Hey, Thrayle, is this a sandwich?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, this is definitely a sandwich." Or you'd be like, "It might be."
Well, everything is a sandwich, so, I mean, they're all definitely sandwich, but I do reserve that some of them might just be a little bit sandwich. Hey there, Amy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah.
It's a higher power or anything like that.
So I'm like I was raised Roman Catholic. I denounced Catholicism like when I was 12. And I'm also half native. So I believe in like Turtle Island, the creator. But I do believe in Jesus Christ. I do. Like so I guess you call me Christian. I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible?
Sorry? Have
Have
I
you
read
read
have
your
I read my
Bible?
Bible? Yeah, I have. I have.
Have you read it all the way through?
Actually, when I was in jail, so I was incarcerated for like 4 months, and that was the first time that like actually I read the Bible like the all the way through. So like New Testament, I read the New Testament though. So I'm just now going through like Old Testament and actually, you know what I'm reading right now
Does
is the
it matter to
Ethiopian
you?
Bible.
Sure. Does it matter to you if it's entirely true or not? Or is there room
What
for
do you mean by
errors?
that? Like, sorry, like what do you mean is it entirely true or not?
Do you believe the Bible is entirely true?
I believe the Bible.
Do you believe in the six-day
Do you
creation?
do you believe the Bible is mostly true?
What I believe doesn't matter.
I'm asking you. You just asked me.
I understand.
Like this is my face. Like what? So what do you believe, sir? What do you believe?
What I believe doesn't matter.
Well, actually, so like I believe that so the Bible was written like long after Jesus was alive, so it's like about 200 years after. Um, yeah, like I'm not some Bible thumper, bro. I'm just I'm a I'm a science geek. I'm a historian. Um,
A science
yeah,
geek and
like
a
I do. Like
historian.
I'm a fucking geek. I'm a geek, and for like most of my life, I was like, oh yeah, like what this like they taught like this and that, and but I can't disprove the Bible. I cannot disprove the Bible. I can't.
You can't disprove the Bible. So
No, I
therefore
can't.
you believe
Can
it.
you? Can you?
I'm not here to
Can you
prove or
disprove?
disprove
No,
anything.
can you disprove the Bible? No.
I'm not here to prove or
Can
disprove
you?
anything, Amy.
Well, you just ask me questions, so I
Yes.
cannot. In my analytical mind and my scientific mind, no, I cannot actually.
If you
And
could
science and history
disprove,
cannot.
if you could
No,
disprove the
we can't.
Bible,
We can't. No,
I'm
listen.
sorry, I have a hypothetical
We can't
question. Are you
disprove it.
capable of
Yeah.
hypothetical thinking? Or do you
Yeah,
just
sure.
come
Of
up
course.
to argue with people who are asking questions?
No, I wasn't, dude. I'm not arguing with you. Of course.
Great.
Like,
So
talk to me
if
like
we
this. Like,
could, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Amy, so I can actually ask a question without being rudely interrupted. because you don't seem capable. So we'll have a little more.
Oh my.
Okay, well then we'll just move on.
We'll
Goodbye.
have a conversation.
Yep, we just move on like that. There was no
Yeah.
middle of the conversation. It hadn't even begun because you kept talking over me. So
It's really hard to have a conversation if you don't let people get any kind of question out.
it is irritating. I'd love to be able to ask simple questions about what it is someone believes and why they believe it without being, I don't know, what is the word for that?
I would say confrontational because
Okay, it's more
it
generous than
felt
I was going to be.
it felt very confrontational to me.
Lambasted. I like that, Susie Blue. If these describe you, then hang out in the comments and calm down. Because this isn't a place for debate or argument. This isn't a place for shouting over. And at the moment, I'm not answering questions, at least most of them. This is a place to slow down, to think about what it is you believe and why you believe it, to ask yourself what you believe and why you believe it, to dig deeper than just the what and just the why, and into the bones of what it is and all the scaffolding that supports it, and to really inspect those, to really question those, to really get at the heart of what it is that holds your belief together for you.
Comes on this panel that has the ability to yell is me. So if I don't yell, you don't yell.
Ability to yell.
Yeah, we're gonna say that.
I don't know. I might know someone who might yell at you about that.
They might. What's going on, Raph?
What's hip hop happening?
Oh, we were talking to somebody who was telling us about how Isaiah 53 is a prophecy of Jesus.
Yeah, that seems to be a popular one.
I came up here to discuss that because I was telling Thrayle that whenever I started debating and talking to Christians, all the way back, like 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago, of course, but prophecies that Jesus fulfilled. It never was, they never brought up the sitting of, being of the lineage of the house of David. It was never any of the other messianic prophecies in the Old Testament.
I wouldn't if I were them.
Right. The very first one that always gets brought up is Isaiah 53. And so I had to do some digging and reading and looking into what Isaiah 53 was about, and all I kept thinking was, this is it? This is the one that they say is the big prophecy?
It's amazing what happens when you read the text from the perspective of the text and what the text speak for itself.
9, where it talks about
Yeah. Yep.
Israel and Jacob being, the servant. And whenever I brought that up, I was like, and you know what? I was like, just let's say for the sake of argument, all 66 chapters talk about the servant. Like, I don't think it does, but let's just say that it does. Like, you're telling me that for 65 chapters, Israel and Jacob is seen as the servant. Jesus being some future guy being this servant. Just go right back to talking about Israel being the servant. It just doesn't make sense.
If it does make sense to you, if you believe in servants and gods and demons and monsters or anything like that at all, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is that belief? And why do you believe it? And I'm going to think really quick, if I haven't already, Heather's Descent, Morgan Le Fay, also 3 Pips, Freak Scene, Jennings. Appreciate all of you.
I wanted to ask the last guest if, whenever she said you couldn't prove the Bible wrong, I wanted to ask her, was Tyr destroyed?
Was it ever rebuilt, I think, is the question.
Oh, yeah. Was it ever rebuilt? Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Josh has even said that Tyr wasn't even destroyed. And so that's the biggest thing. Is like I want to know, had Tyr even been destroyed? And if she were the historian she claimed to be, like, that should be a no-brainer right there.
And if you have a no-brainer, like a god or a gods or a higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that, well, then it's not a no-brainer. Bring it on up here. Let's ask you some questions.
I love the segue there.
No, it was too easy. I was going to do one more. But I'd really like it if, we had a guest. I don't know that we're going to get that. So we might just have to settle for questioning Hammy.
Don't lump me in there with the lack of belief.
I don't have a what is atheism and why are you wrong, but I think that's what I need.
I think for me specifically, apparently you will need it, because I'm not going to claim to be the only one, but I'm the most reoccurring one that comes up here.
Anti-theist.
No, I'm not an anti-theist. Because
I thought you said you know. I thought you said you know that there's no.
He does.
So anti-theist, well, I do, but the thing is anti-theists are people who are against religion in and of itself. Like, they think that religion should be done away with. I don't really care if a religion's done away with or not.
We have a Mimi joining us. Mimi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm not really sure at the moment. I've spent most of my life following or idolizing some form of a god, but I've went through difference in religions and changing my beliefs throughout my life. So right now I'm in this kind of, I'll call it a pendulum, swinging back and forth, more Christianity, different forms of paganism, things like that. I'm more just brainwashing myself with everything.
I see. Interesting choice of words. So you said different forms of paganism, different forms of Christianity, and
Yes.
and is that where your pendulum is swinging back and forth between just those?
Not necessarily, but for most of my life, it's where my pendulum stayed steady, swinging back and forth. Felt like there wasn't a choice to swing outside that spectrum, but now I'm realizing that I can move in all kinds of directions, not just back and forth.
And backing up to the first question, do you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Is
I
there
do believe
something?
in a higher power of some kind. Not sure what embodiment it takes yet, but I do believe in a higher power of some form.
A higher power of some form.
Yeah.
Some form you know well enough to call higher power. So, what is higher and powerful?
Not a being. It's more of a life form or an energy source. And we're more just like branches off of it. Not that we aren't able to possess that godliness within ourselves, but that there's the higher power, as in it's the source, the original source.
The higher power, the source, the original source. What do you mean by source?
Like, I do believe that in some way a lot of shit is made of energy. Like, everything around is connected in some way for networking of energy.
Just to verify, what is energy?
A bunch of mass collected that makes into a matter that is able to conduct electricity in and out of itself.
So specifically, mass or matter that can conduct electricity is energy.
As I see it, as this form, as in a spiritual form of energy.
Form of energy. What does spiritual mean? Let's start there.
Spiritual. What does spiritual mean? Oh, I love this. I love this. This is fun. Spiritual would mean the essence of having a soul, so something that's beyond just consciousness of the brain.
Is that what soul is? Something beyond consciousness?
I believe so. For me, it is.
Why
Or
do you
for what
think
I see
there's?
it is.
Why do you think there's something beyond consciousness?
Because I believe once the brain, like the function itself stops, that there is something that's eccentrically a piece of you, maybe that energy I'm talking about, that returns back to its source, where it originally came from.
Why do you think there's something that goes on after?
Because when I was younger, I attempted suicide, tried to hang myself, actually succeeded for a small moment, enough to be gone to.
Why do people just say that like blatantly? There's other ways you could convey that. You can request backup, Mimi, but that's for your protection as well as mine.
You have to use TikTok friendly language.
When did we lose Rav?
We
A
did.
while back, I'm sure.
Rav could take the.
We need somebody who has a belief and is capable of questioning it. I've got at least 2 hours left in me, if not 4. I think I can go that long. I do have to end early because I had a holiday. I'll have to sleep. plenty of time for questions if anyone does have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. We'll go ahead and request on up.
Let's see, Freaksy has requested up. Did they come up to question me?
Maybe. Hello, freaks.
I did not come up to question my beliefs. I'm just here to enjoy the show and question as they come.
Well, Hammy has a belief that there is no God. How would you question that, Freaksy?
That there is no God? How do you question someone that believes there is no God?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would start with, like, what is your core belief that why we're here? Like, what is, where do we go?
So your questions would focus more on the what do you have in place of
Instead of a God?
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess, yes, those are how my questions are based, I guess, because of I was raised in a godly household, if you will. So yeah, those indoctrines are still there, but yeah, so what would be a better way to question that? Do you guys
I don't
think?
know that it's a better way.
Okay.
So for you, questioning someone with a belief there is no God would be to question their cosmology, their origins, their foundations.
Yes, because that's where I'm curious, is like, why do you believe that we're here? Is it just a cosmic joke, or is there some meaning behind it?
These are great questions. Says there is no God. First by saying, how do you know there's no God?
Yeah, that's a good one. I guess I could have led with that.
Hello, dancing. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. I've questioned your beliefs a few times, different aspects of them. What belief are you open to having questioned? Is it your belief in a
I heard a
God?
lot of. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot of slander about the sandwich, so I just thought I'd come and discuss and see where it lands. So I mean,
How dare you slander the sandwich? Who do you think you are?
I mean, the way I kind of look at it, I mean, just to go over my general viewpoint is that I think the true nature of reality and our existence is oneness, rather than the first step of our understanding usually starts with I and me and where did I come from, what's all this, and it starts with that separation from the oneness, which is the sandwich, I guess you can put it, but I don't really classify it like that. It's kind of just the unity of every, what do they call it, the unity of everything. I don't know if I consider it a being or not, but through meditative practices and focusing on the oneness, you lose that separation and you connect with it. And then in my day to day, I feel like I live a better life the stronger that connection is. letting go of me feeling like separate from this universe as a separate being, and more like not just thinking or meditating or believing, it's connecting through a meditative practice in a sense.
But I guess my question is like, you're connecting to, you're trying to connect to something, like what is that?
That's the sandwich. In my name is Dancing in Duality. It's a joke. It's essentially, we I feel like we generally live a dual existence in the sense of there's the I and the me, and then there's the other. There's the external from what you are, and that creates a feeling of separation from existence, where you are not really separate. You are the product, and you are one with the same process that brought around everything that we see in front of us. So it's just an identity shift from, rather than I, me, and that, they, them, and it, whatever that object is, instead of feeling a feeling of separation, when you connect to the feeling of oneness, you feel that oneness. It doesn't take away personhood. It doesn't take away categorizations. It doesn't take away labels, but it's a different feeling, I feel.
When you say that things have improved, what has improved?
I guess my mental health, my day-to-day emotional stability. And it's not that I was that labile before. I was practicing more of this belief, but I mean, what solidified it, and I guess this is something I would question whether it's a trauma response or it's true belief, so my father, he passed away unexpectedly about 2 years ago at a workplace accident, like out of the blue. He was fully healthy and he just passed away. And the way I kind of responded to that situation was through the lens of oneness, and it didn't really obviously it impacted me, but I was the one arranging the funeral. I was the one talking to relatives. I felt the loss, but it was like, okay, it happened, it sucks, but that's just what it is. And I feel like because I was looking at it from a lens of oneness and not of, oh my god, I just lost my dad, it made everything just flow better, feel better. Everything made a bit more sense. I was able to function. I'm still able to function, and I don't know. I just feel more at ease. I'm not preaching my view. I'm just telling you my personal experience.
Right. Is it your perception that has changed, or is it something supernatural?
See, that's a tough question because like at times when I'm at work or I'm in a regular activity, I do feel like I'm me, and I just how I assume everyone else feels, and you interact and live your day to day. It's not so much a perception. It's a little deeper, and it's much stronger when you're in that meditative state, and it lasts after, but it's not so much a perception as it is a feeling. I don't know if it's a feeling. It's more of the weakening of the separation rather than strengthening the unity. I feel like that's how it feels more. It's more of a diminishing separation than it is a accelerated, like, unifying feeling.
So not imposing oneness, but sort of dissolving a kind of separation.
Yeah, in a sense. And I guess we talked in the past about where like this stemmed from, and in my general faith belief, they do consider that oneness not necessarily to have an intent, but it's kind of hinted at, and they kind of deify it. But I don't know if I deify it in that sense, because that's hard to know.
the oneness that isn't imposed but you think is there because you can dissolve some of the separation.
Yes, that's a good summary.
If you can only dissolve some of that separation, um, what makes you think you're actually dissolved?
See, that's the hardest part to articulate, and that's where I guess people have come up on the panel and said they have their quote unquote personal experience, and I don't really know how to put it into words. I'll try my best. How do I know it's actually diminishing the separation? Well, whatever it's doing, it's working, but how do I know? I get, it's hard to articulate, but it's a different. It's like it feels like you're in a different mind state, which it might be that, but that mind state is not so. It just doesn't feel local. It doesn't feel local when you're in that state. Not that it's like a dissociative state in a sense. You're still there, but you don't feel as local as you normally do. That's a bad way to summarize it. Like I said, I'm not good at articulating that part of the experience.
Is it getting harder to articulate because it's less experiential and more assumptive?
Perhaps. But maybe as I study and research more and more information comes out on brain states and how they work, I might be able to articulate it in a better way to relay the message better, because I definitely feel like I'm not doing a good job. But
do you feel like once that happens that it would somehow verify the conclusion you already hold?
I think it might fall into labels and boxes is just something that would, I think, get tuned down to a human mind state chemical change through certain behavioral patterns and something like that, and that's how it would kind of be labeled as, I feel, which it may already be. But I do, regardless of all that, I do feel, even like conceptually, why can't we change the identity of our mind from I as this body to a product of the universe that initiated this whole process, and is you are a product of the prior causes of this whole universe. So how are you just labeling it that you are separate?
Does the separation, the labels, do they serve a utility?
Survival, I feel like that's a big one for us humans, and a lot of things stem from that. We are meat bag animals at the end of the day.
If understanding certain separations helps us with survival, doesn't it stand to reason that there is some kind of separation, at least, if certain interactions with things we've identified can harm or even end us?
I guess that I would that kind of yeah, I mean, I get obviously I agree it has utility. I mean, I don't want to unalive or anything like that. I would want to be as prosperous and long as I can. um but I feel like that's from the lens of the separation, which is, I'm not saying it's useless or worthless, um but I don't I don't put the same weight on the separation and the. I feel like this. Let me try to articulate it a bit better. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that part? The question. You said, do you feel like if we have these tools for survival and these labels, that there might be a sense of
That if there are certain things we could interact with, perhaps toxins, things like that, that would harm us or end us, doesn't that imply that there necessarily is some kind of separation at some level?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you can you can have, I guess, a square and you can break it down to 100 other squares, but it's still the first square.
Right, but when I put one square back into another square and it suddenly gets septic shock and unalives, was it really part of the first square?
That's a good question. I do tend to separate physical and mental. I don't want to use a woo-woo word here. Um, like I think the conscious. Oh my God, I'm about to do it. The conscious connection is, I feel like, a different state that we as humans, as luckily we're this cognitively advanced, that we have this great mind and we can think about the future and the past and think about all these great things, and I feel like we are able to, we're not rid of ego, we're not rid of survival, we're not rid of all these mortal issues, but we are able to get a glimpse of that connection.
We're able to get a glimpse of that connection. But how is it you're saying we get a glimpse of it?
Well, I mean, my belief would be is if you meditate on and focus. Well, it's not that straightforward. Just focus and meditate, but there's a process to it,
Right.
and with that, um, that's where the previous articulation issue happened. Is you would get to connect or experience that oneness, and then whether you do it, it doesn't really work if you do it from an egotistical standpoint. Like if you say, hey, I want to be better and I want to meditate to get better and be more hedonistic or anything like that, it doesn't. I mean, it might work. I don't know for anyone else, but from what I've seen, it doesn't really work with people around me.
So, are people actually forming some kind of connection or finding some kind of connection, or could this just be a state of your mind, thing that you're thinking while you're meditating?
Yeah, it could be either or. I feel like it could be either or, but I feel like the effects would be the same regardless of what it is, and it's not just for the effects or the positive benefits of it. That's not the whole reason of it, but um, I guess we can call it almost anything a mind state then. Outside of, I mean, in the box of anything happening internally.
Mm-hmm. Why would we call it something else if we know it's happening internally?
I'm not saying it to you. I just feel like that's a little reductionist.
I
label.
know that my questions are often reductios. That's kind of what makes them hit.
Yeah, I mean that is the fence I was kind of on, but after, like I mentioned, my father passed, and I felt like I had leaned on the side of, I think oneness is the true nature of existence, and I feel like we have this human game we play, and we play it, and you play it the best you can.
We have a human game we play, and we play it the best we can.
Are we
choosing to believe different perceptions are real?
Mm-hmm. Many of them do hold some truth, but I don't know if you can tell me if you figured out the truth.
Are there winners and losers in this game?
I guess it depends who's keeping score.
That was going to be my next question.
I don't think there's some external scorekeeper or anything like that. I was just being metaphorical in a game sense. I don't really know if I wouldn't call it a game. Obviously, people have suffered, so it's not really a game. That was just a word I used to kind of get my point across. It's like a human experience that we live, and we're tied to these meat bodies, but I don't know if we got it right in the sense of thinking that we're separate and everything else is the other in all regards.
Yeah, and I don't mean to nitpick, but like we don't have it right in regards to like what's the comparison there? Like what are we comparing ourselves to? Who has it right and who has it wrong?
No, I mean I don't know if anyone has it right.
What are you comparing it to, I guess?
I guess like saints of the past.
Saints in the Bible, or what's...
Yeah, I mean in the Bible, a lot of holy figures. I don't really want to get into my faith. That's not what I was comparing it to.
Right. But faiths of different, or saints of different faiths.
Correct.
Okay.
People still.
Yeah.
Or in some cases, legends. Myths even.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the mermaid saint?
The mermaid saint?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Can you tell me about him or her?
Her, in Irish folklore, she was someone who, I believe, her family was unalived in a way I can't remember, and in her grief, she turned into a fish, but stopped halfway. Or maybe she was a fish and turned into a woman. I forget the order. But either way, she lived for like 300 years until she was captured by a fisherman and baptized, and unalived shortly after.
Oh, God.
Which calls into question the efficacy of the baptism.
Did she repent?
I have no idea. If she lived 300 years and then suddenly stopped living, it sounds like the baptism did something. Raises some questions.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, we mentioned mermaids, and Philly was in queue for a moment. I thought she wanted up.
I gotta head out. I appreciate you letting me back on the panel, and hope you all have a good night.
I appreciate you dancing. I hope we gave you some questions to ponder.
Yes, definitely. I'll have something to think about.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I see a few people in queue, a couple familiar, a few not. I don't remember who was first, but I have a feeling we can have this conversation quickly. Wet Paint, welcome back. It's been a while.
Bro, I'm so sorry for not being part of your podcast. I do a lot of stuff, bro. My dad passed, as you know, stuff like that.
Right.
I had to do it.
Also sounds
vaguely
wet.
man.
It sounds under the drink tonight.
No, actually, it has a little bit of herb, but
well, I saw in the comments that you said you wanted my advice on something. I hope
yes,
you know that
I
don't tend to give.
I really need your advice.
I don't tend to give advice, especially publicly, but I'll hear you out and maybe ask you a question that might make you think. How about that?
Totally, 100%. So my mom went to a younger brother's oh Lord. So my dad passed, and you knew about that.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. And
Sorry
I had to deal with that. They registered my dad's house. I had to go back, put a door in my dad's room of his house that people were living there. And I got everything out of the house that was like family oriented. Text message.
Yeah, you don't got a list.
You know what I mean? Like something the dad was sent from family members. I put it in boxes. And I did that. But the thing I have a problem with is I miss him right now. But the day I told you what happened, my dad's passing. Leading up to now, it's been so hard, dude. It's been hard dealing with it. It's been hard seeing it, and I'm doing the best I can to like hold myself together and working with life, dealing with people, stuff like that, in work and life. And it's been hard on me.
I understand. I'm very sorry.
It's not like I'm trying to be like rude or weird about it. It's just like I'm sitting there working through life, dealing with life struggles and life problems, and people are dealing with stuff and everything. And it's like I see sad people, I see happy people, I see okay people, and it's just like, where do I align with those people? I had a loss, and that loss is super great. It's not cool. It's not okay. But it's like, I'm like, okay, I'm doing the best I can to live my life and doing the best I can to like do the things I can through teachings that you have taught me.
The only thing I've said is
okay
ask
with
questions.
people. Yeah, no, through your teachings, like doing with people, handling people, being peaceful, being copacetic, being understandable. But just like, there's so many negative people around me. It's like, oh my God, like, life is so short. Why are you acting this way? You know what I mean? You can't take it where you go. And it's like, I think about that now after my dad's passing. It's like, where do you go with that message? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I'm hearing you. Is what to do now. You're missing your father, but you can't take the things. He couldn't take his things with him, could he? You had to go get those and put those in boxes.
Yeah.
And one day
my family went through my dad's house and like rummaged through it in like a hurricane, and they went through like a hurricane, brother, and I went back to it. And I gathered everything like a month later, like gathered everything that was needed to be gathered. I put a door in my dad's room. There's roommates that lived there, and I did that. And it was like,
yeah.
I just
I,
need to tell you what happened.
well, I appreciate you telling me and catching me up on it with pain. I hope
Yeah,
you're doing all
100%,
right.
dude.
I hope
100%.
that you,
I love you, bro.
yeah, you take care. I hope you keep asking questions like you do.
Well, the question to ask is the
I'll
real
let you know.
question is why did the family do that?
I can't answer that with pain. People are people.
Fair.
People are
That's
selfish, and
that's
sometimes
exactly what I was gonna
even
say.
selfish, even selfish people in situations like that aren't necessarily being selfish. They might
No,
even be doing it
true.
to 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 get what they can to remember the person who's gone, and maybe that
No,
might
but
help you find
here's the
some.
thing, Crow. Here's the thing. After his passing, they rummaged through his house like a hurricane, looking for finances, looking for paperwork, everything. Okay? None of them, of six or five of my family members, fucking took the time to actually look for memorabilia, the things that actually matter, that actually, like, kids, we love you, Dad. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? I took the time to actually go back to Michigan to actually do that and put it in boxes. They're still in my mom's house that I've never looked at. That's brother. You know what I'm saying? I just
I
wanted
think
to
Crow
explain
knows
your
what you're saying.
situation because you knew what I was going through, and you knew what I was dealing with, and I wanted to explain what I did.
Because it mattered to you. Because he mattered to you.
Yes, he did. Very much.
And in your eyes, even if he did matter to other people, it's hard for you to see that because the way they treated the things that he left behind.
I know, dude.
But it's just the things.
Yeah, but
And
it's
they're
just
still here. And I think that might be where you go with those questions, is to those people.
but why would they leave them, bro? I don't know why they do that.
I don't know. That's something
I
you
had to
have
be
to
the
ask.
one that, brother, so much.
But I hear you, Wet Paint. I appreciate you coming up, catching us up, and I appreciate you giving it some thought whenever I ask you questions.
Absolutely.
I think I'm going to move on to a new guest, but as always, I do appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep, keep asking questions. I think the
Yeah, the
next
Crow
line.
threw me off for a second.
I think it's because the crow's in the background in the mornings. That's my assumption, anyways. I've spoken to him normally as the sun's rising here the last several times. But
It's been a hot minute since I saw the Donut Lord.
we do have a few people in queue, and we'll start with this one if they were patient enough. And while we wait for that one to join, everybody remember to tap that screen and share the live. We're at, 88,000 likes? We could hit 100K before I'm anywhere near ready to read us out. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, we'll go ahead and request on up. It is looking like most of that line were ghosts.
Been strange. In your TikTok queue.
If you make somebody on TikTok wait more than 5 seconds, they get bored. So,
It's an extra. Yeah, look forward to.
but not Phoenix. Phoenix didn't get bored. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Did you mean to join us? You sound a bit sleepy.
Oh, no, I did.
Okay.
Oh,
Can you
so I
remind
was
us?
gonna. I wanted to talk about. Um, I don't. I don't believe in hell.
Mhm.
I think I
Why
talked
don't you?
about it before, maybe.
You did just a little bit, if I remember correctly.
Mm,
Um, you were raised Baha'i.
mm.
You, at a certain age, became interested in alcohol, or at least expressed that you would or could drink, and your parents disowned you for it, threw you out. But you did have a connection to your mother and didn't want to disappoint her in your beliefs. Is that correct? Or did I add something there at the end?
Um,
I
I don't
might have
know.
just.
I just believe that there is no Satan. I don't believe in the devil at all.
Oh.
I don't believe in hell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe. I believe. Well, I think I told you this before, but I believe that hell is a distance your way is from the Creator. It's not a place that you go. You're swallowed up in fire and brimstone, and I don't think anybody's kind God would do that to them. If there really is a God, why would he do that?
More like that. I don't know, Phoenix.
Yeah.
But why
So
would you believe that there is a God at all?
yes, I still believe there is God.
Right.
There's too
Why?
much. Yeah. I told you
Why would you
before.
believe there is a God if he is allowing things to happen here like
Mhm.
that without even casting judgment?
But what does make me question it is because I have been a good person for most of my life. For I'm going to say at least 95% of my life, I have been a good person, a moral, decent person. And I've had all these bad things happen to me, all these tragedies, all this negative things happen to me. But in a way, I just feel like they happened because maybe I needed to grow as a person. I needed to feel something and be able to tell other
So,
people how to get out of it.
so God let those things happen to you so
Yeah,
that you could grow as a person.
yeah.
Does he let those things happen to other people and worse things happen to other people so that they can grow?
I believe in
Growth or for ours?
hmm, I I I I just believe that there's that God wouldn't let something happen to you. I think humans are infallible. Humans make mistakes every day, and
I think you mean fallible.
you have to live with their consequences sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be around that. You have to, because they choose differently. They choose to act differently, and I think that's what happens. I don't think there is a God that would actually throw you in fire and brimstone and be like, "Yeah, I'm done
I
with you."
understand. I understand you don't think there would be a God that would throw you to fire and brimstone, but my question was
Oh, sorry.
about this life,
hmm
about if there is a God, why would it be allowing things to happen in this life? You said it helps us to grow when bad things happen to us. And my question was, if infant terminal illness is for our growth, or is it for theirs?
For theirs.
So the infant that is terminally ill and unalive is growing somehow from that.
God watches over and makes sure that somehow or another that things good happen to them because
That
they're helpless.
happen to who? But how can it happen to them if the thing that we see happening to them is suffering and how do you imagine it? I mean, is it just your imagining that God is doing something at all there?
maybe I would say maybe setting an example.
Of a terminal childhood illness.
Yes, I think he's just setting an example. You've seen all the commercials where they have St. Jude's and all these children are beautiful people. They're nice. They're kind. They're just trying to get through the day. They're trying to make sure that they feel better, and sometimes they don't, but they're still happy. So that's why I believe in God, because
Run by
well, no,
religious
I'm
organizations.
just referencing like St. Jude's or something, and they still go on and have a fulfilling life, even though they're suffering.
A lot of them only have a fulfilling life for the next 3 weeks, and then they unalive.
For long enough to film a commercial.
So, what fulfillment? I'm still lost at who's growing from this. Because if an infant has a terminal illness that ends up unaliving them while they're still in their infancy, who is the growth for?
I think when we sit down together and agree to things, I think that there will be real growth, because scientifically
So,
there's no, listen, there's genetics, there's things that happen to people and they don't, there's diseases and um the genetics of their parents.
let me see if I'm trying to.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
see if I'm understanding this correctly.
Mhm.
You think that infant mortality due to terminal illness is for the growth of humanity because science will eventually catch up and that won't be a thing anymore? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Who's gaining from this growth when it comes to child terminal illness?
Maybe science, because they have to figure out what's wrong and how it happened and um why it happened, and they have to figure it out before, because a lot of times
Why
people.
would they have to figure it out if there is this God there that is so loving it wouldn't punish
Mm,
us?
true. Huh. Never thought of it out that way. Jeez. Um, because I know I suffer from neuropathy. I suffer from schizoaffective. I suffer from major depression and PTSD. I've had many things happen to me, but I still believe that there's something good out there. It allows us to be able to share our love with other people. And I think that's all I have to say. I don't know.
I understand, Phoenix. Um, do you feel that absent this God, you would. Let me ask you a question I may have asked you before. Let me rephrase this. Um, if you woke up tomorrow and found there was no reason to believe there was any God of any kind in existence, that everything was just as you see it and experience it, then how would that change your life, if at all?
Strength of my spirit, the strength of who I am, and the strength of my belief in good, and things happen for a reason, I think would outweigh any the strength of my spirit. Anything bad that would ever happen to me,
I see.
anything bad, anything, you know, because I've had to
What
deal
is
with
it you
something within oneself, something that strives us to go on, something that makes us want to get up and brush our teeth every morning, or once.
are you saying? Or, I'm sorry. Any belief there is something there like that, that you would still have the will to do the things that you do, to be the person you want to be.
Yes.
You mentioned spirit in doing so, and I'm curious, do you think that that is something apart from you, something separate from you? When you say you know that it exists, what is it that you're saying you know exists, besides using the word spirit? How else might you describe it?
Well, despite all the things that have happened to me, despite all the discouragement and the hurt and the pain, I still want to go on, and I still want to be helpful to people, and I still want people to be kind to each other, and I still expect good things. So I think that's what I mean by that.
Does a God have to exist for the God to have meaning to you?
No, because the soul just is.
Does a soul have to exist for the idea to have meaning to you?
There's a lot of people with personality disorders and things that happen to them that change them irrevocably, but they still choose to do good things sometimes, and they still choose to be better people, and they still choose that, you know, there's something out there that's greater than themselves in which to try to reflect to the rest of the human.
But has your soul ever heard of the game?
No. What is that?
Cyber, it's only been like 4 days for me.
Christ.
I gotta start all over.
In weeks. It has been weeks for me. And now, you know what? Cyber, I thought we were friends.
Let's not explain it to Phoenix so that she doesn't have to know. Because then it's a burden, I promise, Phoenix. So, moving on, though. Thank you, Cyber. Phoenix.
I still believe in your goodness. I still believe that you can be kind, that you can grow, that at some point or another they're gonna get tired of being either bad or doing things that are not acceptable, but they'll grow and they'll become better people.
Do
That's
you
my
think
hope. That's my hope.
everybody in this room is doing something bad or unacceptable?
Oh no, not at all. You're
Do you think?
questioning things that are very deep, and that's okay.
Do you think that you are doing things that are bad and unacceptable?
If I had to be truthful, yes.
Unacceptable to who, Phoenix?
To myself.
It sounds like
Kind of a dichotomy, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which I think and I believe certain things, but at the same time, just to cope with the world and the way that things have been, I do the opposite sometimes of what's expected of me, what's good, what's righteous, what's having a job, taking care of your family, taking care of this. Instead, I'll sit here and I'll drink just to quiet the noise of all the bad things that have happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that makes me a bad person. I think it makes me wrong. Yeah, I do believe that, but I don't think it makes me a bad person.
It sounds like you are already judging you. Well, what need would you have for a God then? Makes you a bad person. I think it makes you a person who seeks comfort in places, and sometimes maybe that place has a strong odor and comes in a glass or a bottle. But I don't think you're a bad person for it. And if you think you're a bad person for it, then that's something you should question.
I just feel like sometimes that I could do better, that I could be a better person, that I will continue to strive to be that, despite maybe I may get thrown off track, I may go down the wrong way, I may take a left in the fork in the road and wind up doing things that are not supposed to be done. And I believe that at some point or another, my spirit will help me, and my spirit will tell me that I need to do good things and that I want to do good things. And I do believe that.
What if there isn't a spirit there to tell you that? What if there isn't a spirit, a soul to tell you that, but only your mind, only that same mind that you know considers you to be bad. Phoenix, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did.
Yeah.
I do, but I think we're going to move on.
Okay. But thank you. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
Thank you. I really appreciate you, Phoenix. And who knows, maybe next time we'll have more questions and you might have different answers.
Because the cyber, the very next person that comes in to my job, they're gonna lose.
Because of cyber, you're going to tell them about the game.
Yep.
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm going to hold the queue for like we're nearly there, and I really don't want to be interrupted when I say thank you to all of you for 100,000 likes. There it is. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of you so much. It does mean a lot. It helps us keep on the FYP, and well, it certainly makes my day. I see Aphex Zine has been here before, and they are not loading. And normally when someone comes in and says, can I join, please, can I join? My instinct is to get the block button ready. So, I don't know what you expect here, David, but I prefer those who can be patient. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. Yeah, I'm not interested in a debate, David. This isn't a debate space. It's interesting you would see a prompt like, can you question your beliefs? And assume it's a debate prompt. What is your belief? Why do you believe? Do those sound like debate prompts to you? If this were a debate, you would be losing already. For failing to understand the prompt. Does he know about the game?
Yeah, David, do you know about the game?
No, but he knows how to preach in the comments, and that's not what we're here for, so goodbye, David. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, you can go ahead and request on up. David, I'm going to clear you from the queue, and if you actually are capable of questioning your beliefs, well then you can request up again. But I'm not here for the debate, and I'm definitely not here for the spam preaching.
Since you can't stop preaching down there in the comments, you just don't get to talk down there.
David, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
2000s, but...
Oh, that sucks, man. You can't do the math. You can't even stay on panel. And liars get blocked. So, bye, David.
He spent all that time and couldn't even quickly do the math. If I'm 18, clearly I'm not born in 2000, since it's been 25 freaking years since 2000. Oh, gosh. Damn it.
Billionaires is pointing out that he did say 2000s. So one of those 2000s.
Yeah. The 2000s that you could have picked.
So far. Yeah, you can stumble back across one time and maybe be honest, but for now, I know, Witty. I feel old every day I ask someone their age.
Yeah, I've sat there, and the funniest thing is that I've gotten to the point to where I am now. You're already there, Thrayle, but I'm just now getting to the point to where I'm almost old enough to have an 18-year-old child, and it really messes me up, especially whenever there are some days where I still feel like I'm in my early 20s. My body likes to remind me I'm not, but my brain says, yeah, you're still in your early 20s, and then it's like, oh my god, you're almost old enough to have an 18-year-old kid. Never mind.
Yeah. Theoretically, I could have had a child who would be 24 by now. Just
if we're going
doing the
to
math.
technicalities.
Well, I mean, like, as far as like me being an adult and active, could have.
Technically, I would have been 17, but I mean, so technically I could have had an 18. But if we go off of just 18
12-year-old at this point, that's really, really, really depressing. Hammy, thanks.
You're welcome. It really messes where I look at it. I have this picture of me as a baby, and I'm real. I couldn't even be a year old, and I realized that
I am older than my mom was in that picture, and I'm like, whoo, I need to sit down and breathe heavy for a minute.
Monster who let us be in charge, right? Somebody unalived and we took over apparently.
Joke's on you. Nobody in my family still lets me be in charge.
That's because they know you, Hammy.
Precisely. Although I will say I do get to watch my niece from time to time, which is fine because she is now at an age where she can, like, as long as just somebody's there, she'll just like come and wake you up whenever she needs something.
When you were allowed to watch a child is when the child is old enough to take care of themselves.
She can't wake me up when she needs something.
Yeah.
Well, we are believerless at the moment. But what, 83 people in here could easily tap this screen up enough to bring a few more believers through who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. All we've got to do is tap a little more. Maybe if you haven't already, you can repost or even re-repost the live if you haven't done that. But I do got to make sure that I thank Philly Red, Freak Scene, Hammy, Jace, Miss Carew, Danny Grax, and is that Dakota? Good to see you, Dakota. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you. And now, a believer. This is how we manifest a believer, right? We just manifest
Believers.
Yep. Manifesting.
Believers join.
Something that the last guest brought up that a question that's come to my head that I can't quite shake, and maybe you guys have talked about this before, but she was talking about religion, belief, and science meeting together. And that is the goal, that is the end all be all. Like, is there something that you guys believe, or anyone here that like thinks that someone is close to merging spirituality and science into?
There might be some belief systems that attempt to merge those together.
Well, that attempt,
but yeah. I would question why they do, why you would want to.
I'm sorry, they can't even properly define spiritual, let alone be able to merge them.
Well, and I guess that's my ultimate question. Like, they can't define either one, but they're trying to merge them together. And I don't know. I just can't shake that question from my mind. Like, what would that look like, and who is like the closest to that, and would that be the real, if there is a real belief?
Why would that be real?
Exactly.
Wouldn't that be like taking a documentary and adding a whole bunch of fake information to it that's made up to make it sound fantastical?
Whoa, right. Like that Donkey Kong documentary, yeah.
And Alexander,
I actually not
science
seen
was
that
born out of
documentary,
philosophy.
but I've never
Oh,
seen
the
that
guy
documentary, but now I gotta know.
Yeah, it's the guy who beat the world, or beat the level of Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Fistful of Quarters. Yeah, it was a really good, but it is, I didn't mean to use that word. Like, it's really, exaggerated and in his favor, which is still cool,
Well,
but yeah.
So one of the guys that beat it way back in the day,
Billy Mitchell.
Yeah, Billy Mitchell, I think it was. It turned out that, if I'm not mistaken, it turned out he cheated at it.
He did, yeah, and he was like, taken off of the leaderboard. Yeah.
Not quite what I meant. That's almost more like just the Bible on its own, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, that's a great
everything's
analogy. Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah.
They should all be taken off the board.
But I guess what I was saying was, yeah, something where you have something that is explanatory power for things we can observe, and then inside it you mix things that just sound fun because they're unknown and maybe unfalsifiable. I don't know, you might end up with something like religion, which give another 1,000 years and they'll sound just as out there as the other ones.
Yeah, good point.
Do you believe, Freakscene, that there is some underlying something to everything that might explain it in a unifying way outside of science?
I would think in conjunction with science, but short answer, yes.
Would you consider yourself to be spiritual?
No.
Do you believe in ghosts?
No, not in that, not in the general belief of it. No, I mean, I believe in I don't believe in ghosts.
This freak scene is not ain't afraid of no ghost.
He ain't.
You don't believe in ghosts. You don't believe in the spiritual, but you believe there might be something that, in conjunction with science, might explain everything.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead and elaborate before I ask my next question.
Excuse me. Exactly, but I do believe that there is something. I don't believe that we are a cosmic joke. I believe, well, and if we are, that's amazing. But I don't know how to explain it. I do think that we're not an accident. Let's just put it that way. I believe there is science behind it and evolution and
that we're not an accident.
Yeah.
You think something intended for us to be?
I do, yes.
Why?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that. And I don't have an answer for why. It's just how I believe. I just feel like there's more than what are we living for? Why even be here? I don't have any concrete evidence of it. That's just how I believe.
Why do we need to have a reason?
Because that's how I'm wired. I don't know. I'm just wired that way. I want to have a goal. I want to have a mission. That's just how I'm wired. And there's no real backing behind it. It's just, I want answers. And that's it.
Do you think that that's rational to not understand why you hold a position?
Do I think it's rational to not understand? Yes.
And it's rational. I think what he meant was, do you think it's rational to hold a position without knowing why?
Yeah.
I wouldn't classify it as rational. I would question it as for answers. And yeah, I guess I would say that it's rational to question. I mean, yeah. I'm okay with that. It's rational to not understand and to want these answers.
Well, look at that. We found a cat in a vat.
You
How
did.
about
He
that?
came to sit next to Freak Scene because I'm here for it, Freak Scene. I have a lot of respect for that position.
Hey, you too. Right back at you.
You don't even know what my position is. That's fine though.
Well, I kind of do. But...
You can because I don't.
But the thing is you talk about your position like almost every live. So,
You think
Not
you
really.
have, wait. You've heard her talk about her position and you think you understand it?
I didn't say I understood it. I just said that she talks about it.
Thrayle would probably be the person, just like that, in the group of us friends, like, that is the closest to understanding my position. But even then, I think he would say that he doesn't know because ultimately, I also do not know.
And that's a good answer, right?
Mhm. I mean, I have ideas, right? Like, I have preferences and ideas, but I don't necessarily have a hard stance on almost anything, probably.
I kind of feel like that's where I land too. Like I don't have concrete proof, but I do have these feelings and these beliefs that don't really have much.
Hold these, like, beliefs or positions because of emotion, then? Is it an emotional thing?
Oh yeah, I'm a very emotional person. Yes.
So I was talking to Thrayle about this one day, and like I said that we were probably the two most agnostic people. Most people like in here, like no. I said, but we're agnostic in like very different ways. Like we both don't know, but any like ideas or like preferences towards or whatever, any of those things, that are unknowable that everybody talks about. I take an emotional stance, and he takes an informed stance. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you think that this force, this whatever the bigger thing has intelligence? Is what I was gathering.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I would put it that way. It's not God though. I want to make that clear that I don't believe it to be a God or the God of Abraham, a God or
It's
whatever.
not deified, but it is intelligent.
Yeah.
The way we use the word God is really interesting to me. We talked about this earlier tonight. We're not going to go back right now. It's okay, Thrill. But it's really interesting to me. But it's not deified, and it's not a being. I don't think. Is it a being? Like a not necessarily personified, but like it
Like a
doesn't.
singular being?
Is it a
No.
singular being? No, it's not a singular being.
No, it's I'll help you out here, cat.
Mhm.
It's aliens.
It's aliens.
No, it's alien.
It's alien. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. It's alien to us. Yeah.
Alien. No, no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying it's alien, as
The
in
first movie.
well, as in that drunk girl that one time that told us alien put us here.
You'll have to be more specific. That one drunk girl one time.
Yeah, there was a drunk girl one time that told us alien put us here. And like she said alien, and she said it like several times, like singular, and because I thought it was a mistake at first, and then she kept saying it like that, and I was just like, what what do you mean alien?
Like the movie?
She meant what
Yeah,
she
that's what
said.
Thrayle said.
But I wonder if
Oh, guys, there was a really big, pretty white owl just now.
an owl. You know
Yeah.
what? We actually have what might be believers in the queue. And as fascinating as freak scenes and aliens, But hang on, let's see who this is, and if they have a belief in a god, or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that. I had to finish, because now I have to say it again. Hey Red, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Red, are you with us? Red is apparently not the right way. Well, thank you, Jeff Fisk, for giving us your age in the comments, but I only needed it if you were going to join us on panel. If you'd like to, go ahead and hit a request button, but I am looking for a believer who can question their beliefs. If that's you, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, well then go ahead and request up.
Not a believer. I got a phone call, so I missed the whole thing.
They didn't actually respond. Jeff, we'll get to you in just a moment. I see you there. But Red, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
And also, Red, this isn't a debate.
That was Red's second chance, and Jeff has waited patiently. So, hello, Jeff. Can I get your age? Oh, you did say it in the chat, but can you remind me?
Yeah, I'm 43.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or
Yes,
anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
I'm a Christian. Non-denominational.
Non-denominational. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Quite a few times.
I see.
I've had to do a lot of time in jail, so.
I see.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Do you believe the Bible to be true from beginning to end? I'm sorry, do you believe it to be true and literal? I just mixed two questions.
If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't think that it wasn't true.
So you believe all the stories within it are true and literal?
Oh, yeah, they're great stories, too.
So six-day creation, Adam
Some of
and
the
Eve.
best stories in the world.
You think all of those things actually happened?
Yes, I do. The Bible was written by 46 different authors. It's written all by men, and the Bible is something that people use to find different ancient cities, different ancient things, and it's all became true.
So Jeff, instead of the sermon, I was just asking if you believed it was literal and true. Do you believe the same author from? Let me just back up. You said 40. How many?
I don't. It's 46, I believe.
46 authors.
But the thing is with the Bible too. It's
I'm curious.
There's some
I've got
things.
questions.
There's some things.
There's some things. What?
There's some things about the Bible with the Catholic Church and stuff. During medieval times, I believe some things were took out. I believe some things were mismanaged with that, and it was written by man. I don't think.
Just to clarify, Jeff. Just to clarify.
Okay.
What you're saying is that there may be errors or flaws within the text as we see it today, because man has done something to it in the Catholic Church specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
sorry, just to verify, I'd like to get questions without you just giving me more sermon each time.
I'm not serving.
Right. So you believe that this is all true and literal, and I kind of want to know why, but I also, when you said that it was written by these particular authors. Do you know who these authors are?
I couldn't.
40, however many.
It's it's basically it's a number that my pastors gave off to me, and I trust my pastors.
So it's something somebody else told you.
Yeah, a trustworthy man.
Could they be wrong?
Everybody could be wrong.
So even a trustworthy man could make a mistake.
Yeah.
So then why do you just believe what he says?
Well, it's called faith.
You have faith in the man who
Blind
tells
faith.
you.
Well, the man doesn't. Well, you're talking about the ones that are written, correct?
You said you had faith in your pastor.
Yes, I do.
I'm asking if you have faith, blind faith in the man who tells you the stories, and why.
Yeah, I do. And the reason why is because he's a good man. He's you can tell that he's living a righteous life. You know what I mean?
So you can tell that he lives a certain kind of life, and he's seen him interact with him, know he exists in some way.
Yeah.
So it's not blind faith. You have trust in a human telling you things based on
When I was talking
their
about
character.
blind faith, when I said blind faith, I'm not saying that as in I have blind faith in God. Really, I guess I misunderstood the question.
I see. So you weren't saying you had blind faith in a pastor that told
No,
you.
I don't have blind faith in pastor. Everybody can make some mistakes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I trust him.
Let's back up to the Bible.
That's a different word.
Let's back up to the Hebrew manuscripts in front of you for the Old Testament and Greek for the New, and you were able to understand and read these. Do you think that what you would read would be true and literal and without error?
Okay, so now you're going to go from the Old Testament and then you're going to go into the New Testament.
I said both. I was just laying out if you had the original languages for the text.
Oh no, I don't have. No, I don't have that.
I'm sorry. This is hypothetical, Jeff.
Okay.
If you had them in their original languages before the Catholic Church did anything to them, right? Would you expect that you would find a flawless book without errors?
Actually, for my beliefs, no. Not really. Hello?
You said from your beliefs, not really. So you don't think the book would be flawless?
Texts from what had happened after like the medieval times with the Catholic Church.
I guess you're not hearing me. So you just think there would be different things, not necessarily that anything would be more correct.
I feel like they might have worded things differently. I speak. There's different meanings and understandings in what you say. You know what I mean?
I see. Is it possible? Is it possible then, if there are different meanings to how things are said, that the translations that you've had access to aren't accurate?
I mean, it's possible.
Is it possible?
The message that you get from it, though,
Is it possible that the message is not accurate?
Yeah. Definitely.
So then why would you believe that any of this comes from a God at all?
a divine moment in my life where God stepped in from prayer, from talking to God. And
how did you verify that the...
I was a non-believer for a long time earlier in my life.
You were a non-believer, and then God stepped in.
Yeah.
How did you verify that whatever was stepping in was the Christian God, this biblical character?
Do you want to hear one of my religious experiences? My first one?
Jesus, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So I was 13 years old, and I had took some, I drank some alcohol very far away from my home. I was about 50 miles away. And I started walking. I had no way of getting home, so I started walking. And the whole entire way, I was praying to Jesus, praying to the Trinity. I was asking him, I'm not going to do anything like that. Have somebody come and give me a ride. I made it about 25 miles walking. And right in front of the church, which I go to today, a guy pulls over. He says, hey, you need a ride? I said, yeah. And he had to go 3 houses down from where I live to go do some work in a house.
Sorry. You were walking in front of a church, someone stopped and offered you a ride, and they were going your direction.
They 3 houses down. What's the chance of that? What is the chance of that? If you put yourself into my shoes and
you're saying what is...
That's a divine moment, man.
How is it a divine moment?
It's and in front of a church that's Christian, somebody pulls over. I mean, if that's not saying something there that God's real, then that's what made me believe. So that's the first thing that made me believe. I used to hate going to church when I was younger, you know.
So you're saying because you were praying, what was it you were praying for specifically? A ride home?
Yeah. I was praying for a ride home. If God, if you're real, have somebody pull over, pick me up at a Christian church. The church I go to today still. And
so you're saying because somebody pulled over when you prayed to God and asked for a ride,
God proved to me that it was real.
And that to you was proof. You don't see that any possibility.
No, I don't. I didn't have my thumb out. I was just walking down the road.
You don't think that it could have been a coincidence?
No, I don't.
Did the person who pulled over attend that church?
I don't know. I didn't ask him his religious beliefs. He had a truck back of his truck, in the bed. So we didn't really talk a whole lot. But he told me where he's going. I said, dude, this is down the street from my house. It's cool.
So Jesus sent you exactly what you asked for in the form of a person, and you didn't ask that person any questions.
Yeah, no, I didn't. As a matter of fact, I believe that Jesus, God, doesn't care if I don't think he sees marijuana as a drug either.
I wish you hadn't said that.
Oh, sorry. I forgot you can't say stuff like that on this. My bad. You got to cut me off or something.
Yeah, Jeff, request back up. You'll be next. I'll hold the line. I don't know why it is when I hear prayer experiences like this, I always think of the song Thank You God by Tim Minchin.
Why is that?
You'd have to hear the song to understand. About a guy named Sam and his mom, and her, and they. Let's thank you, God, for fixing the cataracts of Sam's mom.
Okay, I think I get the gist. I'm going to listen to it.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Jeff. So, so you had somebody pull over and give you a ride home when you prayed for a ride home, and you therefore verify that to you that
If God is real, God is real. That was a prayer. Is God, show me that you're real. I had lots of doubts when I was younger, and that was the answered prayer. He showed me he was real. I got a ride home, and it was right in front of a Christian church. It makes sense in my mind.
How did you eliminate the aspect that it could have been coincidence?
Well,
by assuming it wasn't.
It was exactly what I was asking for, to prove that God was real.
Right? If you didn't pray.
No, I don't think you would have given me a ride.
Did that person go to that church?
He already said no, or he doesn't know.
No.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Do you think that God intervened in that person's free will to make them pull over and offer you a ride?
Yes.
Because you prayed for a ride home.
Yeah.
Wait, so if God...
Do you think
if
no
God
one
can
else
intervene in that person's...
Go ahead, Hammy.
I just wanted to know if God intervened in that person's free will, then why doesn't he intervene in the people's free will who do terrible, horrendous things?
I believe that that's a great question, really. But I don't think he, in my mind, and I don't know this for sure. Okay. I'm not psychic. I can't tell you exactly if this is true or not. But I believe that people that guy was probably a Christian. I don't know that because I didn't actually talk to him. Or maybe this guy was just a really nice person that picks up people on the side of the road. I don't know. But God put him in that spot to prove to me that he was real.
It could just be like today me, tomorrow you. Like he's just helping someone out.
It could have been that. It definitely could have been that. The guy, for sure. I believe God put him on that road, or he was supposed to be on that road at that time. And it worked out in my favor to prove to me that God was real.
Just real quick, do you attend church regularly now?
I don't really want to answer that, but
okay.
Quite often.
How old did you say you were when this happened?
I was 13, I believe I was 13 or 15. It was in that range of life.
So you were either 13 or 15.
Yeah, I was in that range. I think I was 13, to be honest with you.
Walking in front of a church, and a man pulls over and takes you home. His destination being 3 doors down. And do you think that no other child believing in a God had ever prayed for a ride home or something else? Do you think no other child had ever prayed for a ride home and received a ride somewhere else or worse?
I don't know. That was just my experience. I was asking God to prove that He was real to me. I don't know if what happens in anybody else's life or anything like that. That's how I became a believer.
And so for
God was in
you,
my life that day.
so for you, it doesn't matter if that God answers no other prayers in no other similar circumstances. It is absolutely real to you. And
How other people get their beliefs is it's not on me. You know what I mean? I can't speak for anybody else other than myself. And there are, it all was for, you know, it's for a reason.
why do you assume that it's for a reason?
Because it all worked out in the long run anyways. And
could it have all worked out in the long run anyways if you hadn't prayed?
Yeah, if I hadn't prayed for it, it probably still would have came that way, sure.
If you hadn't prayed, it still could have gone that way.
Yeah. Yeah, people ask for the wrong things all the time.
Do you?
know?
I
It's
see.
like
Do you think
for breakfast?
Do you think that your prayers or anyone's prayers change God's will or change His mind?
I don't know what God, how that works with God. He's the creator of the universe, creator of everything. And I don't believe that I could even fathom for a second of how He works in His ways. There's no time for God.
There's no time for God.
I mean, there's no like however God works, and this is a very complex question you're asking, and I like it, but I have no idea of how God does His thing. I don't think anybody in this world could explain that. He's the creator of everything. Man is who created time. I don't think God has time on His. I don't know. That's actually a stupid thing I just said right there, but I
don't know. I think that was the smartest thing you said when you said I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Why do you assume that there is even a God there? If these circumstances could have just happened, if a man could have just been on his way home, if you could have, just as any child having a long walk ahead of them, prayed for or played mind games, like, if there's a God, prove this, or predict the green light, or any kind of trick of the mind. If it could have been some circumstance like that, why then assume that there must be a God?
The whole reason why I was praying in the first place is to have God prove that He was real to me. He would show up in my life and He would make presence. Does that make sense?
Does that not mean that you, if you're praying for God to prove that He's real, doesn't that mean you've already got a belief that there's a God there to do it?
I was raised in a church that I didn't really care for.
Mm-hmm. But a church that believed in the same God.
Yeah. How different churches believe in different styles of different things, and I don't agree with all of them. We all believe in the same thing, but there's different little things that humans believe in, like, you know, Baptists can't dance or whatever at weddings or something like that. You know, there's all kinds of different little weird things that they're odd to me. So we all believe and have the same text, but how
your interpretation be wrong?
Sure, I could be wrong about anything.
If you can be wrong about anything, then why do you have this assumption that the man who pulled over was sent by God?
I could be wrong about that. I'm not saying that. I believe because of that day, whether or not God is real, I believe that He is. I believe aliens are real, and that's not in the Bible.
That's a whole other background, a whole other screen.
Right.
Jeff, do you believe it matters what's written in the Bible?
No, some yes. Yeah, I do. Sure.
Do you believe the New Testament is entirely true?
Yes.
Why?
That's my Christian beliefs. That's where Christianity pops up at.
So when you were a child and you prayed to God for a ride home while walking in front of a church or in front of that church?
Yeah. Definitely.
Could another God not have heard you and just sent you a ride while you happened to be standing in front of that church and you...
I don't believe there is another God, so that's just, I don't think there's any other gods out there. I know other people.
How do you make the assumption that just because of your geographical location when you made the prayer, that the God was somehow telling you which God it was and not just helping you in your situation?
I don't know much about a whole lot of other religions, okay? I just know about mine. Just because that's what I believe in. I give faith in that one. I haven't took any ideology classes or anything like that. So, as far as I know, I don't understand why anybody would. I don't understand why any other God would answer my prayer when I'm praying to a different God. Do you get my drift? Like, it wouldn't make sense to me, and I don't believe that there are any other gods anyway. So.
Does it not make sense to you that the reason you were praying to that God was because the way you were raised and where you were raised, which would explain why you were also in front of a church of any kind to that God, because of we're in most areas of the United States?
I don't know. I live in an area that
it didn't have a lot of churches, or
no, they had like Buddhist churches. They have clinics, temples, yeah, and there's all kinds of different religions around where I live. So I was raised in a Catholic religion, church, and
so if you had been standing, just to clarify, if you had been standing in front of a Buddhist temple and a man pulled over when you prayed to God, would you then be Buddhist?
No, I wouldn't. That's a good question though, but that's not what happened to me. You know what I mean? So that's a good question. That's a mind bender. But no, I believe it happened in front of the Christian church I go to now because God is real and God answered my prayer at that church in front of that church for a reason.
It sounds like an assumption, Jeff, and I'm trying to find out how you make that assumption.
And I was praying to a Judeo-Christian God, and
because it was the one you were raised to.
And I was raised in the Catholic Church, which is a Judeo-Christian God. But,
right, it's the same.
Yeah,
same God, same book.
Yeah. So, yeah,
If you were
definitely.
to find contradictions or falsehoods in the Bible, would that shake your belief in that God?
No, not really.
So
I
even if,
I've heard. Do you have any?
sure, but
Okay.
I don't know what the point would be if you don't think that there would be any questioning of your belief. Let me just back up to, I guess, the most important question that I should have asked out loud. Can you question your beliefs, Jeff?
I have earlier in my life. So.
How would you question your belief that it was the Christian God that answered your prayer, or any God at all?
Yeah, basically, 'cause I was raised in that religion.
How would you question it? What does that mean to question that belief?
To question a belief is to not have faith, I guess.
To
Right?
not have faith? Is
Not
that
to
what
have
that
like a
means?
mustard seed of faith, is what they talk about in the Bible somewhere. I can't quote it really, but I don't have a Bible in front of me.
So would it be fair to say that it's an unwavering belief and you don't really question it?
Sure.
So when you say you can question your beliefs, what belief do you question in relation to your God?
You guys are kind of tripping me up here. Yeah, I don't really question much of it, other than like some of the stuff that they did a long time ago was kind of weird. I don't agree that like gays are evil people or anything like that, or they can't make it to heaven. You know, there's some stuff that I don't agree with different Christian beliefs. But in all, I believe in that those are, that is God and that is the creator of us
So
all.
that is what God wanted. That is what God said. Is that you
I
just
believe
disagree?
that's like I don't think God said that He would not allow gays into heaven. I think that is more of a.
I don't think that's what he said.
I
But
think it's more of a heresy kind of thing.
Jeff,
Going on back in the day, they
Jeff,
took
Jeff,
this with
Jeff,
brimstone fire
I'm
from
curious. Yeah, if you're going to talk about the punishments for the unalived, I would be curious about the throwing of the unbelievers into the lake of fire. Do you believe that? If it's written in your book,
He took Satan and threw him in the lake of fire, right?
and
The
the
angel.
unbelievers.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know about that part. I don't think I've read that part. I thought I have read it, but
Do you believe that your God will throw those who don't?
when we say the lake of fire, I don't know if it's really a lake of fire. Okay, but I believe that you don't
What
go
is it
to
then?
you don't go to heaven. Um, it's like where you're just in anguish. I don't know if it's fire or not, but
Where there's gnashing of teeth and
yeah, that part, yeah, stuff like
is that
that.
not? That's not the lake of fire, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Lake of fire just sounds weird to me. But
So
but
this
yeah,
is
I
what.
guess that's like it's hell, right? We're
So
talking about
Jeff,
hell, right?
is this what you believe though for the unbelievers?
Yeah, I do.
And why do you believe the unbelievers will get that?
I believe that if non-believers don't put their faith in God, um, there's just you're not born into to heaven.
And thank Shell, Freak Scene, and Rooted in the Pines. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate y'all. Jeff, you're saying that you believe that the unbelievers will have this if they don't believe in your God. The the question of why you think they believe or deserve that really rings right now, especially in light of you saying that you were raised Catholic. You know, happened to be in front of this church when you did this prayer, making you believe in Christianity. You happen to be in an area that's probably predominantly Christian. If you were raised somewhere else, if you would still believe that unbelievers in this God deserved fire and gnashing of teeth and wailing.
Yeah, I would. I would definitely.
Why?
If you're a non-believer of the righteous, I'm not saying I'm righteous. That's not the right word.
What does righteous mean?
That's not the right word I mean to say.
Oh, I see. So if you're a non-believer, then what?
Hey, if you're not a believer, you lost your ticket. You didn't. You just don't get in. And like Catholics believe in something completely different.
You do. Well, it's not that you just don't get in. I'm
That's the
sorry.
day of judgment.
It's not just that you don't get in. It's lake of fire, gnashing of teeth, and wailing. So
Live a wicked life. And I
how
don't
does
say
not? Hang on, Jeff.
no, that's not really right.
How does not believing mean a wicked life?
That's not really what I meant. Because there's a lot of non-believers that are good people. I believe
But
that.
they're gonna deserve the fire and the gnashing of teeth, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But they're good people, you said.
Yeah, there's some good people out there that aren't believers. I like people.
Sounds like you're better than your God.
No, I'm not.
But you don't judge people, but your God will punish them, throw them into a lake of fire, where there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Day of judgment.
Or day of judgment.
Day of judgment. I believe that if you're not a believer.
Have you read that book of the Bible, Jeff?
What?
Have you read that book, Revelation?
I actually have that copy of it right here. It's actually the book. It's like a thick book of Revelation.
Just a thick book of just Revelation, huh?
Yeah, I'll pull it out right here. It's right next to me. So,
which translation is
it? The Book of Revelation illustrated. It was made in. This was 1933.
What translation they use?
This is. 1 second. Sorry, these pages are really old. This is the King James. King James?
It's a King James. Okay. Do you have the King James Revelation Illustrated Edition?
Yeah.
Do you?
Pretty cool.
So why is it that you think that unbelievers deserve this judgment from your God?
If you don't believe in God, you're kind of going with the way of Satan.
What is
Kind of
Satan?
how I believe
Sorry, what is Satan?
Lucifer,
What is
Satan's
Lucifer?
a fallen angel that thought he was better than God.
Where does it say that?
I can tell you that. Honestly. I got the book here. This is a 1933 edition that had the index.
Does it say in there that Lucifer says he was better than God?
That's what I feel like I heard a lot I don't know if I read that or if I heard it when I was younger. Honestly. Am I not correct, or that does not say that?
Do you know it anywhere in the book where it says that? A fallen angel.
Let me see here. Shit. I don't know of the exact spot, but I thought that's what it said. I could look it up on Google.
You could. If you looked it up on a Google and you found that there wasn't a mention of Lucifer being a fallen angel.
Lucifer. Fallen angel. There's some lagging speeds over here now, sorry. Am I the only one in this channel? Oh, you got a bunch of people in there.
There's a lot of people watching.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Yeah. I'm not reading any of the comments, so. Who rebelled against God out of pride and was cast out of heaven.
What does the traditional part there mean?
Traditionally considered.
Traditional. So, based on tradition.
Lucifer is believed to be a fallen angel and the devil in the Christian theology.
Lucifer's believed to be. Where is the name Lucifer?
I don't have the text. The rebellion led to a war in heaven where he and a third of the angels were defeated by God.
Google AI?
Yeah,
using?
Yeah, I
am.
it's
actually using.
But before
sources.
AI, Google was around. That's what I was told. So, that's got to come from somewhere in the Bible, I'm sure. It's Bible are interpreted from passages like Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28.
What does Isaiah 14 say about?
I don't have the Bible in front of me right now. But yeah. Do you want me to go get a Bible? Is that where you pause? Or you got another question?
I got one.
Okay.
I'm not seeing the word Lucifer here. Oh, this is the one. This is the one where it says to.
Satan. Lucifer, Satan, same word.
And say, how hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger and persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. These rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, Since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It has risen up from their thrones, and all the kings of the nations. And they shall speak and say unto thee, Thou art also become as weak as we. Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and thy noise of thy the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How thou art fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of which didst weaken the nations. I got you there. Yeah. Did you hear where I started?
Yeah, I did.
Where did I start?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I started at, Thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon.
Okay.
Why did I start there?
Tell me. Why did you start there? That's where it starts? Or does it start before that? Or is that a different verse or what?
It starts well before that, but that's what they're saying is to take this to the king of Babylon.
Okay.
Take this taunt, this thing that he says, you've done all these great things, but now look at you. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? But how thou art fallen from heaven, morning star.
Yeah, son of the morning star. Yeah.
Where does it say it's an angel?
You know, I don't know. I thought the question was whether or not he's Lucifer. But yeah, I thought he was an angel from how.
They're telling the king of Babylon, you've fallen like the morning star.
Lucifer, yeah. I'm going right to warn out. I don't. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Could it be that that's not about Satan?
Archangel Michael threw Satan into a pit of fire. This is probably a different verse, I'm guessing.
Probably very different.
Archangel Michael is the one that threw Lucifer in the pit of fire, and I thought Lucifer was an archangel as well.
Thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit.
Yeah. Archangel Michael throwing Lucifer in a pit of fire.
It's still a taunt here against
In heaven. Something like that. It's like Revelation. Oh, I got the Revelation right here.
It's in Revelation. So
originates from the Bible story. The war in heaven describes in Revelation 12:7-9. Archangel Michael throwing Lucifer out of heaven.
So that's in Revelation.
believe so, yeah.
Does it say Lucifer there?
I'll tell you. This is from 1933. Okay. This is a little bit different than what I'm used to because it's just like one big book of Revelation. I'll bring it up here. And we are at Revelations 12:7-9. You see that?
And it says Lucifer there. So you're saying that, just to be clear, that someone who doesn't believe is taken with Lucifer?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
You hang out with the devil, man.
Someone who has not been given the reason to believe in your God.
Absence of light is dark. That's kind of what it means, I guess.
Absence of light is dark.
Yeah. God is the light. Devil is the dark. 12. Okay, I'm almost there. 12:7-12. So what we're
Jeff.
Yeah.
So you believe what's written in this book, in this version of this book?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yes, for sure.
Why?
Yeah. It's a good book, man.
Do you believe in the big board cube that comes at the end and lands on the earth?
What'd you say?
The big cube lands on the earth. Do you believe in that?
Yeah, I think it's gonna happen. Yeah.
You think there's a big cube half the size of the moon that's gonna land on the earth?
Yeah, it might be that 3-eye atlas that's flying around right now.
Where do you think the big cube is gonna land?
Wow. I have no idea. Probably land somewhere where it's going to destroy everything. Does it say anywhere where it's going to land? Does it say it's going to land on Israel? Or?
Interesting.
I don't know where it's going to land. Might say it in the Bible, but I think I haven't really Revelations. I just got this book from one of my friends because he's like, hey, he's an unbeliever. And he's like, you should read this book and tell me if you think it's real. And I really haven't gone through it. But it's a friend of mine. Told me to read it and asked me if I believe it.
And so you've read through it?
No, not really. No, not yet.
So your friend told you to read it? Yeah.
I just got it. I just got it like a week ago. It's kind of weird to bring this up right now.
And he wants to know if you believe it.
Yeah. And this is page in here or something. It's kind of old. So. I couldn't tell you if it says it's for in this book or not. They're Revelations 12:7. Yeah, as far as this big cube or wormwood, whatever it's called.
You got 21 in there. This is chapter 20.
Check. 15th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
City and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof, and the city lieth foursquare, and the length is as large as the breadth, and measured.
Dream from John. Didn't he get this from a dream?
What are you saying?
I think this whole book of Revelations was written from a dream that John had. How the if I remember. I haven't really got through a lot since I was younger. Started at 15?
Well, it tells you what he's using to measure the city.
Oh.
A golden reed.
Golden reed?
Yeah. It's a furlong.
Oh.
Well, I don't know that it belongs.
What is that? How long is
Length. The length and the breadth and the height are equal.
Okay.
And so you can.
Wow, this book is a little bit different.
Oh. So, yeah, 12,000 furlongs is like 1,500 miles.
Oh, wow. It's pretty long.
It's half the size of the moon, roughly.
Right. In the least, I don't know. Never really thought about that. Where are we talking about that anyways?
You said your friend told you to read the book, see if you believe it. You believe a big giant cube is going to land on the earth.
Yeah, I guess. I know. Yeah.
Are you excited to live in the cube, or will you be outside the cube slaughtering the unbelievers?
I don't know. Is that what it says in this book? I know where you're going with it.
Is it what you believe? Do you believe it without having read it?
I never read this particular book all the way through. And I think that's probably why he was asking me to read it. But again, John wrote from a dream he had, so it's very interesting though. It really is. That'd be some wild stuff right there. Yeah. Especially with the four horsemen and all that. That'd be very wild. I don't know how it all works out. But
do you believe it because you want to believe it, or do you believe it because it isn't? You say it happened.
It could happen.
You think that this could happen?
It's like when I was walking down the road and got picked up by a guy in front of a church, right? How unlikely was that?
Do you live in a big city or a small town, Jeff?
I live in a fairly big city.
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
So I actually don't even think it makes too much difference. Big city, small town.
Yeah.
I was curious to see if
I
You'd
thought, yeah, I
be
thought you were going for that small town hick boy or something.
no. I was curious to see if you do. Do you think that had you not been picked up that day, that you would not have found some other reason to believe in this God?
I might have. I don't know. It's hard to say. I do know that that's why I believe. If that never happened, it might have happened later on in life from a different experience, but I don't know.
I'm not sure what that tapping sound is, Jeff, but it's kind of distracting.
My bad.
Do you think that if you've discovered that there was no reason to believe in your God, that the stories were false and
sorry,
manufactured? I don't know if you're hearing my question.
Distraction. Something on his book. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Pop.
You just spilled something on your friend's book.
Yeah. It's all right. Keep going. I'm listening. Okay.
Do you think if you found some reason that this book was false, that some reason to believe that it was all made up, that it would dramatically change your life?
Yeah, I think it would change my life for sure. If I found out it wasn't real, but I don't think any of us are going to find that out until we die.
If you could find something that disproved the book, if there was some reason to believe, that was the hypothetical part there, that it doesn't exist, or that it isn't true, and that the God even doesn't exist, would that fundamentally change the way you live your life and the way you treat people?
As far as a Christian goes, too, like I'm a work in progress, man.
Why do you think that Christianity, of all of the thousands of religions, is the only right one?
Wow. Because of my religious experiences I've had, it makes sense to me.
It makes sense to you that the religion you were raised in is the only right one, but the religion people in other countries are raised in are not the right ones, that they're somehow going to burn in this lake of fire because they were brought up in a religion and never heard the word of Jesus.
Yeah, it sends out missionaries to different places where nobody's even heard of Jesus before to try to put the word out there.
You think that those who haven't heard the word of Jesus are going to burn, right?
I think that's how it works.
Fascinating. If you read the book and discovered that those, hypothetically, that those who didn't hear the word of Jesus were given mercy, and those, well, let me finish my question, and those that did and weren't given enough reason to believe weren't given mercy, would you think it would be better to spread the word or not if telling people meant removing any chance of mercy if they failed to believe?
I believe that. Yeah, we should the word needs to be spread out there. I don't know how that works, to be honest with you, man. I don't know. There's a lot of
Does it
things that
does it seem like a very thought out plan by the god if not telling someone would give them a better shot at mercy than telling them?
yeah, I guess you got a better shot at mercy from not knowing.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yeah, I guess you'd have a better chance at. That's a tough question. I don't have any idea about how that works.
I appreciate the I don't knows, Jeff. They are my favorite answers. I don't know that I have any more questions for you. It sounds like while you can question some things and accept that you could be wrong about most things, you don't really question your belief in this book. You do have sort of a fundamental dogmatic view of what this faith and this God are. And it is mildly disturbing that you present it in such a cordial way. But I do appreciate you being here and answering the questions that you have. It looks like you've left the app or gotten a phone call, so I'll just thank you for your time, Jeff, and you're welcome to come back another time. Who knows, we might have more questions and you might have different answers. You never know. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Digital, I don't think I'm passing judgment necessarily, though I guess perhaps I judged that he can't question his belief, it seems to me. I could be wrong, though, and I absolutely accept that, and I'd be willing to find that out at a later date. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request on up. I don't know if I've met you before, Anti-Theist.
Yeah, I don't have a belief system. I'm on your side, so.
Well,
Or at least, yeah.
I was going to guess you lacked a belief by the name, but can I get your age for TikTok?
Yeah, I'm 57.
And you don't believe in a god or gods. Do you believe there are no gods?
I believe no God concept has ever been proven.
I see. And what is it that you think might prove a god to you?
Well, I don't think so. Personal experience doesn't do it for me because I'm not in your head. I will grant you your personal experience. I can't tell you that you didn't have it, and I can understand that it had a profound experience on your impact on your life, but I can't use that as a proof point.
So what would proof be to you? What proof would you expect to see of a god?
I don't know, but I feel like a all-powerful, all-knowing God should be able to figure out what would convince me.
And if this god did figure out what would convince you, and it gave you that, exactly what it is you expected, would you worship the god just by nature of its existence?
No, absolutely not. And certainly not the God of the Bible.
What kind of God would you want to worship?
A God that didn't want my worship.
I see.
Yeah. So I just don't like the idea of living in a celestial North Korea after I die. Frankly, I think eternity people give way too much credence to. That's a long time, man, a long, long time. So I don't know that I want to live forever. I don't know why anybody would, really.
You said celestial North Korea. Um, are you referring to heaven as described in Revelation? What would
Yeah,
you?
yeah, where you're going to go, worship Yahweh for the rest of eternity. You know, I mean, that's what I was taught growing up, singing hosannas and basking in the glory and giving all my glory to God forever and ever and ever, which sounds like there's no choice, there's no free will, and this is what you're going to be doing forever. That doesn't sound like where I want to be in an afterlife. Now, that doesn't mean that,
I'm curious.
with
Well,
God,
I'm curious
frankly.
about something. Sorry, I
No,
didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
cut you off, but I just want to ask a slightly different question here.
Okay.
Well, not slightly. Why do you choose the name anti-theist? Are you?
Sure. Great question. Because I am an anti-theist in the sense that the Christian God in particular, but Abrahamic God in general, I believe that this theology, the theology of the Bible, and the structures that teach the Bible, the churches, do active harm to people and to society as a whole. And so I don't believe, I just have a real problem with the theology of Christianity to begin with, and then the impact that it has, positive or negative, on the society and on people. Yeah. So I am not anti-believer. I'm anti the theology as it's been taught. And, frankly, I don't know how we can get around that. I mean, the misogyny is pretty evident from chapter 1. And so, women never really get the shaft and never get, then that's never fixed. So I think that then pervades into cultures in the West, and that is one of the root causes of the way that we treat women in our country and in many other Western countries, for example. And so I think the theology itself does harm. And then, the churches themselves here in the United States, for example, most of the major denominations, I don't know that I can say all, but certainly the Catholics, the Lutherans, the Baptists, the Methodists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, a wide variety, have all had child SA scandals. That seems to me to speak to a structural issue, either theologically or structurally. And I think it's really structurally. Churches have the way to exert power over people without them engaging their critical thought. And that's problematic.
I see.
I mean, for example, like if I'm going to church.
Just for a moment.
Yeah, please.
So for you, anti-theism is just anti-Abrahamic faiths. Is it anti-Jewish and Islam as well?
Yes, yeah. I mean, Jewish a little less, because at least the Jewish people wrestle with their text, and it's a living document that they don't, doesn't live in a static place and time like the Bible does for most Christians. They have adapted their belief to accommodate the times, and they read the Bible or their Torah in a way that reconciles it with today, as opposed to trying to adapt 3,000-year-old or 4,000-year-old stuff that really just doesn't fit the society anymore. So I give them some credit for that. Like, for example, most, other than Orthodox,
I appreciate it. I don't need the example, though. I understand. I can tell kind of by the way you phrase things, you're probably more used to debate spaces.
Well, I guess. I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation, I guess.
No,
Just came out of one a little while ago, and it felt very confrontational. So there's probably some lingering of that.
I can understand. But I appreciate you, anti-theist. I am looking for believers, and I think the only real other question I would have for you is if you did have a a God that
Hmm.
you mentioned earlier, one that doesn't require your belief. Um, do you think that believing in it would change anything about the way you treat people, or
No.
would you want to profess your knowledge of that God to other people and proselytize?
Well, certainly I wouldn't proselytize. That is, again, one of the things I have a real problem with theist religions. Um, I don't know. I mean, I might share it in conversation, I suppose, if asked, but I certainly wouldn't push it on anyone else in any way. Um, but that's based on my own ethics.
Does your current anti-theism extend to peripheral Abrahamic faiths such as Rastafarianism, Baha'i, Mormonism?
Yes. Yeah, I think all of well, again, Rastafarianism a little bit less because it's less of a centralized and organized religion. And it doesn't have the same impact or power as, non-denominational Christianity or evangelical Christianity here in the States, for example. Mormonism is absolutely problematic. I think my problem really with any religion is really two things. The first is that in my mind, it encourages magical thinking. And although I think magical thinking is a great thing when we're kids, it helps us model the world around us, imitate our parents, find our place in the world, learn interpersonal relationships. But once we hit adolescence, we start to put some boxes around that, and we call it imagination or intuition. And we use it, but we don't live in that magical world anymore. And so one of the challenges I have with really any religion is that I think it encourages magical thinking. And the second problem I have with really any religion is that it creates a division in society that isn't really needed. Now you have believers and non-believers, and that can ultimately be very problematic.
I see. An othering, so to speak.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yep, and then you combine that with power, and then you get all the evils that can come with really any religion. Well, thanks for having me up. I'll let you, find a believer to
I appreciate you,
chat with.
antagonist.
Yeah, it's great conversations. So I'll hang
Take
around.
care and keep
Okay.
asking questions. I'm going to set you down to the comments.
Sounds great.
Appreciate you. And if hang on for just a moment, Minkins, but
Oh yeah,
I will need your age for TikTok TOS to start.
above 35.
Above 35. That'll work. I'm going to speak past you for just a moment and real quick. Thank everybody for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. We are at 139,000. Wow, you guys are amazing. Keep tapping the screen, and if you haven't already, repost and share it out to somebody who believes or doesn't and might be capable of questioning their beliefs. Menkins, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
First of all, can I say one little thing before? Your voice is really unique. I mean, you should do something with that, man. That's a really unique voice.
I hear that every day, and maybe
really
I will.
like do something with that. That's incredible voice. I don't know, like do like scary book narration or something. I don't. Oh, anyway, I'm from the Jewish faith. I I'm not here like to say that I'm a believer, but I'm taking like from all the different beliefs of the Abrahamic beliefs. You can say that I'm sided with the Jewish faith as a tradition, as a people, which it just make more sense than the other. And I think that a lot of people don't know like the basic difference between the three religions that considered Abrahamic.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, we
Can you
can talk about it. And
can you tell me, Menkins, do you believe that your God it actually exists?
that's a good question. Um, if I'm more agnostic about that.
That's fair. I don't know is a perfectly fine answer.
That's the issue with that, as because at first I was like really kind of against any religion, and with the time, you read more, you understand more, you go into it, and you try to find the things that you like. You read something and say this is not right, and when you go into that, you start to understand. Okay, this is not the interpretation, which happened to a lot of people. I think in Judaism, not in different one. And so that's why, with the years, I really liked more about things about the morality, and even something that looked controversial at first hand when you read about it, like in the Mishnah, Gemara, Talmud, and so on and so on. You get the sense of no, it's sometimes it's not what we read, it's more than that. So I get more comfortable of being on that side of my religion, my traditional religion, than others. That makes sense?
Yes, I'm hearing you talk about your religion traditionally as a tradition, as a heritage. Is that more how you think of it than as a faith?
Even more than that, and not just as a tradition. I mean, the implementation of things that I live in Israel, so we have a lot of national laws that implement certain things that we have like 613 laws for everybody. Some of them is for certain people, some of them in certain situations, like for a thief. You have a mitzvah for a thief, right? It's not for everybody. Some of them only for the Levi in the temple. So we don't have a temple right now. You don't have to do that. So we have like a law that it's about you can plant in the fields like trees for 6 years, and then in the 7 year you need to let it rest. So we have a
Mencken,
national law about that. So I like these kind of things.
you follow all the laws.
If it makes sense. The laws that I need to do, a lot of them, yeah, not all of them. Again, I'm
If
not a practicing fully.
you're not practicing fully, are you saying you're not Orthodox?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you? Mm. Do you follow a different school, a reform or conservative, or
No, no. It's or you do it or you don't do it. It's not.
it's do it or don't do it?
Yeah, it's not like in Christianity. It's not like denomination. If you
I
notice
wasn't
that.
trying. Yeah, I wasn't trying to call it a denomination. I know there are some ways of thinking.
Okay.
Um, so, but you don't follow all of the laws all the time. Is that?
No. Like I don't pray every day or having tefillin. We need to do like it says in the Torah that you need to do certain things. I don't do. I don't practice that.
Do you think there are laws that should not exist that are in the Torah? I know
Certain
that was a
laws.
heavy question.
No, it's a good question. It's actually a good question. Like at first, like you have like enslavement laws that people think that it's in order to take slave or something like that. And after you understand that, you understand that it's not about enslavement really. It's in certain times, or it's war, or somebody had a debt or something like that. But the how
So
it's
it's in certain
mentioned is
times.
really heavy. Like it's really heavy. When you read it, it's like what?
They're talking about
But
slavery.
is it saying that in certain times slavery is okay?
Yes, of course. Like, let's say at war.
Like,
If you capture somebody, let's say just right now we had a war, and people came in, destroyed our villages. So you can capture a war, like warriors that have done that, and you can
what
make
about
them rebuild it. Let's say
what about the
almost like
young maidens that you might want to take for your wives? Isn't there something like that in Deuteronomy? I think it's 21, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
that's an interesting case. I tried to figure it out why it said that, and I read the whole thing, right? So when I read it, the whole thing, like there is a story just after that it says that, and when you read the whole thing, it's actually like going against it because it gives you the things that it says like, okay, do you really want to do that? Okay, so first of all, you cannot touch her. You need to let her mourn. You need to see her cry. You need to shave her hair. You need to do this, like to try to cause you not to do that. And then there is an issue with her not being Jewish. If she is not an Israelite, you cannot really marry her. A woman that hates you, that there's your son's gonna be the one that going against the faith. So I can understand what you're saying, but from my perspective, after I learned that, it seems like it's not tell you to do that. There is a lot of conflicting laws and
It's allowing
morality
you
to
to do
actually do
that.
that. Yeah.
It's saying you can do that. It's saying you can take the maidens you want in warfare and make them your bride. And then it tells you that if they don't, or if you don't want them after you've entered them, then you can't sell them, but you are to set them out, right?
Right, that's the issue. Because in order to implement something, you need to go with all the other laws. So it's talking about the time of war when you go into like a place, you had a war with them, and then you enslave them.
So
And
then
then that specific
during
issue, talking
during
about if
war, it's
you,
okay.
no, of course not. It's talking about when you want to do that in the time of war, when you
So
go
if you
to,
want to, if you're at war and you want to take the young maidens, then you can, and as long as you do it this way, where they cut their hair and mourn their parents for a month.
um, that's
You give them
that's one of
clothes,
the problematic thing. I think, from my interpretation, it's not really
and then
allowed,
you get to enter them whether they want it or not. And then if you
which
don't like them,
also
you
it's
set them
not
out.
allowed. Yeah, because you have laws against grape.
You have laws
That's what I'm
against,
trying to
well, in
say.
the next chapter, it gives you laws, but those laws aren't quite entirely against grape, are they?
Exactly.
In 22, it gives very specific circumstances, and they're not really against grape. It even lets you buy a grape victim at the end, doesn't it?
No,
It
that's
doesn't?
that's
In
also you're talking
Deuteronomy
about
22,
22,
27,
28,
28, yeah.
20, 27. Let's talk about it. You want to talk about it?
You're saying that it's not
Yeah, it's not.
about graping, and it's not about, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
what
this
is
is
it?
not.
Not,
Yeah, it's so. You want to explain first what you think it means, and then I will give you the actual law. What does it say?
you, you're telling me to explain what I think this means.
Yeah.
We've already been over it, though. It was the part where it says that you can pay the father of a grape victim as long as they weren't betrothed, right? Because if they were betrothed, then you have to be either stoned or they both have to be stoned. That was earlier in the
So
chapter.
there is two verses there, right? The first verse is talking about the specific case. This is case, you have like 4 cases of grape. So of course you have before that and the punishment of raping is to unalive that person. Let's start from that. In that specific case, you have three laws that connected to this. One is damaging laws. You have 5 different categories. You have marriage laws, right? And you have the grape laws. So you need to consider all these 3 other categories of laws. Now, in this case, it's talking about a virgin that she's not about to get married. So she could be a minor or she could be above a minor age, right? So this is also, you need to go to outside law to read about all these different cases.
Yeah,
But
I didn't point out the fact that she could be a minor, but thanks for doing that. That wasn't where I was going with it.
I'm just going to explain to you exactly what it says.
So let me ask you a question. No, Mencken, I'm not here for a Bible study. I'm curious if you can't even question your beliefs, and it's sounding like you have apologetics, reasons, interpretations for what
No, of course
you
law,
do.
of course law. Of course not. I'm telling you what the law says. This law, it doesn't talk about an actual marriage. It's talk about a formality marriage. The girl that need to get married there, she does not have to be
actual marriage. It says that he can't divorce her for.
Exactly. Why does it say that? Because she can do whatever she wants. That's exactly right.
It doesn't say she can do whatever she wants, though. Does it say she can do whatever she wants? Where
because
is that
he cannot divorce her, right? Right.
I'm sorry. Stop. No,
slave.
I didn't agree. I paused for a second because I'm still waiting for you to tell me. Where does it say that she can do whatever she wants?
That's an outside. You need to read the Mishnah.
So you're
you
adding
need to read the Gemara.
to the
No,
scripture.
we don't add anything. We don't add
Oh,
anything.
well then where does it say that in the scripture, where does it say she can do whatever she wants?
It's not in the, again, there is 3 other types of law. To understand the complete law, you need to read that the marriage law, because there is certain, like incest, you cannot marry in the family. So if somebody makes a rape in the family, this is not about that, but it's also about that. Right.
But it's not about that. This isn't about incest. This is about.
Yeah, but this is raping. It could be incest raping. So this law, what you read there, you need to go to another 3 types of law to understand that. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the point that this is punishment. This is not a reward. This is he become her slave. He need to pay all the damaging laws, including sorrow, shame, physical, everything, including to get married to her to the rest of her life. And he cannot divorce her. That's why this law is exactly
It
the
still
opposite
doesn't
of
say
what you're
that
saying.
she can do whatever she wants. It says that he, after violating her, gets
Cannot divorce her.
Gets to marry her. Now she is his wife, and he can't divorce her.
Exactly. So listen, you need.
How does that say
about.
she gets to do whatever she wants? It just says he can't divorce her, so he can't.
Yes, but
Stop,
listen to
though.
what it says.
Stop,
It
Mencken.
doesn't say- Go ahead.
I don't know why you're debating me when I'm trying to ask you questions. Okay, so does it say in there that she can do whatever she wants, or are you reading into this that she can do anything that she would normally get divorced for?
No. It says that clear. He cannot divorce her.
Right. So is that what you're saying? Is that because he can't divorce her, she can now do things that he would normally? So is that anything she wants? Is that the same thing?
Yes, and he cannot divorce her. She can even not speak to him for the rest of her life, and still he need to pay and take care of her.
You're saying, I'm sorry, you're saying that she could she commit adultery?
Anything she wants.
Anything she wants, she can do anything. Where is that written?
This is a formal marriage. It's not a real marriage. That's the point. Because
I'm sorry, but in a marriage, what happens? I'm sorry,
He
if someone
already
is
established. That's the
adulterous.
point. He
So are
already
you saying,
offended.
you're saying that, just to clarify, that no other laws apply now, so she can't be, the marriage laws that would allow her to be unalive wouldn't apply now. Could she take his life? Is that written there too?
No, no, we're talking about that he cannot divorce her. Again, this is, think about it. This is a punishment. This is not a reward, right? When you read it, it says, oh no, he raped her, now she can marry her. Of course not. This is not justice. The justice is now he become her slave. He need to
That
take
she
care of her
is
for the rest
tethered,
of her life.
she is tethered to him for the rest of her life.
No, no, that's exactly not. She can go to the Beit Din and get a divorce on a different counts.
She can divorce him.
Trauma, yeah, of course, totally. She need to go to Beit Din to just claim her claim and get a divorce. But again, because this is what I'm talking about. At first, when I was reading that, I was like, this is crazy. What are we talking about here? Like, you're gonna make more damage to that poor girl?
So,
And then I
so you
read
have
and
to,
understand.
read in new interpretations into the text
No,
to make this fit.
no,
Why,
no, 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 no interpretation.
why do you
There is no
insist that
ritual
there's no interpretation
because
when
we
this
don't
is
have.
not in the plain text?
There is a lot of things that it's not there. How to keep the Sabbath. We have an unwritten law which was written between the 6th BC century until on. So they didn't need to put it in law, in written law. But then they
They
put it.
didn't need to put the law
Yeah,
in writing.
you have like the courts. So they didn't need to have a compilation. After the exile, they started to put everything on text. And then you had the Mishnah, you had the Gemara, you had the Talmud, and so on and so on. It took years of years because each and every case they start to write it and then to explain it
So,
and then to debate about it.
so you're saying that the laws that are written and debated about, are these from men or from God?
No, no, I said the implementation of the laws that you read, just like what we talk about. When you first read it, it doesn't make any sense. It looks like not a punishment, as a reward for the graper. But when you actually read what they have done, because again, we got two different types of Torah, not just in text. So these things, when they get into print or they get into like written laws or written
Mencken,
understanding
I've
of
got
it,
to, I've got to know.
now
I've got to know. Are you just here to kind of teach and preach at me? Because it doesn't
no, you
feel
chose
like
the
we're
case.
having.
I didn't choose the case.
It
You
doesn't
chose
feel
it.
like we're having a discussion, though. It feels like you're defending the faith.
No, I'm not defending any.
You're put forth by the God.
I'm agnostic about that also. It's
Agnostic. So if they're not put forth by the God, could they be constructed by men?
everything is possible. Totally.
Everything is possible.
Yeah.
I'm
But
not sure, Menkins, what beliefs to question here, because it feels like I'm just arguing against your scripture, and I don't want to argue. I just want to question what people believe and why they believe it. And if you're not sure what you believe, but you feel compelled to defend your faith in this way, I'm curious. Is that not your belief then, that your text here is what you assume it to be?
so no, again, I'm not here to defend anything. If there is something that is not correct and not moral, I would say I'm against it. But I'm just giving you the right underline of what you chose.
The
The
right
case. I didn't choose the case.
interpretation. My
Right?
question is
No, it's
your
not
interpretation.
interpretation. It's the right.
Stop. Will you let me finish speaking? I don't know why this is why it feels like an argument, Menkins, because I don't get to speak without getting interrupted and plowed with your corrections. So if you're not actually listening to my questions and just arguing because I brought up the case, then I'm not interested. I'm trying to find out if this is something you believe, and you're arguing in favor of these laws, and if so,
No,
if
it's
not,
not my
then
interpretation.
why are there so many interpretations? If you
There are
think
no
yours is,
interpretation, brother.
there's no interpretations of these words other than the ones that you have.
Yeah, that laws that how to implement it are in the specific collection of that tells you what it is.
Of interpretations by other people outside of the
No,
text.
Again, no interpretation,
Oh,
implementation of that time.
implementations
Yeah.
of other people outside of the text. The way they saw it, read it, and say they used it. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Oh,
that's what you're
then
saying.
what is it? I'm trying to
How they
understand what you're saying.
Okay, so again, when we got this law according to the text, we didn't get just the written law. There is how to do it.
Where?
And how to do it, they didn't wrote it totally at the
They
beginning.
didn't write it, so you
No.
don't have it written anywhere.
We have it written in since the 6th BC centuries and on. Then when they start to put it on text. So this is not like interpretation or doing it nice or something like that. It's the exact, like they tell you what they have done. So it's not interpretation. It's like, I'm not here to defend it. I'm just telling you how they exactly do like what we talk about.
And you don't see how what you're stating is a belief.
No, it's not a belief. It's
I see. What does belief mean,
implementation.
Lincoln? It's not an
Sorry?
interpretation, you said?
Yeah, it's not. It's the law.
Okay,
This is
what does belief mean?
Belief. It's something maybe that you acquire from the way of thinking about a subject or a situation or the way of living, morality, laws, and so on.
And you don't think that you currently hold a belief about the way that certain texts and ideas were transmitted?
If they were transmitted in a differently transmitted in the underline of what you're supposed to do with it, no, there is no interpretation. There is a strict understanding of what to do, exactly how
Who
to do it.
started writing the what you're supposed to do with it? When did they start writing that?
And the beginning of the Second Temple, the Second Temple. So it's like 600 BC, like 6th century BC.
And from that point forward, they were writing how to interpret and use these laws.
How to implement it, yeah.
How to implement and
yeah.
use these laws.
Yeah, but because again, like we talk about, you have laws that came before and after, and if you read just one sentence and you don't include all the other laws, you cannot figure it out. So they had to, by each case, explain to you how it's not conflicting with other laws in order to make it moral, not to make it not moral. You're not giving a reward to a graper. Doesn't make any sense according to the morality of an eye for an eye, damaging law and so on. It cannot conflict. You need to be aligned.
Why is the punishment here to bind her to the man, unlike in other instances where it is just the unalivement of the man, the punishing of the man?
Yeah, so That's interesting. So it's first, like I said, it's not binding her in any shape or form. It's a formal contract. He took something from her, her virginity, and he need to pay. First, he need to pay. It's like if you
He
somebody
pays,
breaks
but
into,
wait, does he pay? Does he pay her?
he pay if it depends on the age, but
I'm
he
sorry.
need to
No.
give it
Does
to
it
the
say
father.
that? Does it say that it depends on the age?
It depends on. At
Where
first, he
does it
pay
say
for the
it
father.
depends on the age?
Yeah, he pay for the father because
Where
this
does
is
it
like
depends
child.
on the age? So it doesn't depend on the age. You just pay the father.
Yeah. First, you pay for the father, but let's say she doesn't
Why
have
do you pay
father
the
or
father?
something like that. Like there is a lot of instances.
Why do you pay
But
the father
you pay the
and not
father because
her?
this is the marriage laws.
You pay the father because it's the marriage law.
Yes, exactly.
So
You need to be
because it's
aligned
the
with other
marriage
laws.
law, it forces him to pay a
Because she's under the care of the father,
mhm.
right? That's how it used to be. So it goes just like in
So
the
because she's
other
under
laws.
the care of the father, he has to pay the father and then marry her without the possibility of divorcing her. But you say that it's written somewhere else that she can divorce him.
Yes, of course. It's
Where
not
is that
written
written?
there specifically. It's an outside law. She need to go to the bedin, which is the court, and to argue, and yeah, she can divorce. Of course, she can claim a trauma. You want to, she can, again in this
Where is
instance of,
that written?
I think it's in Ktubot. I think it's Mishnah Ktuvot or Gemara Ktuvot. I'm not sure about this.
And when was that written?
600 BC to 6th century, about 1,000 years, like the whole thing.
How long was that after the law was supposedly passed down?
I think it's about, oh, it depends. I think it's about 6 centuries, between 400 years. It's, oh, it's really hard to say. I think it's about between 400 to 600 according to different dates. From the first king, let's say from the first, I need to check it out.
No, that's all right. I'm curious. So, as far as you're concerned, it wouldn't matter what law I'm brought up, no matter how abhorrent it may seem. You will say that there's some way to implement it that makes it not as abhorrent.
No, of course not. Listen, this is not apologetic discussion. If there was any implementation that is not just or not moral, I will tell you. I was with you, but in that case, it's not the case. That's we know exactly what you need to do in this case. It's again, it's a punishment. It's not a reward. If you read it and you want to see a reward for the rapist, that's on you. But this is not the law. This is not what it's supposed to do. It doesn't make any sense. Like think about it. If somebody wants to rape somebody and then he marry her, does it make sense as a punishment? No.
Menkins, I've asked you a totally different question. I might have had a little bit of a lag there, so I'll ask it again. What is a law that you would say fails this standard of yours?
Any death penalty. I think any death penalty that regards believe or don't believe in God any harm to other people. And there is not a lot, but yeah, I'm totally don't agree with any of that. Right?
So any of the times where it says to unalive someone,
yeah,
any death penalty at all?
it depends, of course, if it's an unalivement
sword. It's even hard today to agree with
Does
you.
that include the laws within the Torah that say to unalive someone for this act or for this failure to act?
Of course, yeah, of course. Told you, I'm with you totally. If there is laws that doesn't make sense, let's go against it. Let's change it. Let's reform it if we can. But unfortunately, we don't really. So this is why I'm trying to tell you. I'm not an apologetic for my Torah. If there is something that does not make sense, I'm against it. But I just gave you the right interpretation of that law that you brought, not apologetic for it.
The right interpretation.
Yeah, the right implementation, let's say.
Hmm.
The only.
The only, you say?
Yeah, you can check it out yourself.
I probably will. And
Please do.
I appreciate you being here, Mencken. I don't know if I have any more questions. I don't know how long Hammy's been listening or if he has a question or not. But welcome back.
No, I'd gotten a call.
Oh, you had gotten a call. Gotcha. Well, Menkins, I appreciate you being here, but I think we're going to go ahead and move on.
And do something with your voice. Do a brilliant voice.
But I appreciate you being here, Menkins. Keep asking questions. Who knows? Maybe another time we'll have different questions and you might have different answers. Yeah, Noctis, it's been a wild morning, and I have not enforced like I probably should. Can't say I'm surprised about that one. But can I get some W's for the mods in the chat? More like W's for Noctis, because Hammy was on a call.
Yeah, I was away from all y'all.
Yeah, let's keep going forward and see if anybody who requested up during that conversation actually wanted to question their beliefs or just wanted to berate one of our previous guests. Hello, Zephyr. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Zephyr? I'm tempted to sing the song, but I won't.
Got tempted.
Fly away. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry. I apparently chose the one time a Loriana bus decided to drive past, so apologies.
No worries. How are you doing this morning? Well, barely morning for you, isn't it?
Oh, I'm okay. Yeah, well, I don't know, we're getting close to the afternoon. I have an hour left. I have Irene pretty pissed at me because she thinks dowries equate to equality, but you know. And then billionaires down there who keeps just being like, oh, I was rude. Yes, sir, you were. Or madam, don't know. But you were, okay? And I have been very lenient and letting you push back against me.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Thrayle.
Of course. Thank you, Noctis.
Oh, also happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you. We'll plan to end the live a little bit earlier than usual so that I can sleep enough to have the energy required to eat all the food that is going to be laid before me.
Oh, you should. I hope you have a wonderful time. And obviously, give my love to Mrs. Thrayle.
Absolutely. We do have Nate joining us. Nate, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My name Nathaniel. I'm 25.
I see.
What's
Do you
up?
have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, 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 I do.
What is your god?
All right. Okay, hold on. I'm not trying to argue. Okay.
I'm
Like
not
the
trying
last
to
thing I
argue.
do, I'm
Hmm.
trying to have a simple conversation and
Hmm.
a little bit of debate. But
Well,
I
I'm
don't.
trying not to have a debate, but let's keep going where you get to the part where you tell me which god you believe in.
But I have a question, right?
I was waiting for the answer to the question I asked, which was which god do you believe in?
Well, Jesus Christ, God, Holy Spirit, all that.
Have you read your
Almighty.
Bible?
No.
Why not?
I was young. My mom would put me in Catholic,
How
drag
old
me
are
to
you now?
church. 25. I just said that.
I see.
But
So you're
I don't read the Bible. And
not young now.
no, I'm not young.
I see. So you're not young, and why haven't you read the Bible?
To me, it's just like, why read words? Why read just words on a book? Just reading paper that you don't even know if someone wrote that, or like another.
Know anything about Jesus Christ or God or any of that?
Well, it's belief, right? Belief in the higher power, God, all that. If you don't have
Higher
belief, then
power,
what do you
God.
have?
Where are you learning about this God?
My heart. That's
Your
where
heart.
God's supposed to be, right? Not in
Where do you
faith.
get that? I don't know. Why do you think there's a God in your heart?
Faith.
What you say? Faith.
Hmm?
What is faith?
Believing.
I'm sorry. What?
Believing.
Faith is believing. So when I asked you why you believe, and you said faith, you're just saying believe. Why do you believe? Belief.
I believe in faith.
Oh goodness.
Mm.
Nate,
Okay. Hold on. All
are
right.
you following still?
Keep going. I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm trying to find out why you believe. You said faith, and you said faith is belief. So
I'm
you
not,
believe.
or try to like.
I'm not asking you for backstory.
Well,
I'm actually.
that's the only thing I can like tell. Like, oh, I was in this depressed spot, and I was like, ooh.
I didn't ask you about your depressed thoughts.
I know, no, I know,
What I
I know,
asked.
I know.
What I asked is how you come to know there's a God, and you said specifically Jesus. So how do you come to
Okay,
know of this
hold
without
on.
the Bible?
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Hold on, what? Nate,
If we're really thinking about it,
I think I'm gonna. Oh, apologies. I thought you were about to do something else. You're welcome to request backup. Maybe it was gonna happen. Um,
hello.
okay, Nate.
I'm sorry if I fucking sounded retarded or some shit.
Yeah,
I can't say
that's
it
what
on
I thought you were gonna
I
do.
can't. I can't say.
That's exactly what I thought you were gonna do.
It was fun while it lasted.
Uh-huh.
Has the whole day been like this?
Mostly drunks and wild, random, yeah, that. Mostly. It's been a Saturday. It's not a Saturday, but it's been a Saturday.
I get you. Hopefully we'll have someone who really wants to talk about it.
Hopefully. That'd be nice. I still have that ghost in queue. I'm surprised that's a ghost. What an interesting choice. Hello,
Hello?
can I get your age
Hi.
for TikTok TOS?
I'm sorry you said my age.
Yes.
I'm 48.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, my lord.
Who
I'm
is
so
your
sorry. My
lord?
heart is beating so fast. My heart is beating so fast. I've spoken to you a few times before. How are you today?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. You sound good.
Thank you. I know we've spoken before. I don't remember all of our conversations, so I'll have to get some of that as we go. So you have a belief in a god. Which god is that?
I believe that you know my God already. My God is your God.
If I don't know a god at all, or if the only god I know is one that I've invented,
Invented.
mhm,
Okay.
then how do you know that I know your god?
I think that oh my God, I'm about to get shy. Well, I don't know. God is God and God is great and everything. You wouldn't be here every single day. I come on TikTok, I do math, right? So I work a lot and you're always here. So it's kind of like, okay, so if you do the math, if he's always here, he's always here. You understand? Does that make sense to you, or am I misstepping?
If he's always here, he's always here.
I'm talking about you.
If I'm always here on TikTok asking questions, then I'm always here. What does that have to do with?
I mean, I think that. Jesus Christ, help me, help me. Give me a second, okay? Just give me a second. I don't know. I think the last time I said that Jesus was my God, you kind of maybe you didn't like it so much, or
What I like and don't like doesn't matter.
of course.
So, if Jesus is your God, then why is he your God?
Well, we talked about this before. It's because I've been taught this since I was a baby, from crib all the way up. I'm 48 now, so and it's still Jesus. You know, I haven't strayed away. I mean, I have looked into different, you know, other religions and stuff like that, and I do see God in a lot of religions, and I think we talked about that too. And I see God in every single place. I think God is everywhere. Every religion has God. Do you understand that? Or
Are you sure that every religion has a God?
of course, even the enemy, even I don't want to say that on this channel or anything, but you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I could probably take some guesses.
Okay, we'll take the guess. Those are gods too. There are many gods.
Do you think that there are beliefs absent God?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you think that there are any beliefs at all that are absent God?
Of course. Do you?
Probably. There are very likely beliefs that are absent gods. So why then would you say that every religion has God?
I think that people want to believe in something, or they want to have a higher power to believe in, to understand. I guess that's a human nature thing, I guess. I think it's scientifical, it's mathematical, it's like that. I don't know. Just like right now when I'm speaking with, I want to see, you know, I left for several months and I just want to see what you've gathered and tell you what I've gathered, I guess.
What if that I have not gathered anything?
Well, that's fine.
But more questions.
Okay. Or more questions for me.
For everybody.
Okay.
Everybody who assumes that there is a God.
Okay. Well, I mean, remember, I believe that I told you about when I'm 48 now, right? Believe at that time I was a dispatcher and I was like, what, 20, I think 20, 24, 25, somewhere. And he had came to me. He said he was an atheist. He said, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God because you know what? I've been trying to get my wife pregnant and she is not getting pregnant. And I looked at him and he looked at me and he was really rude. He was mean, kind of, sort of, but I know how to deal with that. It's fine. So I was like, okay, well, what would make you believe in God? And he said, if my wife could get pregnant, I want her to get pregnant. And I said, oh, is that all you want? And then I went on my knees and I asked God, I did. I asked God, please help him. Like whatever he needs. It doesn't matter, atheist, it doesn't matter what religion. I don't really care about that. Right? So, I guess a few months later, like maybe 2, 3 months later, he came back and he was like, oh, Vet, guess what? My wife is pregnant. I've been trying to get her pregnant for like 2 years. She's pregnant. She's going to have my daughter. And I was like, oh, okay. Do you believe in God now? He was like, yes, I do. I do. Like that. So it was that.
Okay. So what about all the other people that have similar things or
Hmm.
hope for other things and wish for things and nothing happens? Nothing at all. What about them?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happens with that. I have no idea.
So you can see why it leads to certain people being special in this situation, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So you can see why it seems that other people appear to be special in this situation. Like, oh, God favored me over the many others.
Yes, you know what? I think it was like maybe 6 days ago. I was asking God about that. You know, like when you guys say, what God do you believe in and all this kind of stuff, I believe in a lot of gods. I do. I believe that God is God and God is everywhere, and whatever it is the devil, and whatever they say, it is what it is. You know? I believe in, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So what makes it acceptable that some people have their wishes granted and others don't?
I
You
don't.
know?
That's what I
Welcome
asked
back,
God.
Thrayle.
That's what I was asking God like a few days ago.
Did
My
you
sister and
get an
I,
answer?
no, my sister and I, let me see, yesterday, she was cooking Thanksgiving dinner. She was cooking for pretty much 7 hours, cooking many dishes and stuff like that, right? We were just hanging out, she and I together. We were just talking about so many things, and we were talking about God and just a lot of stuff. And why does certain things make other people special from other people? You understand?
Okay. Have you considered why you haven't gotten an answer?
Mm, honestly, I don't really care. I'm sorry. I know it seems abrasive, but I don't care. Like, why should I care about that?
Well, then why would you care if you said pray to God for this to happen, for you to have a baby and it happened? Why should you care
Well,
at
he
all if
asked
that
me,
is your answer?
because he asked me about it, and I
Okay.
had jewels to
So you
give him.
care, yeah, you care because someone asked you. What if someone
Right.
asked you and they didn't get an answer? Would you care then or no?
Of course. Yes, I would. I would.
So then your reasoning of why should I care is void.
I guess so.
Okay. Thrayle, I'm going to hand this back to you now.
Thank you, Noctis.
I think this is
So,
pretty much the last time we talked, it was kind of like this. So everything is scientifical. So it's kind of like
scientifical.
yeah, it's very scientifical when yeah,
Are
it
you
is.
speaking scientifically?
I guess so. You know, she said that everything is canceled out. So if you have this and you have that and it doesn't do this, it's void. It's a negative. Yeah, that's scientifical. That's mathematical.
I see.
Of course so.
Do you believe that that your God does something beyond science, something not scientifical, as you said?
No, God is everything. God is very scientifical, but like as I said before, okay, I don't want to deny God or say anything indifferently with God. I'm just saying I was raised to believe this way. You
Can
understand
you
what I'm
question
saying?
what you believe?
I do all the time. Um,
Can you
since I've
question your assumption that the prayers that you pray are actually answered by God?
Of course, I was gonna say, since I've spoken with you the last time and stuff like that, I've read my books. I've been a lot of books about ancient Egypt, queens, kings, a lot of different origins. I haven't gotten into Buddha yet or anything like that, but I'm reading a lot more because I want to know everything. I want to see everything. I do not want to deny Jesus. I'm not going to deny Jesus, just like I wouldn't deny any other God. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't deny
Just
any
like
other
just
God.
like I would never deny Satan. Satan is a God too.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
you
deny
wouldn't.
Satan.
You wouldn't deny any other God, even if one were made up on the spot in front of you. If somebody just started to.
Made up on the spot. How can you make one up on the spot when you have to have history? I have to
All
research.
hail the Batcolyte.
Oh, hail the Batcolyte. The celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance.
Celestial.
Celestial.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big
So you're
Bang.
talking about angels.
No, the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one
I
membrane
remember you
between her
speaking about this,
bony
the Big
appendages.
Bang. My father, I think I said something about this too. My father, he was an engineer. He's gone now. But he was an engineer. He used to talk about that. That was one of his, that Big Bang Theory uh stupid little comedy show. That was his favorite little show. He loved it. He was like, these guys are so smart. Stuff like that. And he was a nerd. I'm a nerd. It's like that. So I get that. My dad wasn't really into God like that. He was scientifical. He was about, you know, things that you can see on earth and things that you can change and, just stuff like that. I don't know.
Do you think it's possible that that's what there is just the stuff that we can see and change and
Yes.
experience? That's all
Yes.
there is?
Yes. Like let me see. I think it was 2 days ago, but I shook it off. I did. I shook it off. I was like, no, I'm not going to believe in that. No, I got to believe in God because, they train me. When people train you to be like this for years and years and years, it takes time for you to unwind from it. You have to untwist from it. It's knots and everything like that. You have to unloose yourself. You have to unloose. So, but I did. I was like, oh my God, what if it's not like this? Like, what if we die and that's just it, or it's like this, it's like that. Yes, my possibilities are wild. I do love God, but at the same time, it's kind of going into a percentage of I was 100%. Well, I was never 100%. I think I was like 80 something, something right there. And then now it's going to 60%, it's going to 50%, 40% because of science and just, as I'm getting older, I'm starting to see things differently. So it's like that. Sorry.
That's okay.
Am I
just trying
being
to make sure I
weird?
follow. We're all a little weird, aren't we?
Thanks for the woman. What's her name?
Noctis.
I really love the way she talks to me. She talks to me very stern. I think she could be like a really cool mentor for me.
Sorry. I can be stern, but I also like to build people up.
Hey,
Personally, I think you sound very adorable if it makes you feel any better.
I mean, no, yes, thank you so much. I mean, I think I believe I spoke with you before, and maybe I was a little, was I abruptive or anything like that? I'm so sorry if I was. But I do look for
No, you're good.
mentors. Okay. I do look for mentors. I do look for, you know, people in my life that can kind of help me see things the way that I'm starting to see things. My mind is different as I'm getting older.
I hear
It's
that.
changing.
It's like you're learning things all over
Yes.
again.
And you know what? My question to you is like, why does it take so much time? So I'm 48 now, right? I just turned 48 in October. So why does it take so much as they should be, or you understand?
I don't know that. Do you think it's possible that we'll never see things as they should be, as you put it?
Should be. Well, I mean,
Who's deciding what should and shouldn't be?
that's what I'm saying. That's what I say. Because you know what, I promise to God, I'm just gonna say this flat outright. You know what I wish? I wish that we could just live this life, and then when we pass away, we just go into the stars and we don't see anything else. And we just vanish away.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
What if
I
it
don't.
is that bad?
Mhm.
What
I'm
if that
sorry.
is? What if that is what it is?
Infinite.
What if what you just described is what happens?
That's what I want.
That's what you want.
Yes, I want that. Yeah, I don't
So,
want to see anything else.
so no need for a God.
No, like why?
Do you? Does it matter to you if a God is real or not? If it's so hard to find or detect?
Like as I said before, honestly, no. I mean, I was bred into this. They bred me to be this way. Oh, Jesus this, Jesus that, God is this, God is that, Yvette this, Yvette that. But I went through so many things outside of that were so horrid with being with Jesus. These people, and I'm not lying or doing anything like that. These people that are into God so much, they are so weird to me. And I don't like it. I never liked it. And that's why I'm by myself to this very day. I stay alone. All I do is my art, and I go to work and make my money, and that's just what I do. And I don't even have a man, or, well, sorry, I'm a lesbian woman, but I don't have a woman or anything like that. I just stay alone. I stay alone.
No need to apologize for being who you are.
So, I mean, as far as like God goes, no, I like singing. I like praising songs. I like the music that comes along with it and stuff like that. But I believe that it may be something else there.
Why do
Because I
you
like the.
believe that there may be something else? Is it just a maybe?
Well, when I was living in California, I believe I told you this before too. When I was living in California, I used to go to the, oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, the C habit. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so anyway, when I was in college or whatnot, I was taking marine biology classes and stuff like that, and my professor, just different things or whatnot. I used to go to the beach, and even with her and the students, I used to go to the beach and sit there and wait until the sun rose, right? So I used to know when morning would come. After like pretty much maybe 45 minutes until the sun comes up, and I used to drive out there, park my car, and sit on the beach, legs crossed, meditation, and wait until like listen to the ocean come in and out. You know that rhythm, and then to watch the sun come up, and also when the moon comes down. Not the moon comes down, when the moon comes up too. You know, it's that kind of stuff. Like I'm into that. So what is that to you?
You're into the rhythms of nature. You're saying you're into the rhythms of the waves, the cycles of the sun and the moon.
Yes. So the earth, I'm into
I
realism.
mean,
Maybe.
it could be. It could be that. Could be that your interest is in um, astronomy or geology or oceanography, or
Mm-hmm.
it could just be that your interest is in, um, well, all of the facets of nature.
Yes.
Could also be the fact that your pattern-seeking brain seeks patterns.
It might just really love those patterns.
So do you know about 111 or like 1111?
You
Wait,
do
let me see.
numbers, don't
One
you?
one one one, and then 2222. That's
Hmm.
the ones that I see a lot.
Yeah,
What are those? Isn't that numerology or?
I don't know if it's numerology. It sounds again like a pattern-seeking brain finding what it's looking for,
Okay.
seeking patterns and trying to be made. Perhaps the sense to be made is that there's um, something simple happening that we can predict again later. Maybe that's all
May
the pattern is going to do for us.
may I ask you a question?
Hmm.
Um, okay. Have you ever gone out onto the sand, like naked feet, just going out into the sand and sit there with your hands legs folded, and just watch and listen to the ocean come in and out? Have you ever done that, or
Yes,
how did it feel to you? May I
like
ask?
sitting on the beach with my toes in the sand. It was
Ah.
pleasant, but I don't know how it tells you anything about there being a deity or anything divine.
I didn't say that.
I know, which is why I really appreciate you coming up, Vet, and answering the questions and telling us, catching us up, really, since the last time we saw you.
Okay.
But I do think we're going to move on to a new
Okay.
guest, but I really do appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. And I hope next time, who knows, we might have different questions and you might have different answers. But stick around in the comments and keep listening, okay?
I will. Thank you so
Appreciate
much. And
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off on the end, but you'll find I do that to almost everybody. Thank you, Vet. Um,
Take care of that.
and we are probably going to be coming up to the end soon. We'll take another guest. I know there was one who had been waiting for a while, and we'll see if they're still there. Um, but really quickly, if anybody is interested in joining our Discord community, seeing what we get up to behind the scenes, there's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio, either one. will take you there. The first link gets you to the Discord. Um, it might look a little empty when you get there, so make sure that you read the rules. And if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. Two people in the queue. Let's start with this one, and if the other one will be patient, I'll get to you very soon.
Hello?
Hey, Red, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007, October 3rd, if you want
Do you have a
specifics,
belief? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
Oh,
like that?
yes, I do. Initially, I was actually agnostic, but I've changed my belief, so I will explain why.
You
I've
were
questioned this.
initially agnostic, but you've changed your belief. Which god is it you believe in?
Christianity, if you want to know specifics, it's Orthodox.
Orthodox Christianity. I see.
Oh, interesting.
So I've questioned this for a long
So,
time, right? Let me just
really
should
quickly,
I
I
continue?
have a few questions that I ask everybody who comes up, especially if they say they're Christian. So I'm curious if you've read your Bible from beginning to end.
Yes, from Genesis to Revelation. I haven't read Psalms yet.
You've read everything but Psalms.
It's a big part of the Bible, so I'm almost finished. But
I see. And do you believe all the stories within the Bible to be true and literal as written?
my microphone cut off, like my speakers cut off. But
Do you believe all
yes,
those stories to be true and literal as written?
I believe that Bible is inspired by God and teaches ultimate truth. But that doesn't mean that doesn't always mean mean every story must be interpreted strictly and like quite literally. So like some passages are like historical, some are poetic. For example, in Old Testament there are passages where you can argue that Bible condones slavery. Well, it's a historical context. First of all, illegal slave trading was actually
So
normal.
I'm not actually interested in you arguing against yourself right now. I had questions. So do you have a belief that the earth was created in 6 days and that he rested on the seventh?
Yes, I do.
And that Adam and Eve were the first two humans in a garden. You believe that as well?
Yes, I do.
Don't, or you do?
Yes, I do, but I don't know where this is going. Exactly.
I see. Why do you believe those stories?
Well, why do I believe those stories? Because, where do I even begin, honestly? Honestly, I believe that those stories, because like it's my faith isn't based on like random myths or guesses. It's based on like a worldview. And, I mean, I guess you can like argue that, not argue. I mean, you can just say that Genesis isn't just a story. It's like a like an explanation of who God is and why creation exists. And I've questioned these things, like why humans have value and why morality matters.
You're saying it's an explanation of who God is and why humans exist. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Does it explain who God is in Genesis 1 or 2 or 3?
Yeah.
Where does it explain who God is?
Well, specifically in the part of, I guess, Genesis 1, like, shows God as powerful as and creative. He speaks the universe into existence.
Are you
And
reading something?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
No.
just sort of sounded almost like a reading mode. Sorry.
No, I really don't. But I'm not into like theology. I guess I'm a poli-sci major. I don't even know if it matters. So let's just continue.
You don't know if it matters. Well, I'm curious why you would believe the earth was created in 6 days, or that Adam and Eve were the first two humans. Do you think that those views comport with science, or does that matter to you at all?
Well, That's a good question, honestly. I mean, I think it's important to separate the purpose of the Bible from the purpose of science, right? Like, science, really just explains how things happen in the natural world, while the Bible explains why things exist and the relationship of God and, moral principalities. So, whether the 6 days were literal, like a 24-hour periods, I really can't answer that, but what I will say is time dilation is real, Einstein's general relativity and stuff. So
time dilation would make the 6 days something else. I'm curious.
Yes.
I'm
just saying 6 days could be like 4.6 billion years.
I see. So do you think that the same kind of like you could apply some other kind of science to explain if there was some genetic problem with the entirety of the human race coming from just two ancestors? If that would, not explain the genetic diversity or
I think science. I think science can explore the mechanics of how humans develop and inherit traits, but it can't really explain why humanity exists, right? So.
Why? What do you mean by why?
It can't fully explain why humanity exists, or, realities of sin and morality.
Can it explain how?
Well, Adam and Eve weren't just just our ancestors or something. They kind of represented humanity. I guess I can say you can't really take it literally. You can take it more philosophically. There's a lot of debate that. Yeah.
So it's not that Adam and Eve are actually the first two humans. It's that they represent the first of humanity somehow. Does that representation begin in Genesis 3 or in Genesis 2? Which part?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm gonna say Genesis 2.
Genesis 2 is when they become representative of the whole of humanity.
Yep. So,
is there a verse?
Well, okay, well, there is a verse that, there's I remember specifically Genesis 1:27, God created humankind in his own image, in the image of God, and he created them male and female. So it's
he created them male and female, but then it starts a whole new story in Genesis 2, right? Where he creates the man first.
Yeah, then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils, or something like that.
Before the plants and the animals.
Sorry?
It was before the plants and the animals and the woman, right? When he makes the man in Genesis 2. Is that the same man from Genesis 1?
Wait, somebody texted me. Yeah, so what was the question again?
Is the man he makes in Genesis 2?
It is the same man, yes.
How does that man come after the animals and the plants? But in Genesis 2, he comes before them.
You're just saying it's contradictory? Sorry, I got a notification from Instagram. I couldn't hear it because of the buzz.
If you're too busy to be up here, we can let you go and move on.
Not really. I really wanted to discuss this, honestly, and I'm just going to mute a notification so you can continue.
Great. So you said that it's the same man in Genesis 1 and 2.
Yes.
And so I'm asking, how is that the same man if in Genesis 1 he comes after the plants and animals, but in Genesis 2 he's made before them?
Honestly, the key is to understand, as a functional human, that Genesis 1 and 2 are meant to be two separate chronological stories. They kind of serve different purposes, in my opinion, at least.
So they're two separate stories.
Yes, I will say this: Genesis 1 is a structured, more a poetic overview of all creation, showing God's order and authority, plants, animals, and humans that you listed in a big picture, more of a thematic way, I guess. And like in Genesis 2 zooms in on like the human story specifically. So it's
You
not
say
really a
it zooms
contradiction in my
in.
opinion.
You say it zooms in, but then it says before the plants. He makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then it's not good. The man should be alone, so he makes the animals, and then he can't find a helper from the animals, so he makes a woman. It gives you reasons along the way why each of these things are in this order that is contrary to the first order. How is that zoomed in?
Well, I see what you're pointing into, but like the order of Genesis 2, I don't like a lot of theologists.
Let me ask you a question, Red. Is it possible that there are a lot of theologists, even believing ones, who would see these contradictions and say, yes, that's because those are both myths?
Some of them would, especially if they like most people. I don't think like interpretation isn't really like a blasphemy. You're not really like rewording God's words. Like there's been a lot of interpretations that was permitted from like a lot of from like the history point of view.
Is it possible that these people are actually scholars that would say that these are two ancient myths told by an ancient people trying to merge together and cobble what of their cultural identity they could?
Well, I mean, like I'd say like it's possible that like some scholars, especially like secular ones, would frame it that way. But that approach assumes the Bible is just human storytelling. Like from a Christian perspective, I think it's like Bible is inspired by God, and even if it
Why?
was written by humans, what?
Why do you assume it's inspired by God?
Because it's said in the Bible itself that it's supposed to represent and guide humans into correct moral principalities that God listed.
Isn't that what a person who wanted you to think that would write?
Well, that would be the case if there was no God mentioning.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Okay, can you elaborate the question real quick then? Because
Yeah, wouldn't a person who wanted you to believe it was from God tell you that it was repeatedly in the book?
I mean, I guess like yes, that's like the key point. I don't understand like the Bible doesn't tell one story in once and move on. So it just like repeatedly like emphasizes God's creative work and like humans, animals, and like other creatures and so on and so forth. Like his like relationship with humanity and the moral, spiritual, like I guess you could say lessons we're supposed to take from it. That's why the Bible exists in the first place. I mean, if this were just a human myth, it wouldn't be so consistent across dozens of books.
You say it's
written over hundreds
consistent.
of
We
years.
just sorry. You're just spewing apologetics at this point. You're not actually responding because you're saying it's consistent across all these books, but we found 2 chapters in the same book where it can't maintain consistency.
How so? Oh yeah, you already said that. So, I mean, I get what you mean. Like, I really. Let me just think about this. I like the do you know like the understanding like the purpose of scriptures, right? Like what is
the purpose of Scripture for you?
For me, it's like consistency doesn't always like mean like identical literary or like order or style. It means like consistent truth and message. And second of all, the purpose of scripture is to like revolutionize.
What is the message that is consistent?
Can I finish? Like Genesis 1 and 2 may present like creation as different in ways, but both reveal the same truth. God is the creator. Humans are made in his image. Like relationships matter. It's like looking into history versus a biography.
Hang on. You say God. They both reveal that we're made in God's image. Where does it say we're made in God's image in Genesis 2?
Not specifically in Genesis 2.
So then they don't both reveal that. So you're just adding that to bolster your point when it wasn't there.
I don't really want to say specifically in Genesis 2 that would be factually wrong because it doesn't say in the scriptures, but in general, we are being told that we are God, we are created in the image of God.
Because of Genesis 1.
No, not because of Genesis 1. I said clearly that it's okay. I
You say
mean,
it's consistent across books, but it's not consistent from chapter to chapter. It doesn't state that we are made in his image, or from the dust of the earth he forms a man and breathes in his nostrils the breath of life.
I mean, you are right. Like, I will give it to you. Like, Genesis 2 doesn't explicitly say in God's image. That's in Genesis 1. I'm sorry, but like that doesn't mean Genesis 2 contradicts it. Like, Genesis 2 gives like the
No,
very...
I don't think that necessarily means it contradicts. But you were saying that there was consistency, and we were pointing out there was inconsistency, and you pinned on the image thing. But that wasn't consistent. The only thing that you said that was consistent that I think you said was that there was
Nah, I mean, will
that
clarify
God
this further
created
that
things.
consistency isn't... yeah, I'm sorry, continue.
That God created things. That's what was consistent.
Oh, no, then I'm truly sorry because like the consistency isn't in the exact words or like the order of events. It's like in the truths being conveyed. Basically, that's what
The truths. What were the truths being conveyed between Genesis 1 and 2 that are consistent?
Sorry, what was that again?
What were the truths between Genesis 1 and 2 that are consistent?
Well, I guess. Hold on. I mean, okay, the consistent truths between Genesis 1 and 2 are: first, God is the creator, everything exists because of his will and power. 2, humans are special to God because they are intentionally created, not accidental with a unique role in creation. God cares about relationships.
Special to God because they're intentionally created. Does he intentionally create all the beasts and the birds, the plants? Does he intentionally create
That we
those
don't know
things?
yet because that's being said multiple times. I can't really answer why, but it was intentional, so that can relate like philosophy. I mean, pseudo-intellectually.
So then saying we're special
God had the
because
purpose,
we're
but we can't really know what was the purpose.
So saying
What?
that we're special because we're intentional wasn't quite what you meant. Just we're special because the chapter focuses on us. Is that what it is?
No.
Because only one of them does that. I'm not hearing the truth that is consistent between the
It's not just like one chapter that focuses on humans. The consistencies that both show humans are created by God with purpose and values, right? Like
that both show humans are created with purpose and value.
Purpose and values.
Where does it say that humans are created with purpose and values in chapter 1?
Well, Genesis 1 says Genesis 1, I guess, it emphasizes humans as made in God's image, and giving them inherent worth and authority over creation, and they giving them free will.
Does it say that, giving them inherent worth? And
you can interpret it, yes.
You can interpret, so you're adding it.
No, that's not adding. That's interpreting. You're
interpreting what?
The scripture in a passage of Genesis 1.
Which passage are you interpreting?
If I don't remember exactly, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like Genesis 2-7 where it's it's like Genesis 2-7, I think. I could be wrong. Like, then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils.
That's 2. Yeah, that's Genesis 2. We were talking about 1. Where's the purpose and value in Genesis 1?
Not in Genesis 1 exactly, no. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so then, again, not a consistency between the 2 chapters.
I just said multiple times that there is consistency in...
The consistency
the
was
truth
in
be
the
conveyed,
message, the
not
truth
in
being
order of
conveyed.
events.
And I asked you what the truth being conveyed was, and so far the one that's stuck is that God did it.
Okay, so
Is that the only
just
truth?
restate the question once again for me to answer it
What is the
correctly.
truth that is conveyed that is consistent between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
Well, the simple, answer is that both chapters consistently show that, like God intentionally created humans, that we are special in His design, and that He cares about our purpose and relationships. There you go. That's like my answer.
He cares about our purpose and relationships. Where's that?
Well,
It
it's
sounded
in
like you
Genesis
had.
1. Our purpose is implied
What were
in
the other points? Sorry.
We're
Purpose and
going in
relationships.
circles. I literally said that about our purpose and relationships comes from Genesis 1. It's is implied in being made in God's image and giving the authority over creations. What you call is stewardship is part of our role, and Genesis 2 is like the revelational aspect as shown in the creation of Eve and as a companion for Adam, and then giving him basically the garden to cultivate and care for. So even if the exact phrase like purpose and relationships isn't stated, the actions and the arrangements God makes for humanity reveal those truths. So, hello?
I was waiting to see if you finished your monologue.
Yes, I did.
I do have Genesis 1 pulled up.
Go for it, Hammy.
This is why scholars exist, to basically interpret everything, right?
Red, stop
Not has
for a
any
moment.
wisdom.
Red, stop the monologue. It was Hammy's turn to speak. I'm going to have to mute you because you don't know how to behave.
So I have Genesis 1 pulled up, and I mean, I think the closest thing that we can see to a purpose in Genesis 1 is in verse 28 when he says, God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. But, I don't know. I'm not seeing any other connection here with what was being said.
So he was saying that the truth is that God did it, that humans have a purpose and a value to God. And what else was there, Red?
What?
You had all your bullet points there. What was the other bullet point? God did it. Humans have purpose and value.
Yeah, basically.
That's it?
Both
So that's
chapters.
the essential truth between the two chapters.
Okay, I just said both chapters consistently show that God intentionally created humans, that we're special in His design, and that He cares about our purpose and relationships. That was
He cares about our purpose and our relationships.
Yep.
And that was the consistency, is that God did it, and we're special.
Yep.
I mean, I don't really see how this indicates that we're special.
Could that not be true of nearly any creation myth?
Oh, you're done?
Could that not be true of any creation myth? That God did it, and we're special.
That's there's truth to that sentence, that other creation myths might claim that humans are special, but the Bible is unique in how it shows this, right? Like in Genesis, we're going to go back there again. Humans are made in God's image, given moral responsibility, and placed in a created order with purpose, right? It's once again stewardship of creation and relationally connected to God. And other myths might elevate humans, but they don't tie that status to an all-powerful moral creator who gives humans intrinsic worth, basically, and I guess you can say eternal significance. that comment, like that combo, is like that what makes us, like, humans truly special in a biblical sense, not just in a generic mythological way, right? So
What other creation stories have you read?
well, I've read multiple ones. Like I can just name a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
That you've read.
Yes, but I firmly believe that it's biblical. Biblical makes the most sense for me. So
which ones have you read?
He's Googling. I'm actually kind
No,
of bored
not
with talking
really.
to your
I mean,
ChatGPT,
listen.
and it's I've been meaning to end it for over the last 20 minutes, but you're not really participating in a way that's conducive. And I think maybe another time, Red, we could probably have a conversation.
Okay,
There's
well,
more
listen, I
time,
did
but I'm not going to
lie.
do the whole preaching, yelling over me thing at the end here. So I'm not interested in that, anyways. So I've been meaning to wrap up, and you can come back another time, and we'll have more questions for you. Who knows? You might actually answer the questions. We'll think about them instead of just Googling them. Who knows? I don't know. It's high hopes, right?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm glad I didn't get frustrated there. You did well, Thrayle.
Yeah, you know, it helps that I knew the end was nigh.
It's because, you're special and you have purpose, and God did that too.
I might be special, and I might have purpose, but my purpose today was definitely not given by God. It was given, well, by my wife and family. But yeah, we're going to have to end it. So I have a poem. I think it's ready. It was a little rough to proofread during that one last conversation, but it exists. I can't thank you both enough for coming up and, well, being amazing.
You're amazing. And thank you for having us, sir. Also,
Yes,
happy
thank you
Thanksgiving
for having
again.
us. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody else who celebrates as well.
Thank you, Hemi. And we'll be back again, well, more than likely back again tonight, unless I fall into a deep turkey coma or something. But we should be back again tonight, as we always are. If not, you can always catch up with, all the rest of the gang while I sleep it off in the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. And it's the first link in that tree. You'll want to make sure, though, when you get there that you read the rules, otherwise it might look a little lonely. If you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. Well, thank you, Grandpa No Pivot. Appreciate you. Also, I should make sure that I thank, Ethereal Ambers, also 7 of 9, Anti-Theist, Real Truth, and Inksomnia. Appreciate you guys for helping out with that last goal. We don't have to fill it at the end. I'm glad I got to thank you. Also, thank you to everybody for tapping the screen, sharing the live, doing the reposts, the sharing to your story, all those things that it lets you do. I appreciate all of you for the engagement, for the respect, for the honest conversations, and really for the questions. Thank you all. And if I haven't expressed my gratitude enough, Well, I think there's one other way I might. For every claim carved clean in stone, for every truth pronounced complete, I feel the tremor in the tone, the quiet flaw beneath the beat. We're handing but never see. We're told to trust them as our light and never ask what else could be. But questions, the blessed few, they slip beneath the heavy doors. They pry the old assumptions loose and sweep their dust across the floors. They bend the bars of borrowed thought. They breathe where dogma wants to bind. They strike the match of what is sought against the dark inside the mind. And those who question, steady souls, who risk the comfort of the known, I offer gratitude untold for every doubt their minds have grown, for every why that cracked a claim, for every how that split a lie, for every does this hold true that made a rigid doctrine sigh. You keep the living world alive. You turn the wheel that truth depends on. You are the pulse that helps us thrive, the breath that clears the fog we stand on. So here's to the questions, wild and free, and here's to you who dare to start them. May every answer that would be invite a question placed beside it. And may we wander unafraid, through every unknown mind can weather, for certainty will always fade, but asking keeps us learning together. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.